By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting two major product lines. First, Athos Arts' publication of Books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Grey Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.
It is my great pleasure, everyone, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Grayshade Kickstarter Finale Marathon TTRPG Extravaganza. We are ready to go. I am in a very, very good mood today, chat, because as you can see for yourself, we have made a huge surge over the last several days, and we are now at 86% of our funding goal. We are at 21,481 as we are surging towards 25,000. We have got to reach 25,000 to be able to get there, but we are right there, folks, and I am very excited for this. I would love not only to be able to get this funded, but to get to various stretch goals and many other things that we've got down the line. It would be super exciting so that we can be a part of this project. Before I go any further, though, I do want to remind everybody about ways to support the channel very quickly, and then talk a little bit about how today's going to work, because it's going to be a busy one, and it's going to be something which is unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever been attempted on Twitch before, and I'm serious. I don't mean in terms of, lots of people have done role-playing games, lots of people have done lots of different things, but never before has there been something with this kind of combination. So I am very, very excited for it, and I really hope that we can spread the word about what is going to be a really epic experience. Before I get there, though, obviously the way to support the channel, follow the channel. That's the best thing to do there. Obviously supporting the channel with checking out the YouTube channel and subbing over there, !ArvTube, !ArvCord for our Discord channel, !Arv tweets from my Twitter, and the website is arvaneleron.com, !ArvShop is my merchandise area, !ArvTrayon is the Patreon, where you can support the channel, and that really has been a big thing for a number of years, and I'm really grateful to all of those who have supported me. I have not been able to talk about that very much because I've been focusing on something else over the last 4 weeks and change, as you folks know, but I'll talk more about that in just a second. But again, !ArvTrayon for that. Publishing wise, !Icarus is my award-winning graphic novel from the award-winning Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and I'll talk more about the third publishing bit in just a minute. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine who are fighting back against an illegitimate and devastating war, which is utterly, again, has devastated and disrupted their lives. This is a way that we can help them fight back as they continue in their fight. Now, with all of that said, what we are here for today, schedule-wise, tomorrow, I will say, we have got session 0 of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, so you will definitely want to make sure that you are here for that. But today we are here for something obviously different, and in accordance with that, I feel like I wanted to say in accordance with the prophecy, I'm going to transition now to reveal to you, hi everybody, to reveal to you myself as we get ready for this epic event. Now, here's the way that this is going to work, chat, and I'm going to try to run through this quickly. We have right now our Grayshade Kickstarter. For those of you who don't know what that is about, Grayshade Kickstarter is about this. The first novel in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Grayshade, was published by Athos Arts a few weeks back, May 31st to be exact. And this Kickstarter is, first of all, supporting the publication of the next 2 books in that series, Renegade and Heretic. It is also supporting the production of a 5e RPG from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is going to give you a chance to play in the city of Corel, where this book is set. The really exciting news about that is that we not only have our 5 bonus classes, 5 standard classes, which are the Acolyte, the Investigator, the Informant, the Merchant, and the Noble, but because we hit our 200 backer goal, we now actually, in addition to that, have another set of classes or set of class that you'll be able to get, which backers will be able to vote on. And those choices, which I just posted in an update this morning, were 3 possibilities. One is the chaplain, who is a religious figure who uses his knowledge of his flock and his religious connections to get certain advantages within the city of Corel. The second is an innkeeper who owns a tavern in Corel and who basically is kind of a hybrid of the merchant and of the informant class, so they're able to get some knowledge and understand a little bit about the business of trade. So that's the innkeeper. And then we've got, as the third class, the wanderer, who is someone from outside the walls of Corel, a mysterious figure whose knowledge of the world outside gives them certain advantages with the people who have spent most of their lives inside the walls of Corel. Those are the 3 different options that people will be able to vote among, and they will be doing that. We'll be announcing how that vote is going to work. But if you want to be one of the people voting for which of those classes is the one that ultimately gets chosen to be added to the game, then obviously the way to do that is to back the Kickstarter, and you can do that with exclamation point Grayshade KS. That will allow you to go over and back the Kickstarter. Remember, you can back for as little as $1, which will get you the ebook and would allow you to become a backer of the Kickstarter. You can add on Trend's audiobook, which will be funded once we hit that $25,000 level. That's $10. So if you go in and you back for a book at $1 and then add an additional $10, that's an audiobook that you will get, and you'll be able to hear that voice you heard, the incredible voice doing that Kickstarter video. You'll be able to hear that as Tren reads the audiobook. And of course, we have pledges all the way up to $1,000 where you can actually create a major NPC within the city, and we'll work to make that possible. So we are sitting right now, folks, at $21,510. We are now less than $3,500 away from making our goal, which is just spectacular, because at 27,000, which is our next stretch goal, one of the iconic taverns set within this world, the Honest Thief, is going to be fully fleshed out. It will have an interior map. It will have the NPCs, the important NPCs within the Honest Thief fleshed out, even statted out, I believe, and we will have a couple of adventure hooks. So that's our next stretch goal, is the 27K stretch goal. Very, very exciting, and again, I just could not be happier of where we are. I won't lie, a few days ago, I want to say even 4 to 5 days ago, I was a little concerned because it had been slow and we just hit that plateau. But man, if people come out like nobody's business, and we are are now well within range of funding. So let's make it happen. The earlier that we can do this, the better. Now let's talk about this particular event. And to do that, I want to introduce my wonderful players. And so I'm going to unmute myself, although as I look, I note that we're not all there. So I'm going to remute myself and just be looking at my Zoom chat for when they come back. The players will be back in just a moment. But let me explain how this is going to work. So this is really simple. We are going to start with a bog standard D&D 5e game. So we're going to begin with this. All right. We're going to start with this one. Send out a whale call. I know, right? We are going to begin with this, with the D&D Player's Handbook. That's how we're going to start, right? We're going to start with a basic bog standard D&D 5e adventure. But every $500 that the Kickstarter reaches, every Kickstarter thing from 21, 510 where it is now, every $500, we're going to switch systems. So we will jump from D&D to a different system entirely. Maybe it'll be Shadowrun. Maybe it'll be Pathfinder. Maybe it'll be the Warren. Maybe it'll be Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Maybe it'll be Boy Problems. Maybe it'll be Espergenesis. Maybe it'll be Talisman Adventures. Maybe it'll be Tunnels and Trolls. Maybe it'll be Arv Makes Crap Up. Who knows? But the point is, we are going to change this every $500. Thank you, by the way, for doing that, Hilness. Even doing it before means that we're that much closer as we come into it. So thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. So we are going to be upping this. Now they're okay. So now they're all here. So I'm going to unmute myself and let them know that we are ready to go. And then I'm going to unmute them so that we can talk about the players, the victims, the players who are going to be going through this experience as I move over to reveal the first group, the first crew who are going to be here for all of you playing as we go through this incredible event, which is, as I say, unprecedented. Never before have we had 11 players, 4 GMs, and over 20 tabletop systems ready to go. If we loop around by the end of tonight and we're back to playing D&D 5e, that will ultimately mean that we will have raised like $12,000. So please bring it the hell on. I want to see these systems change. I want to see this move. I want to see people be like, yo, we're going to give these people other TTRPGs to worry about, because you can tell I'm just mildly excited about this whole experience. It's going to be really great. So the first people who are up on this list and are going to be a part of all of that are going to be the astonishing crew that you see below you. Oh my God, typing sounds, huge typing sounds.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just maybe mute yourself, Yuri, just so I don't, otherwise I want to make sure that I'm hearing you, not that. So, right. And so they're playing in shifts. And let me tell you, these people have committed to doing this. So we're going to start with this initial crew. It begins with, although let me finish, actually, I'm sorry. Let me finish saying how I was explaining this is going to work. Then I'll introduce the players. So this group, again, we're going to start with D&D. Then it's going to switch systems. Now I'm going to set a minimum of a half hour on every system. But if all of a sudden it starts going fast and furious and we're just zipping up the ladder, I reserve the right to change that down and sort of decrease the minimum, because really what we want is to get a lot of funding into the Grayshade Kickstarter while at the same time we're having a blast doing this. So I'm just letting everyone know we'll do that. The key, though, to this is that when we switch systems, we don't switch archetypes of characters. So these names that you see before you are going to stay, roughly speaking, the way they are, and the classes are going to stay as close as possible within the system constraints. So the example that I've been using is if you were a paladin or a fighter, let's say in D&D, when we switch over to the Warren, you might become a bigwig style fighting rabbit, basically, and you would keep that as we move along. And if you're thinking to yourself, that sounds ridiculous, please see any Marvel movie of the last 3 years, which has decided it's all metaverse all the time. I am very much on track, y'all. So with that in mind, I am now going to let these wonderful people introduce themselves to you, tell us what trepidations you may or may not have about this, and then we're going to get into it. And remember, chat, the next system switch is going to be at 22,000, so let's make it happen. With that said, right below me in the column, first of all, is the amazing and wonderful Grayshade of GOG Comms fame. It is a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Pyron, for doing this. How are you feeling about today? And who is your opening character for this event?
Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Grayshade. I'm from Germany, and I know Arf through the GOGCom Twitch channel, which I'm coordinating. And I'm actually having a really, really great day. It's like sunny with a nice wind outside. The kids are upstairs watching a movie, and I'm here to play an event that I'm so excited for, because like taking these like character archetype through different systems. I just love the idea. So please, please, please give lots of money because I'd want to play through many, many systems. And the character I'm presenting today is Elizabeth Hagner, also known as Lizzie. And Lizzie is a harmless elderly lady who you should not cross ever. She just likes. Yes.
No, I was going to ask you, or did you say? Can you say what class she is, or do you want to make that evident through play? Like, are we going to get a moment of revealing her true power, or what do you think?
I don't think it's important which class she is, as we're going to switch through systems anyway.
Okay, got it. All right.
So, but she's very obviously not armed, not wearing armor, so everybody who knows D&D knows where this is going. She just has bagpipes and a walking cane. She likes to cook. She likes to tell stories. She likes to meet new people and tell them that they're wrong about everything, because she has seen a lot in life. So, kids, listen up. Lizzie is coming.
I am very excited to find out more about Lizzie Hagner. So thank you, Pyron. I'm excited about this. Now, moving on down the line, winning the current time zone battle that we have below us is, of course, the inimitable Iori Kusano. And you folks should know Iori from both Soundclash, the Clampdown on this channel, and also, of course, from Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire as part of the Strange Friends group. But Iori, for those folks who may not know of you specifically, what else can you tell us about yourself? What are you feeling about this event, and who is your character for today?
Kusano Iori, they, them pronouns. I am playing Johnny Garlic, who is using he, him pronouns. I am very excited to bring Johnny Garlic back out of retirement. The man, the myth, the legend, he is coming back from Flavortown to traverse Faerun in search of the finest diners, drive-ins, and dungeons. And I am very, very psyched to finally, after 2 years on this channel, be playing a game with Greg.
That's true.
For, I think, the first time.
That's true. Yeah. That's
Took
true.
us long enough, buddy.
I know, right? Seriously. Well, listen, I mean, it's not like you play stuff on here. Wait a minute, what? Yeah, no, I'm very excited about that. And I don't know if you mentioned this. I know this is part of backstory. Are you at liberty, just because I'm in love with these names, to mention the characters' parents' names? You don't have to if you don't want to. I just happen to love the names. It's up to you. I won't make you.
Johnny Garlic is the son of Rosemary Sage and Justin Time, and his younger brother is named Tex Wasabi.
I love all of it. Just in Time is my favorite. I don't know why. I just
Johnny Garlic and Tex Wasabi are actually the names of Guy Fieri's 2 restaurants.
Right, that's right. It's hard to me to believe that Guy Fieri is now this like veteran fixture, because I remember when he first became this big deal, and like all of a sudden now he's just this established figure. Anyway, it's going to be awesome. I'm so excited to find out of the son of Rosemary Sage and Just in Time. I can't wait. Thank you, Iori, so much. Thank you also for doing this despite the crazy time zone situation. I really am grateful. Thank you. Moving on down the line, we have someone who should also be familiar to this channel, having been on this channel, and I have been fortunate enough to be able to play many role-playing games with this person. And that, of course, is one Mr. Tren Sparks, the voice of the video you just heard, and the voice of many other things as well. Tren, it's good to see you. I know you're tired and sleepy and all that stuff, but I'm so glad that you made this happen. I know you're super pumped about this. He's pumped about helping and playing, but I don't know that he's pumped about system switches. But still, we'll let him tell us how he's feeling in full detail, and also what character you're playing, Tren.
So first of all, I hate this. Second of all, we were trying to figure out, or I was trying to figure out where Flavortown is in all this. And the one place that I was looking for, I was having a lot of trouble finding. I can't find. I could find all the other troll stuff, but I couldn't find the one I was looking for. So I decided I'd look it up on Google. And then I realized the reason I can't find it is because the Troll Shaws is not in Middle Earth. Oh. I mean, it is in Middle Earth, so it's not in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So my day started beautifully. Well, I mean, I went to sleep at like 11 p.m. and then I woke up at like 1, and I haven't been able to go back to sleep. So I decided I'd go to McDonald's about 2 hours ago, or so, maybe 3 now. And so I get, a couple of things, and I'm like, the orange juice, that'll help keep me awake. First orange juice is fantastic. Second orange juice is, Arv, hold up your drink.
Yes.
Okay, it's about that color. All right. And I'm like,
My vitamin
sus.
C water.
I don't know about that. And so I take a sip of it, and I'm like, geez, did I just catch COVID between the first orange juice and this one? Because there's no flavor in this. And so it's like, I wound up pouring it down the sink. Anyway, so I have instead water and tea and a little bitty, well, it's a little, kind of a little baby Red Bull. Sorry, we're not sponsored by Red Bull. Thing, who am I playing? I am playing, the hell was his name?
You should know. You spelled it for me. I didn't.
Well, and then I promptly forgot who he was. No, that's kind of true and kind of not. I did sort of. Never mind. You'll understand as we go. But his name is. Let me tell you about his background first, real quick, because it'll make a lot more. It'll be a lot funnier when I tell you his name.
Got it.
When you want to. So, I had not seen this background until I rolled him up last night, and it is Celebrity Adventurer's Scion, and I'm like. Oh,
okay.
Oh, he's the child of a famous adventurer. So this is Ickethish Harpspur. Harper. Ickethish Harper.
It just sounded so angry. Harper.
I am angry. I can't even say my own character's name correctly. Ickethish Harper. So you can imagine whose child he is.
That's actually, yes. Anyone who has followed this channel knows exactly what that's about, and that's awesome. That's great. Look back. See, you all think that there aren't callbacks in this channel, but there are. Just think about if those of you who watched a little bit of Tyranny of Dragons on this channel. Just keep it in mind.
And he's a tabaxi.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how that works. I'm trying to figure the biology, how that is.
You can adopt.
Okay. All right. Just as long as that's what happened. I was like, listen, I don't want to assume. Okay.
How else would he and his husband have a kid? I mean, yes, he can be shaped, but I don't think he can change genders unless he.
This is a world of magic. Why not?
There is enough weird druid magic that I am sure we can work this out.
Exactly.
Yeah, Faerun is a high fantasy setting. Are you telling me that Mpreg is too fantastical for Faerun?
Not for me. I'm trying to watch out for Arv.
Well, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
See?
It's okay with me. That's fine. When do we file paperwork? Listen, that's a whole other kettle of fish. Anyway, or Ickethish, if you will.
Yes, Loki did it. Thank you, Arugno.
Anyway, it is a great pleasure to have Tren with us, and hopefully, Tren, although your orange juice and other sleep problems, hopefully we will keep you happy enough as we go along. I will tell you that. Sure, yeah. I will tell you right now, Chet, that as we hit every $500, we change systems. Tren is likely to be either semi-mock or not really mock mad because we're going to switch systems, and Tren loves to focus on one thing. And I told him all this ahead of time, and Tren was like, I know, all right. So Tren was aware of this, but that doesn't mean he has to be happy about it. He is, however, going to be happy when you get this funded because
Roker is a werewolf.
Nice.
Roker.
Well done. I see what you did
thanks.
there. Well done.
Yeah, good.
I'd like to
I'm glad
subscribe
one of
to
us
the
did.
newsletter.
I doubt that.
It's good to see Tren as a part of this. Thank you, Tren. And last but certainly not least, it is a great pleasure to have one Michael R. Underwood with us, who has been a part of this channel very extensively. I have been lucky enough to play, of course, on many occasions with Mike because along with Rising Ties, who is in chat, I believe, we, of course, co-host Speculate, which is an actual play show on which Iori plays and many others. And so it's been great to have Mike with us. And Mike, of course, also is on early version of Grayshade, and all of a sudden we got Ballstag with a resub. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Ballstag. But it is good to see you, Mike. Mike has actually introduced me to multiple different systems. I wonder, though, how Mike is feeling about the taking on, because Mike's going to also be GMing for us later, all of these different systems. Mike, how are you feeling about that? And then please tell us about your character for day 2.
I feel like this is... this should be an event in like the DM Olympics.
Yes.
Where you're like, okay, you tell the judges like 6 systems that you're happy to GM, and then the refs will just like switch on you randomly. Yep. And part of the way that the event goes is the players are required to not know at least like 2 of the systems, so that you're constantly having to juggle several additional things. And it feels like it will be a good test of the flexibility and good humor of our various GMs. I am sad that we did not get, let's say, champions on here as a system that I could run despite not knowing and disliking. But yeah, I am Michael R. Underwood. Mike is fine. He, him pronouns for me. I stream at twitch.tv/turbotango. My first books are now back in print. It's very fun.
Yay, geekomancy.
Geeky urban fantasies that you can check out. If you like the stuff here, there's a good chance you like those. And I co-host Speculate along with Greg and the Rising Tides, who I think is in chat. Today, I am going to be the first player of Roland, who is an elf rogue, who is definitely not a generic fantasy rogue shaped character.
Not in the least.
Intentionally made so for system portability, but we will all collectively bring Roland to life as the character is handed off.
It's true, and I actually am looking forward to seeing how Roland develops over the course of the next 11 plus hours. Also, thank you.
Now,
sorry.
Now I have to disappear very quickly.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine. I want to quickly thank Great Butler for subscribing to the channel with Prime. I'm very honored to have Great Butler because I didn't just get a good butler. We now have a Great Butler who's been added to the channel. So thank you for joining the Arvanauts. All right, so here we go. They see me rolling. Nice, Big Boss. Good work. Good work there. Chat, we are going to start out and get ourselves ready because Mike will be back in just a second. Before we do that, just last quick reminder, remember that these folks are going to be with us from a playing perspective. They are going to be with us for, as I hurriedly scramble to my channel where I actually put this up myself. They are going to be with us until 3 p.m. Eastern, at which point Mike is going to remain with us, and Yori and Tren and Pyron are going to tap out, and we're going to have coming in Carlos Hernandez, Zach Clay, and Valerie Valdez joining us. So that's going to be good times. I am very excited for that. So over the next couple of hours, we are going to be starting with D&D. And again, every $500, so when we hit 22,000, we will switch systems through the power of the metaverse, and I will figure out a transitional way to make this happen. But our adventure today, friends, family, distant relations, is Treasure of the Broken Horde. That's right, Treasure of the Broken Horde. You have never heard of anything of those words, treasure, broken horde, or of, have never showed in any previous D&D adventure to this point. Okay, so let's make this happen. I'm wondering if I probably will have to I'm going to get us started, and I'll catch Mike up when he actually arrives there, but I want to make sure that I am beginning as we go through and see how these things go. So, one of the most famous treasure hunters in the realms, Verada Stur, has put out a call for assistance in tracking down caches of treasure hidden by the now defunct Cult of the Dragon in the Great Peak Mountains. Through luck, skill, and the intervention of your various families and friends and factions, you all have been chosen and assembled in a supergroup, if you will, to assist her. You've been told to meet her in a clearing along the Black Road, which is east of the village of Parnast, and I have no doubt that Tren has got that village of Parnast sitting there somewhere on the map. And wait for it. This is not actually going to be a village of Parnast, east of the river of Parnast. Oh, yeah, east of the village of Parnast in a clearing along the Black Road.
Keep going.
Okay. Your trip along the Black Road showed some signs of goblin presence, but otherwise it's been uneventful. Most of them have seen you. They've just heard the sound of the bagpipes over the sound of the hills, and most goblins have cleared out, as bagpipes have a tendency to do, and as Lizzie has been playing them. Other travelers you met have claimed to see some evidence of giant activity. There have been some rune-covered boulders and huge footprints and missing livestock, but you saw none of that evidence. I mean, maybe it was just the overactive imagination of scared farmers and merchants. I mean, who thinks that the giants could ever be a threat again, right? That would never happen. I mean, I can't imagine. When you reach the rendezvous point, Verada Stur is nowhere to be found. There are, and sorry, Mike, just to catch you up, the Verada store is a famous treasure hunter who put out a call for assistance in tracking down caches of treasure hidden by the now defunct Cult of the Dragon in the Grey Peak Mountains. And all of you, family and faction and friends, have put you forward, and you've been assembled into a kind of super group, an elite team, to be able to go and help. And so, as I was mentioning, when you reach the rendezvous point, Verada's store is nowhere to be found. There are countless footprints of various sizes and lots of bloodstains marring the ground, and a search of the area ultimately turns up the body of your would-be employer, who is several hours dead from a variety of wounds. What is left of her equipment is scattered around the clearing, and a large tome holding her notes is open on the ground near her body. The last several pages have been torn out. What would you all like to do?
Now we shall never know how this story ends.
It's such a mess. I pick up a piece of paper.
We should ask for a deposit on that, huh?
Wait, we get our deposit back? I don't remember putting a deposit down, but I'm sure I may have done it at some point.
No, we should ask to be paid up front.
Oh! Can we do both?
A little late, my man. And Johnny Garlic just gestures at the corpse.
No, I'm not hungry, thank you.
Well, somebody has to clean this up, and it's not going to be me.
The bugs will get to it. Nature does these things.
It's still kind of messy, don't you think?
Well, of course, death is usually messy, unless, for example, you, well, no, let me think. What's in that? You could get stabbed. No, stepped on that. It goes everywhere.
We all just gonna stand around in this clearing and get assassinated by whoever killed our employer, or what?
Spiders. Spiders.
I never
are not
get
bad.
assassinated.
But you haven't yet.
Well, apparently.
Johnny Garlic is tidying up the body and cleaning it as best he can, trying to close our employer's eyes, folding her hands over her chest. You know, it's a little late for cure wounds, but he's doing what he can as a cleric.
Absolutely.
Well done, Sonny. Well done.
By the way, just before we go on, I do want to mention, I was going to bring this up before, but I did want to quickly shout out, because I know we have some people who usually aren't able to be in chat. So I wanted to shout out Ether and Minerva and the Ace Dragons in chat, because they are part of Emily's reader group and have been hugely important in building attention and interest in this project. And I know they don't usually get a chance to stop by, so I wanted to say thank you all. I have seen all of you doing all this stuff that you've done, and I'm very grateful. So I did want to say that just up front. So thank you.
So they're the ones responsible for building the tension.
Yeah, they have all built that. Yes, no. But thank
said.
you all so much. They have been great. Okay, sorry. Back to the adventure. My apologies. So on you go.
I help by picking up a few more of those pieces of paper and having a look at them.
Okay. There are a few, most of the paper that you find seems to be either sort of blank notes or things like, a couple of scribbles that seem to be meaningless to you. But you do notice as you're sort of checking this, that on the body of Verada Store herself, you can actually see that she's got her cloak kind of wrapped around her as she lies, motionless, obviously, and dead on the ground. But there seem to be several pieces of paper also, rolled up pieces, poking out of her cloak.
Oh, well, I poke with my cane in that direction. Could somebody get that, please? Please. My back. I just can't bend down like I used to.
I mean, it could be medicinal. We don't know.
Johnny unwraps the cloak.
Okay. When you unwrap the cloak, you can see there is a short sword at the belt of the undrawn, obviously. There is a pouch of some kind. And then, as I mentioned, there are some of these scrolls that are sort of sticking out of the belt. A set of them that you can see, and they appear to be, they like have basically like a kind of a twine essentially around the middle of them, wrapping them up.
You know what I find the most interesting about this? No?
Do tell.
Okay, thank you. So what why she sorry, I slipped into infernal there for a moment. So she the sword is not drawn. So whoever
Well,
pulls
maybe whoever killed her was not a messy person and put it back.
Would they have cleaned it?
Well, I certainly should hope so.
Hey, friends? And Johnny gestures to the scrolls and tomes that the party is already holding. Would you like to finish the grave robbing before I give her last rites?
Yes, please. Don't lose, reuse.
But I told you I'm not hungry. I don't. Oh, you don't mean reuse her. Okay. I'm catching up now.
I'll try to straighten out the papers and see if I can find more hints about treasure.
You do. And in fact, I have just shared this with all of you. And I'm going to bring that over so chat can see it. There we go. Okay. So this is what you see. So these are the notes that you're able to put together as you sort of scour the notes that are found on the body of Rada's store. And they seem to be bits of information about how to get to these various treasure caches. And there are descriptions of each one of them. So the first cache says that it was hidden by the cult of the dragon in an abandoned cave at the base of the southernmost mountain in the Grey Peak Range. While it was thought to be the smallest of the caches, it's also not thought to be protected by any traps or magic. The caves and tunnels of the complex, according to Virata's sources, are not very structurally sound. Goblins are known to inhabit the area. That is not that far from where you are, although all of these caches actually are within traveling distance, probably within a day or so. The second cache is buried, according to Virata's store's notes, beneath a unique structure, a pyramid of stone resting on a flat field of stone in the middle section of the Grey Peaks, between the two highest mountains of that section of the range. The area was once rent with volcanic activity, which makes that flat stone field difficult to navigate, and Virata's sources could not tell her who or what built the boulder pyramid. So that's cache number 2. Cache number 3, according to the source here, said that it was carefully hidden behind a secret entrance in the wall of a green-sided mountain. And there's only one green-sided mountain in the Grey Peak Range. The source also said that the cultist who hid the treasure was an expert in magical curses. The fourth cache was secured in an abandoned dwarven outpost used for treating ore that was being prepared for use in weaponsmithing. And according to the source, the place had been overrun by something terrible and immortal, causing the dwarves to leave it centuries ago. There has been subterranean volcanic activity reported in the area regularly. And the final cache is supposedly at the top of the tallest summit of the Grey Peaks, an abandoned shrine once revered by giants. Dragons use the area as a perch since then, and there is a cache which will be hidden there. Someone also told her that occasionally, when the wind is blowing in just the right direction, a pealing of loud bells can be heard from there. So this is what you see.
So the caches that have kind of more knowable locations based on like general area knowledge and having a map, which of those is closest to where we are?
Probably the closest one. And just a quick note, I did now show this to players, so I think you can check it on your own screen as well, and magnify it if you need to, so that folks don't have to read my tiny little script. Probably the one that's closest to you is the first cache, although, as I say, all of them except maybe the fifth cache probably are within a day's travel. The fifth cache might take you an extra day or so to reach because you have to climb up there. But I would say first cache is close, and then just, those other ones are more or less within the same distance, except for that last cache, which is up at the top of the mountain.
So when I was a kid in Waterdeep, we always would go ahead and just hit the soft target when you know it's going to happen, when you know it's there, because you never know if a soft target is going to become hard after you start hitting the other locations. If there's any kind of coordination between anybody who holds any of these caches, you hit the harder targets first. Maybe they're not expecting that you hit there first, but then suddenly a soft target becomes the hard target. And did you really benefit in any way, shape, or form? So yeah, that's where I think we should go.
Yeah, friends, team. Does nobody else think it's weird that whoever murdered her didn't take all the guides that tell you where to find the treasure?
Maybe. Maybe they didn't have time before we arrived. I mean, they did leave all this mess.
She's cold. If she had time to cool, they had time to rob her. I am just saying that something feels extremely off about this.
So we should go home.
Well, we made the trip out here. Like, if that first cache is supposed to be not as protected, it's not very far. Seems reasonable to go and investigate, because even if we don't want to hit it ourselves, we can then give that intel to somebody else, take a cut, and move on our way.
Oh, I think on the off chance there is some treasure left, we should take a little look. Just, treasure.
I would say it wouldn't hurt, but it could hurt.
Oh, we just have to be careful.
Yes, my father, he fought the dragons up one side of the Sword Coast, and well, there's really only one side of the Sword Coast, but he fought them up and down on the side that he was on, and it was fantastic. He's faithfully Harper was my father. He's my father. One of my fathers. We could go look for treasure. Sure.
All right, Johnny, is there anything else we can do to help lay the spirit to rest or anything like that? I'm not much for the ritual stuff.
Johnny Garlic leads the party in prayer.
How's that go, Johnny Garlic?
For those whose lives have ended, we ask that their life continues in another realm. We ask that they are sheltered, that they prosper, that they eat well. We offer the blessing of the bread, the blessing of the vine. And Johnny is pulling a little bit of hardtack out of his pack and tucking it into the robes of the deceased and anointing her forehead with wine. We pray safe travels to a destination of comfort.
I take out my bagpipes. I could play a little jig if you want to, just.
Be my guest.
I'm not really, heritage aside, not much of a forest elf. I feel like maybe playing bagpipes might attract anything terrible within like about 10 miles of here.
I never had my bagpipes attract anything terrible, but I see your point, maybe a little bit.
Now, if we get to like a mountainside and we want to like intimidate somebody or maybe cause an avalanche, then boom.
I feel you have opinions about bagpipes.
Just the loud instruments were not really a part of my life.
When you're my age, you will very much appreciate loud instruments.
I'm 107.
Well,
well, I think your age.
I think that it would be very nice if Lizzie played us a little marching music while we get on our way to this first location.
I take out my bagpipes and wait for everybody to form a formation to walk off.
I'd like to roll the sulk.
I was going to say, Icathus is rolling 2 pieces of hardtack and sticking them into his ears.
I think I got everyone covered. Hold on here. Let me see. There we go.
Okay, Arf, you don't need to. You don't need to. You know
No,
me.
listen. I want to make sure that, we all feel good about this and that we're all together here. So this dirge, as we continue to pass along, where is the party headed in terms of which cache are you exploring? If I understand, I know there was a discussion about it, but what have you decided where you're going to go? Are we going to that cache that is the southernmost mountain with the goblins, the caves and tunnels not very structurally sound, the cache that is buried beneath the pyramid of stone, the cache behind a secret entrance in the wall of a green-sided mountain, the cache in an abandoned dwarven outpost, or are you going to the top of the tallest summit to find the Shrine of the Giants?
Well, Roland had pitched the cache with the goblins that was theoretically closest.
And Johnny Garlic does conveniently speak Goblin.
All right. Seems reasonable then. Okay, and Big Boss has fallen over his mute button with the beginning of the bagpipes. I can't imagine. Listen, bagpipes and Amazing Grace are legit, okay? Okay. So...
I do have that.
Yeah, but that's...
No. Danny Boy is where it's at.
That's fair enough, yes. That's fair enough.
Bedlam Boys is where it's at.
I wish I could actually play any of these without it getting muted from the VODs, but oh well. All right. The travel to the clues in Verada Store's notes mean that indeed you are actually only a couple of hours. It's presumably why Verada chose this as the actual meeting point, is that you're not actually too far from that first cache. And so you're able to make your way there without too much difficulty. And outside the opening of the cave, and I have a map for all of you that I'll be showing you in a minute, you see a variety of obvious tracks. Now, you're going to have to make some checks if you want to see what kind, but you can see there are a lot of those tracks as we are in here. So give me just a moment while you're talking amongst yourselves about what you want to do about that, and I will get you that map ready here.
So what
What time of day is it?
It is, I would say by the time you get there, it's probably early afternoon, like say 1 or 2 o'clock.
Oh yeah, that's definitely lunchtime. So Johnny Garlic is pulling supplies out of his pack. He is making a little campfire. He is getting a nachos casserole going for the team.
Regardless of how Ikathis feels about that, I think that's fucking awesome. So,
I've never had fresh food on the road before. That's very kind of you, Johnny. Thank you.
Everyone should have fresh food.
I do appreciate a warm fire. I huddle down.
Okay, here we go. So, you can now see, I believe if I did that correctly, yes, you can now see the outside of this cave entrance. And again, are you cooking like right outside the entrance, or are you a few minutes away from it, would you say? You're muted, I think, Yuri.
We're like a couple meters back.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. So let me know when you've concluded your meal, such as it is. You can start to make your way in if you like.
If I don't have anything to do for a moment, I'm gonna poke at the tracks with my cane. And
Okay.
like, looks like you were right. Somebody has been here before. Poke, poke.
Johnny Garlic definitely made more food than was necessary for this party. And he is writing a little note in Goblin after he banks the fire and putting the note on the pot, letting them know, hey, help yourselves. Bring your own spoon, but help yourself. Because Johnny Garlic has had many goblin friends. Damn fine line cooks they are. And he is aware that although goblins are often stereotyped as it being violent little criminals, the major problem in goblin communities is actually food insecurity. Let's solve this problem where it starts.
Seems quite reasonable to me. Okay. So, also, Lizzie, I would like it if you could make for me, please, since you were poking at the thing, if you could make a intelligence check for me. Specifically, nature is what I'm looking for. If you have nature, great. If not, I'll take just an intelligence check.
Okay. Here we go.
That's true.
One
goblins.
moment.
There are all these callbacks to all our previous adventures. This is great.
16.
Okay. Unquestionably, Lizzie, there are prints here of countless goblins. You're pretty sure there are 1 or 2 giant tracks here, and possibly a bear. But definitely lots of goblins.
Well, this is not as surprising. Like, goblins came through here, a bear came through here, maybe only once, and a few giants. Maybe they were going to catch some goblins.
Well, it's not surprising that they'd be coming through here because we're on their turf right now.
Yes.
I don't think my father ever told me about the time that he turned into a bear. That would be my father, faithfully Harper, just so you know.
Well, good chance that the giants are not going to be hanging around inside the cave unless it's much larger than it looks like from here. So not too much to be worried about immediately.
How often do they get hungry?
There's leftovers, my man. They can have some too.
Right, I know that. I'm just wondering how often between the times that they eat, because it would tell us how long it's going to be until they come back here.
Well, that's depends on their overall like beat or like active range, right? Like, is this the edge of somebody's range or territory, or is this like right in the middle? And what's the relationship between the giants and the goblins?
And the bear. We see him?
Yep,
I'll ask
can't
him.
rule out the bear.
I'll ask him if we see him. It'll be fine.
Yep. Worrying too much just gives you gray hair and wrinkles.
But I can turn into something that has different color hair, so that's fine.
Well, Johnny, do you want to try saying hello to get some goblin attention? Or are we going to try and sneak in there a little bit more traditional adventurer style?
Yeah, let's talk to the locals. And Johnny walks up to the entrance of the cave, braces a hand against one edge of the door, leans in a little and yells, "Yoo-hoo! Soup's on!"
Soup's on. You hear like just echoing back.
In Goblin.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So in Goblin, does anyone else speak Goblin besides Johnny? Okay, so you just hear this, and then echoes back. And make a perception check for me, Johnny. Also, while we're doing this, I'm also putting up your figures here. So I'm doing this.
Oh, we have figures? This
are-
is very fancy.
We do, although this is going to be, they will be generic in nature. Can't imagine why, given what we're doing.
That is going to be an 18.
You hear, not that far past the entrance, you can hear the sound of, first of all, trickling of water. You can hear a couple of like clattering, like maybe of pebbles and things like that. And you also hear, but just barely, you can hear Johnny. There seem to be several creatures talking to each other.
Johnny shouts in Goblin, "Free food outside!"
Kind of a good distance though, so like I say, you can barely make it out. It is Goblin. You're positive it's Goblin, but you're barely hearing it. A couple things like maybe like no or you go or things like that. There seems to be some discussion going on, but you can't really make out the details.
Johnny Garlic is not particularly worried and feels comfortable proceeding. If anything, we got some fantasy Doritos in my pack. I can use those to bargain.
I've come to bargain. Okay, I have just given you your figure that you can control, Yori. Please let me know. And also, Pyron, let me know if you can control your token that I put out there too. Are you able to move them around a little bit?
Ikethesh just kind of...
One moment.
Arv, I am so
I
sorry.
think-
Which one am I? Oh, and that one, I guess, because I moved it.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yeah,
is a
just- okay.
male cleric, allegedly.
I can move.
Awesome. Okay. Give me just 1 second whilst
I'm sorry to tell you that the scroll on Roll20 is very bad, and I'm having trouble accessing the map.
So if I give you
here we
that,
go.
does that help? It should bring you back to something, perhaps?
Part of the problem is that the player blobs are in the way.
Oh. Yeah, that's once I open up more of the map, that'll probably open up a bit. I'm just trying to pull
Okay.
over. I'll try to pull some over there if we can.
Okay, yeah, if I zoom out to 49%, then I can see where we're going. Looks good.
Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure if you're going to be wild about this one, Tren. Tell me if that seems terrifying. This is probably I can't believe I'm doing that one. I assume that's a no. I don't have any tabaxi tokens. I don't.
I'd go for it. It's fine.
Okay. Let me put that on there. Okay. And that is now controlled by... Oh, Ikethesh, controlled by Ikethesh. I was looking for Tren. Okay, there we go. That seems logical. And last, an elf rogue.
Ikethesh is not feeling confident about this at all, and he is sneaking off to hide somewhere.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, you can only see a corner right now, but that will change momentarily. Okay, let me just drop that down a little bit in size because it is not the case that Roland is 5 times the size of everyone else. Yeah, it's really. Okay.
Roland, elf, half giant.
Right.
Seriously. These are actually your footprints outside the cave. Like, oh, no. Okay, it's all part of a long play. All right. I'm going to make sure that I have those there. Thank you for the follows, everybody. I appreciate it. Also, please note that we are now only $390 away from a system switch. So please jump on board as we do this. That would be much appreciated. Okay. And also, I have one more shout out that I want to give, but just give me a second so I can, because I want to make sure that I get this right. Also, because I know we now have at Tanuska, who is here. Same thing, Tanuska. Thank you for your help as well. And I noticed that you were talking back and forth with Garlic about being in chat and being like, oh man, look, the number's going up. So thank you as well. I appreciate very much the support that you've given. And again, as I say, I do see it and very much appreciate it. So thank you. Okay. All right. So Ikethesh is wandering off, like not going into the cave at the moment, I guess. What about the other three? Johnny, you want to like march forward, but are you waiting for Roland and Lizzie to kind of like scout out the way? Or are you just like, let's go, damn the torpedoes, paprika at the ready, whatever,
Let's go. Let's make some
Johnny
friends.
Garlic.
Okay. Roland and Lizzie. I'm really imagining the image that Roland has right now, but what is Roland doing as Johnny marches forward?
Roland is not especially happy, given that our gesture towards friendship has completely spoiled any chance to have the element of surprise. So Roland is just kind of arms crossed, looking around, like checking for traps. It's like, well, maybe this is a thing. I don't know. This is not how we did things back in the alleys of Waterdeep.
And Lizzie, where are you in terms of like bringing up the rear, or what are you doing?
I'm right behind Johnny Garlic. I don't want to miss out on any possible treasure here.
Okay. So
Priorities.
yeah, we need to, exactly. Priorities is 100% right. Okay. When you come in, and by the way, in terms of this isn't going to be a problem for the elf. Tabaxis have night vision.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have, but for the two humans, how are you? Because there's light, because it's afternoon. There's light that's sort of visible to you in this front half of what looks like a very large cavern. But otherwise, when you get further back, it all gets very dark. So, what are you doing in terms of light sources in here?
I rummage with loud clanking in my backpack and take out a hooded lantern.
Okay. And you're content to stay with Roland. Obviously, doesn't have to worry too much about this, but you're content to stay with that as well as Johnny marches forward. Using Johnny, you don't mind using the hooded lantern light, I guess, is my question.
Oh, the lantern's great.
Okay.
So I now look like with cane in one hand and the hooded lantern in the other.
So as you get stay a while and listen. As you get further in, you can see that this is a very large cavern, and then you see that what you thought was shadow actually is just several areas where there are boulders that are kind of blocking sort of your vision. But in fact, this cavern is clearly was recently or is now occupied, because there are several lanterns on the floor that give off a fitful but still functional light. There's rubble piled up 3 feet high in several places throughout the cavern, and there are 2 tunnels leading out. The tunnel to the south, you can see from here even, is clear, but the tunnel to the east is absolutely choked with debris. And there's still dust riding the zephyrs circulating through the cavern, and it leads you to believe the cave-in to the east might have been fairly recent.
That's a lot of lantern with very little people around.
Ah,
Maybe
they
they're
must have
just-
spooked.
Maybe they're just disguised as lanterns.
Yeah, no reason to suspect they couldn't have hedge wizards, right?
If Johnny doesn't move,
Well-
I'm gonna move through.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. But no,
And,
Johnny will walk a little further into the cave. Whoop.
I'd like perception checks
Check out what
from
we've got going
everybody.
here.
I'd like perception checks from everybody except Ikathish, unless Ikathish is coming in like.
He's moving up to the corner, but he's not quite there.
Okay. When you get into the tunnel, let me know, Ikathish, because I'm going to have you do a perception at that point. Depending on what happens now, it may not even be necessary. We shall see.
That was a 22.
That's good stuff. All right.
9.
A 9. Okay.
Just 10 for Roland.
Okay. So I would say that Lizzie and Roland do not hear this, but perhaps because of Johnny's confident, marching, scanning through. Johnny, you hear as you get close to one of those piles of debris, actually this one that's in the center here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, right there.
This one in front of me?
Nope, this one here. You can
Oh.
actually hear, these are 5-foot squares, and as you get there, you hear this, and you see just what looks like a greenish, maybe the tip of an ear just poking out. And what it's sounding in
Johnny
Goblin, you
kneels
can now
down
hear
next-
that actually, because you know Goblin. So you can actually hear, maybe attack. No, they're going to kill us. I don't know what they're going to do.
Johnny kneels down by the pile,
Okay.
and he takes a pack of fantasy Doritos out of his zip bag and opens the top, opens the seam down the back of the bag so that it's fully opened up into a plate, puts it down and says, "Hey, buddies, that was a sealed package. Snacks? Snacks? Let's talk."
Poison, chips, Doritos. Doritos, remember Bob had Doritos. That was terrible. They seem to be having a very heavy debate. I think they can see us. Of course they can see us. Why?
Are you
Of course
talking
they can
to
see
my
us.
dear?
You can't hear it?
No.
We got Well, no. This is someone else's home. We're the company. I'm giving him food to be polite about it.
What is it, trying to maybe kill us? No, he doesn't think so. Why is he giving us the Doritos?
I'm giving you Doritos because we came into your home uninvited, and I wasn't raised in a barn.
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, please, Johnny.
Ooh. What's my plus in that again? Oh, yes, I did put it.
I can't imagine it's not good. I mean, come on. Well,
I've offed that one.
they're like,
Oh, maybe these goblins speak a different dialect.
I can't trust them with poison. You know what they're humans. Well, but just wait. I don't know. And then you hear this, and there's a rumbling, and then you hear from the eastern hallway, and then more dust, and you hear, they're all gonna die here. We'll die with them or die with them. I don't know. We should attack. What? What about the Doritos? I don't know. This debate continues. Roland, at this point, where have you come down? Because I know you were looking for traps and stuff. So, what direction around the cavern are you making?
I'm gonna go clockwise.
Okay.
So kind of along the north face, and then investigate the cave-in section.
Yeah, and that dust that is pouring out of that section indicates that must be the very weak area. It looks like it's possible you might be able to clear this passageway, but you're pretty sure more rocks just fell from that area from behind it. So it is not structurally sound from what you can tell there, Roland.
Yeah, so kind of turn to the rest and like, don't like the chances of going down there. We should probably check the other pathway first.
At this point, Ikathich, I would like you to make a perception check for me too, please. And
Okay.
Lizzie, at this point, I think you can at least know that Johnny is talking to someone behind a pile of rubble and apparently speaking Goblin, because you have no idea what Johnny is saying when speaking to the goblins.
Johnny eats a Dorito to demonstrate that it's not poisoned.
And the kind of head slightly looks out. And, okay. So I would say that's enough, Ikathich, that you can now tell there is indeed this conversation happening at the pile where Johnny is kneeling next to. And the head sort of peeks slightly out and then looks back and says, well, he just ate it. It wasn't poisoned. And then the other one says, well, that doesn't mean anything. Maybe they're immune. I heard that. They're immune. Remember when Bob ate it and he died, but Joe wouldn't have? He's like, well, Bob and Joe, they don't know what they're talking about. He was going to die anyway. No, that doesn't. Yes, they're going back and forth. You can sort of slide around Johnny enough to be able to see that there look to be maybe 3 or 4 goblins, not very big ones, huddled next to each other and sort of frantically like talking with each other. And as they kind of, one looks and says, ah, and they all kind of stumble back a bit. And one pulls out, this is just, I just can't fairly call it a dagger. It's really a sharpened stick. I mean, we're like just kind of, and is like this, you know. Don't come any closer.
Johnny is aware that he's like a big guy wearing like leather armor on which he has hand-painted flames and racing stripes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So he is staying crouched down. He has his hands up. He is deliberately using the least threatening body language possible. And he says, hey, little fellas. Kinda dangerous place you got here. Cave-ins like that happen often?
Not sure. What do we do? Do we? I don't know. So I'm Flug. I'm a leader, Flug. These are my brothers, all of them. And the 3 sort of poke their heads out. And you do see a faint family resemblance, Johnny. And they kind of look at you and sort of like all shivering. And Flug says, we're the guards here. Who goes there? You're supposed to say that before. I was shut up.
Johnny, are you talking to
Nice to
rocks
meet-
over there?
I'm talking to the goblins. Nice to meet you, Flug. And Johnny puts out his hand for a handshake and goes, I'm Johnny Garlic. What's your garden here?
And Flug kind of like doesn't take the hand and instead is like, this cave. He knows that's stupid. Shut up. We're guarding here. We're for the expedition. And you're behind like expedition. Yeah, expedition. Or we're expedition.
Garden for the expedition like they left you here, or garden for the expedition and like you're waiting for them?
Make another persuasion check for me. This one you can do at advantage, Johnny.
Ooh.
Roland, at this point, you would probably be, I'm guessing, close to the southern edge, maybe, of the cavern? Or, like, I don't know how fast you're moving along that way.
And totally not
say-
looking like you're trying to flank them at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's say 4 o'clock and not
Oh.
trying to be
Nice.
stealthy at all, and
Okay.
weapons still on the belt.
Gotcha. And Lizzie,
With that advantage, we get a 23.
outstanding. I'll talk about that in a second. Lizzie, are you just sort of moving close to where Johnny is kneeling, or what?
Oh, I think I'm in the right place, so I'll just patiently stand there holding my lantern
Okay.
and wait. I'm really good at waiting.
Okay. All right, Johnny. So you say this, and he just, and then so like shakes so badly he just drops it. And then, well, we were captured, right? And they're all like, yeah. So my youngest brother, Blug, and he points back, and Blug, who clearly is the smallest one, kind of like puts out a tentative hand. He says, Blug was out in front of the village, and then all of a sudden, a couple of others, there was Hug over there, and Mug, and they point to the two, and Hug, Mug, so appellated, wave. And they say, and they were outside, and then there was this huge sound, and then two big giants, big clubs, and big... Now, of course, all of you except for Johnny just hear, like, right? But Johnny, you're getting all this in Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
And they came up, and then they took my brothers, and well, I was afraid, but... And he kind of looks back and says, well, I'm the oldest, and it's my job to protect my family. So I ran after them, and then I fainted because I was really scared. But then they picked me up, and all of us were brought here, and they told us to stay here while the rest of the group explored. And then Hug says, yeah, but that was hours ago. And then there was a lot of shouting. And then there was this crashing of sound of rocks. And then Mug says, yeah. And then once that happened, all the dust came out. And then there was just silence. And we haven't heard anything. So we were trying to decide whether to leave. And then you came. And Flug's like, yep. And then you came. And so that's our story.
Okay, guys. How about you calm down and have some Doritos? You seem pretty stressed out. Arf, can I roll
Sure.
perception to see if I'm being played for a sucker?
Insight, not perception, but insight. Yes, you can.
Insight.
And indeed you can.
What is my insight again? Oh, that's still a +4. That's an 11.
Well, they're obviously extremely agitated. You're not 100% sure how capable these four are of coordinating a big secret. But it's possible they're not telling you everything, but it seems like this is a pretty complicated play for the four of these very freaked out and not very old goblins to be making, you would guess. You think.
How many of their brothers did these people take?
Well, just the four of us, but they also took a bunch of other goblins. And other ones said, yeah, and gnomes and dwarves and elves and humans and what others? The cat ones. And then they see Ikathish as you've just at the edge of the cavern entrance. And they're like, yeah. What do they call those? And Flug says, tabaxi. They're called a tabaxi. Oh yeah. Tabax. No, tabaxi. Tabaxi, that one, they took one of those too. They took a whole bunch of them, and they said they were going to get all this treasure. And then one of the giants said he's really big and strong, and he said he was going to become the new king of something. I don't really know what. I kept fainting. Flug says.
And your friends didn't want to go with these people.
No, we don't want to go with giants.
And it looked like maybe a lot of those other people didn't want to go with the giants either.
I don't think any of them wanted to go, but the giants tell you what to do, and you do, or you get crushed into the dirt by their club.
Johnny turns back and says in common, Friends, we got a problem here. And he summarizes the situation in common.
Okay.
So somebody took a big group of people into the cave to become their king.
Were they conscript an excavation team?
I don't think it actually matters very much what they were conscripted for. It matters that they were kidnapped.
Yeah, certainly. I'm just speaking as to motive.
I mean, I care a lot less about motive than I do about fixing this.
Yeah, but motive will inform our method.
Do the goblins know anything about treasure?
Just before you answer that, Roland, I'm sorry. When you moved past the rubble hallway, I don't think I had you do a perception check, and I would like you to do one there. My bad. The eastern one when you move past it.
Sorry, the eastern one.
Yeah.
Yep, I will do that.
And then I'll come back to what Lizzie just asked. And yes, chat, we are 390 away from our system switch, so let's keep it up. Let's keep going.
That's
Nice.
a 4.
Wow, a lot of dust and rocks. Okay.
Don't ask Roland to perceive things.
If that is what they call excavation, this is not going to go well for them.
Johnny translates Lizzie's question to the goblins.
They said there was treasure. Funk says, and Mug says, yeah, there was treasure. It was. I don't remember what they said it was, but it was shiny, and it was really valuable, and it was something that everyone wants. And Hug says, you're talking about treasure. That's what treasure means. Oh, yeah. Well, that. Yeah, there was treasure. I don't know where though.
And which way did the giants go?
And they point a trembling finger back at the rubble-covered passageway. And Johnny, now I would like you to make a perception check, and you can do this at +2 because they're literally pointing at the spot.
+2 over my regular bonus?
Correct, that's right. So over your regular bonus, you get an additional +2 because they're literally like, it's right there, type of thing.
Oh, wow!
Wow. You're like, what? You're like, it's rocks. What? I don't know. Igathish, are you smelling something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I ask where and from what?
No, just seeing if there's any sense that he can pick up the direction and what he's smelling.
There is. I would like you to make a perception check, please.
Oh, no.
I think I'm gonna
Save
have
me
you...
from that natty 1.
That's right. Everyone's doing things that gives them a chance to get these perception checks. So.
19.
Yeah, you smell, Igathish, coming from the eastern passageway. You smell so bad. No. Igathish, you smell the smell of almost certainly hill giant. And as you look over, as the dust is now settled, you think you see 2 rather large feet poking out from underneath the rocks in the eastern corridor.
This
Like-
eastern corridor?
That's correct. The ones
Horizontally feet?
that, yes, like feet is in
So
sticking up
Wicked
and
Witch
down.
of the West style?
That's exactly right. Bingo.
So he'll wander over and be like,
Does anybody need any giant toenails?
And the goblins kind of nod a little bit.
You
Hey,
do?
what's up? It's Log. Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. Good to see you as always.
If you need giant toenails, why didn't you take them while you were in here?
And they kind of, shiver a little bit and don't respond.
I'm sorry, Kat. What are you talking about?
These feet. There's like 4 meters of feet here.
Now that they've been pointed out to us, do we see the feet?
Yes, I would say so. They do blend in with the rocks a bit.
Well, if they were the ones that were doing the kidnapping, that's probably one fewer giant to have to deal with.
Mother Nature pulled a righteous one on him. Fantastic.
She does that.
Roland, now that you're back over there, and I would say Ikithish can do this too, please make investigation checks for me, please. Roland and Ikithish, while you're over there. As Roland, you're like, why didn't I see that?
Is it investigation?
Yes, please. And also, hi, Classicor. Hello to Satisfied Viewer. Hello, everyone who stopped in. We are only 390 away from our system switch, so please support the Kickstarter and let people know we are making great progress in this Kickstarter.
That's a 9 for Roland.
My father once ran into a giant. His name was Brogath.
Ikithish, when you Roland, you don't totally see this exactly. Something's weird about this tunnel, but Ikithish, you think you note that it looks like the integrity of the tunnel, so there's definitely rocks there, but you see as you're looking at it a couple of rocks which seem to have been, if you're not mistaken, you think you see what looks like almost a rope kind of laced among the rocks. In other words, you have a feeling that this actually was a trap, not just a natural cave-in.
Roland, have you ever seen a giant floss his teeth? How big is their floss?
No, I have not. Not a lot of giants stomping around in Waterdeep, at least the districts I worked in.
All right, so that is probably not a giant dental floss.
No, I would guess probably not. So if that hit them, then either there was a schism in the giant group, possible, not necessarily super.
He kind of recoils like, oh!
Not necessarily super possible, just, thinking the angles. Or if they were trying to excavate here, that could have been left by the people that preceded them. The people who set the cache to begin with, right?
Oh, schism. I thought you said something naughty. Sorry. Hang on, let me catch up. Right, got it. Okay. Maybe?
So, Johnny, do we think our goblin hosts are gonna want to leave or help us free the others? Like, no need to fight them. Like, we came here, you did a good job talking to them.
I mean,
and
Roland, these little guys are pretty stressed out. I'm gonna ask them, but don't get your hopes up for getting a guide out of them. They've been through a lot today.
Right, like you said, there's casserole outside. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
If they just want to chill.
And Johnny turns back to the goblins and says, "Hey, now, I'm not much of an adventurer. I can't make you any promises, but I'm gonna try and help your friends out of this situation. If any of you want to come with us as guides, since you know these caves better than we do, that'd be real helpful. But I know you've had a rough one. There's leftover nacho casserole outside the door if you just want to sit and wait.
And they all
it's okay if you need to sit and wait."
And they all look at each other, and then Flug says, did you say like nacho casserole?
Yep. Pretty good stuff if I say so myself. Bomb.com tasty.
So Flug sort of looks at the others, and then
I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Is nacho casserole the same in all languages?
I think it is. I think it was brought to Goblin as a loan word, so this is the only part of the conversation
Right.
any of you understand.
Right. So you're just nacho casserole.
Exactly. So when Icathish hears that and he figures that she's like motioning and trying to say that it's really good, he kind of picks up on that. And when she's saying, and he hears the goblins like nacho casserole, he just goes and smiles. But of course, he's just it's
Right. So because you're behind them, right, and they all get up and book it. Now, technically, Lizzie, you could attack them as they went by because they're paying no attention. I assume you're not going to do that, but
No.
So it's basically just like waves. You're just sitting there as like as they're racing past you to the exit. And they get to the exit and they get out of the exit. And there's just sort of this chattering, Nacho, as they're like running away from the cave.
So, considering that apparently other treasure hunters are already here, do we want to move on to the next cache?
You can move on to the next cache. I'm gonna go try and help those people. Those kidnapped people.
We know they're down one giant. At least, presuming there's not another one covered up in there.
How many giants were there to begin with?
2.
Well,
A of all, I like our odds if we go in as a party. And if it sweetens the deal for you any, when you rescue people from being kidnapped by giants, they do get real grateful, and sometimes they like to express that with gold and valuable trinkets.
goblins
Does that motivate
very
you to do
rarely-
the right thing?
Goblins very rarely express anything in gold. But still, maybe the others do.
There were humans, there were tabaxi, there were elves, there were dwarves. Sounds like they kidnapped just a mixed bag. They just emptied out the tavern or something.
Opportunity kidnappers.
All right. Given what we've heard, do we want to switch and start doing things the quiet way?
Have we not been?
I don't know if yelling soups up into an unknown cave is the quiet way where you come from, but it's not where I come from.
That's true. Well, I have and he pulls the hardtack out of his ears, and he's like, I didn't notice. Sorry. Sure. I guess we could do it a quieter way.
How quiet do you think we can clear that rubble?
Well, isn't there a southern pathway?
Could go that way.
I don't like our odds of not getting crushed going that other way.
I don't think the giant's going to care. Oh, you mean by more falling rocks?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's play it safe.
Now, Roland, when you get close to the southern passageway, you suddenly hear a scurrying sound and some high-pitched squeaking echo. And you look, expecting to see rats or some other vermin swarming toward you. But as you look back, and Johnny, you hear, "Take them all at once, charge!" And you see an angry-looking swarm of goblins who are no larger than mice. Their tiny scimitars and shields seem almost comical at first until you realize just how many of them there are that are charging at you. And then the lanterns all go out simultaneously. And now I would like us all to roll initiative, please.
I don't care.
That's true. You probably won't. So let's get a little combat music. The battle against the mouse goblin was not something you were expecting to get in your bingo card today,
Don't
Chet, were you?
forget to touch yourself. And when I say that, what I mean is when you're going to roll, well, we're not beginning clicking on our initiative because we don't have character sheets. So
Yeah, that's right.
how are we going to get them into the turn track?
I will add them. I can add them manually.
Okay.
Okay. So. Yeah, we're smurfed. Exactly. Okay. So. All right. That wasn't what I needed. I needed to do. That's what I needed. Add turn. And add turn. And add turn. And add turn. Lovely. Okay. Let's see. For Roland, we have a. Is that a 9? I see. Nope. I'm way too far up. That's a 14. I see.
14.
Okay. Let's see. Icathish looks like a 16. I see that. Let's see. Johnny. What do we got, Johnny? A 17?
17.
Okay. And let's see. Lizzie, how about you?
4.
A 4.
I'm old. Doesn't.
You're still stunned from the goblins running past you, right? Like, I assume.
I'm just conserving energy.
Yeah, no, of course. For the moment of truth. Okay. Let's see. And 16 and 14. Okay. Now I wonder what this goblin swarm is going to be getting. Put my dice roller here.
Did you say goblin shawarma?
I just had chicken shawarma yesterday. It is delicious. Okay. All right. So
We just finished watching the last episode of Miss Marvel last night.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm still looking forward to that. I haven't watched it yet.
It's very good.
I watched the other episodes and just love them. So yeah.
Just make sure you stick around for the credit sequence.
Okay, we'll do it.
All right. And that. All right. So, Icathish, what is your raw dexterity score?
It's a great question. Give me a second to look over at the thing. 10.
10. Okay. All right. It looks like, and I will put a swarm up on the map for us to look at. I'm sorry to say that I do not happen to have a goblin swarm, mini goblin swarm available. I'm, sorry that was not available in my my combination of monster creatures that I have from Roll20. But instead, I will provide just a basic swarm, and I do have many of those. So first to act is going to be Johnny, and these creatures are swarming out of the. Let's see. I have swarm of spiders, swarm of bats. Let's make it a swarm of
Rats.
Yes, agreed.
Since they are mice-sized.
Okay.
At
Okay,
this
there we go.
point,
So what do you want to do?
Johnny Garlic is still kneeling on the ground, like kneeling on his heels on the ground, with the bag of fantasy Doritos spread out before him.
Okay.
He's going to grab the edges of what was the bag and flip those Doritos into the swarm to find out if these goblins are sufficiently food motivated to be distracted by it.
Okay. Well, so to do that, you're going to need to get over from where you are. You're probably about 25 feet to the entrance. So I would say if you are, the squares, by the way, don't completely work scale-wise.
I was going to say.
No, yeah, it doesn't
yeah.
work scale-wise. It doesn't work scale-wise. So I would say you're about probably 30, 35 feet maybe from Roland. So if you want to run over there, Lizzie, and then basically not Lizzie, Johnny, and then just chuck the Doritos into them, that would certainly operate. That would work.
Yes, I would like to run and chuck.
Okay. I'm going to have you come. Go ahead and move your token where you want. I don't know if you want to be like here next to Roland, possibly.
Yeah, that's a sensible place to be.
Okay. And I'm going to have you make, let's see. It's an improvised weapon. I'm going to have you make basically a dexterity check. I know you're not moving to attack. You're just trying to see about the food. So let me just have you make a basic dexterity check here. And we'll see how well you do. Yeah, Johnny carries bags of nachos instead of caltropes. Yeah,
Plus
totally.
1.
Still triangular.
Plus 1 modifier. What's a 10 get me?
I would say that's probably good enough. You do have a number of Doritos. So, Roland, you have the strange experience of seeing suddenly a bunch of orange flaked chips sort of fall in front of the goblins. And so you throw them, and a couple of them, you're like, I'm going to see if this is food. And a couple of them are like, huh! And they're like hit by the nacho and fall back into the other one. There's a big moment of, picture the Return of the King film charge of the Rohirrim, where they're just getting knocked backwards by the nachos, right? And a couple of others, one or two of them do stop and kind of like look down, and it looks like they might be looking to nibble, but it seems like most of them are just kind of panicked. Something behind them that you can't make out, you don't see it, it may be from way back in the cavern, seems to be driving these creatures forward, if you had to guess, Johnny.
Johnny yells, "Fight to stun!" I don't think they want to be acting like this.
Cannot wait for fighting to stun this worm. So, okay. Now they are going to get to act. And they shriek away. Now, these are, in fact, swarm creatures. They are very susceptible to area of effect attacks. We will see whether they are also susceptible to area of effect stuns. We will find that out in a moment. But they are going to attack you with tiny scimitars. And Roland, since you're right in front of them, they're going to try to focus their attention as a bunch of these, come in at you to attack. So that looks like it is going to be looks like a 20. Not natural.
Strangely, a 20 hits me as a level 1 rogue.
Stunningly, I know. One could never have expected. Okay, so you feel several cut marks. You are going to take 3 points of damage as these things slash at your ankles.
All right. That is in 4E terms, I would be almost bloodied.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And they are also, as you know, swarms can occupy the same space. So they're not occupying your space, but they're right next to you, Roland, like none of them are trying to swarm up your ankles, but they're all like, attack, type of thing, as they do this. Okay, Ikathish, you are up next. You see a bunch of, not rats, but goblins with scimitars, mini ones.
So Ikathish looks very worried all of a sudden, like it has suddenly become real for him. And he knows that combat is imminent, and he's not sure what to do. And so can he get over here?
Yes, I would say. Where are you? Yes, definitely. That's about 20 feet.
Okay, so he's going to get in here, and on his way over, he is going to bonus action cast Shillelagh on his weapon. The problem is, his weapon is a scimitar. Shillelagh only works on wooden weapons. But he's only just figuring this out. Okay. So he casts Shillelagh on his scimitar and then tries to take a swipe at the thing, and it only does scimitar damage.
Okay.
So he's basically like, we'll stun the survivors! And he is going to swing with his scimitar, which is +2.
Also, we are up to 21,673. Thank you for the next couple of backers who jumped up. Let's keep it going. Thank you. Only
4. That plays perfectly into what happened.
Yeah, so you kind of clean miss over these things. And it doesn't have the effect that you were hoping for, Ikathish. Like, it just kind of slashes. One of them actually blocks you with a nacho. And, kind of wards you off.
Mm-hmm. And he's just like, looks at his scimitar and like, what's wrong with you? And he's just like, and since they're the size of mice and he's a cat, he just kind of goes at them with no other idea of what to do with himself.
Okay. They do seem appropriately freaked out. Roland, you're up next. Now, there is one problem for you, Roland. This didn't apply to Johnny because Johnny was just throwing a bunch of Doritos. But this might apply to you, and that is that it's dark here. and actually no, I'm sorry, that doesn't affect you because you have night vision. Never mind. Forget I said anything. That will affect Lizzie though when we get there, and Johnny could affect you if you do more than just throw bags of Doritos on creatures. So I'm letting you know it is pretty dark unless you think of a way to deal with that. But at the moment, Roland, doesn't affect you. So you've just got this swarm of goblins slashing away at your ankles.
Okay. I'm going to take a 5-foot step, or I guess I'm going to step or walk around the swarm to be then flanking with Ichthys.
Okay.
And take my rapier and try to basically slap the tiny goblins with the flat of the blade to do a non-lethal attack.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's see. Do I get on a swarm? Would I get advantage for flanking?
Yes, I will give you advantage on this.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to roll 2d20. Both of them are 9s. My attack bonus is +5. So that's a
Bless you.
That's a 14.
Okay. Yep, that will definitely hit.
Okay. And sneak attack damage at level 1 is +1d6. So I'm going to do 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 3.
All right.
Can I do 1d8 and 1d6 in the same command?
I think you can. So yeah, I think
We'll find out.
Yeah, exactly.
Nope.
Fail.
So that's it's at least 8.
Right.
You might have to make it 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 3.
So that's going to be 14 damage with my sneak attack.
Okay. Now that doesn't do quite as much as you would have expected, but it does unquestionably damage them. And you can see a few of them are kind of smacked and then lie motionless on the floor.
Okay. And then I can take a bonus offhand attack with a light weapon because I've got a dagger. And I think with that, Roland flips the dagger so that it's the pommel is out and is trying to like bludgeon the enemies.
It's awesome. I am all about it. Let's see you do that. I love the image of you just like whap, 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 like whack-a-mole.
So that's a 20 on one of them.
So I do this as max damage. So so for your so you do max that you.
So a dagger, if dagger counts as a light weapon, and I get to add my dex bonus on melee, then that would be 7. If not, then it would be just 5.
Okay, so right, so total of 5. You're saying?
Yeah, because I don't remember if you can use dexterity instead of strength for damage on a dagger.
Yeah, for finesse, 1 to damage. I don't think when we're doing it this way. So we're looking at 5, which they also don't do as much. However, they are substantially reduced in number, at least the moving ones are. Also, yeah, just to be clear, I realize this was in Zoom chat. No, Lizzie's lantern does not go out, just the ones that are around the room. So that that the lanterns around the room may have been set to do something like that. Okay, Roland, are you going to stay where you are then?
I had moved before attacking, so I'm going to stay there.
Okay. All right. In that case, right, because of the flank. Okay, so in that case, that'll bring us to Lizzie. And you can see some stuff is going down, Lizzie. With your lantern, you can see what you're pretty sure that you think you haven't lost it. You think you saw a bunch of mini mice goblins just now. And that apparently is what Roland is trying to slap and hit along with Johnny and Ichthys.
Well, my eyes aren't as good as they were, but Johnny also shouted out to stun them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go and kick the little goblins in the hopes that they might like hit the walls or something and be stunned.
Okay. So go ahead and move over there.
Using my cane for balance and just kick, and see, maybe it happens. Okay.
Okay.
Yep, I moved.
Okay. All right, go ahead and make your stun attack.
Okay. 13.
Okay. 13 will hit.
Okay. Oh, wait, misclicked. Just one moment. There we go. 4.
Okay, and this is bludgeoning damage, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
bludgeoning damage.
Okay,
It's
so again,
unarmed strike bludgeoning.
right. So it does not boot to the head, exactly, Aaron. It does not do, again, as much damage as you thought, but this swarm is much reduced. And as we get to the top of the round, we are back up to Johnny. You see a number of them now are unconscious on the ground, Johnny.
Mm-hmm. One of the effects that I can do with thaumaturgy is cause harmless tremors in the ground. Now, that's harmless to a creature my size. Will it knock these little goblins off their feet and onto their tiny asses?
It will, it might damage them, theoretically.
Damn
Especially the unconscious ones.
Yeah.
Drat, okay. In that case, we will use a different effect of thaumaturgy. Your voice booms up to 3 times as loud as normal for 1 minute.
Okay.
So there's one of my cantrips.
Okay.
And Johnny Garlic will, in Goblin, try to convince the Horde to calm the fuck down.
Nice.
Okay.
Because we all know that when a man screams at you to relax, certainly that's effective.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you calm down? Yeah. Okay. So
Johnny,
yeah.
just
Please tell me,
announces-
please.
Let's all just chill out for a little while.
Chill was exactly the word I was going to call for.
So it just echoes. He said, "We have to remain calm." So they're like, like they are now freaked out. Half of them are bumping into each other, falling over nachos. Like, this does not seem to have had quite the effect you had hoped for, Johnny.
It's like the meme of why can't you be normal?
I have this image of Roland looking down as you say that, and the goblins like redouble their efforts on Roland having done that, just like, quick, do it now. You hear Johnny them being like, kill them quick. Actually, much higher. Kill them quick. You know, in Goblin. So Roland, this one that attacks you is a 13.
13 is insufficient.
All right. So you managed to like dodge out of the way, perhaps because the swarm has also been reduced in size and number. Okay. And that's going to bring us into Ikathish. You are now, as it happens, flanking, attempting to non-lethally subdue a mini horde of mice goblins. I just want to be clear, we all know where we're at as we get started here.
So he's still upset at his scimitar for not working.
Yeah.
And he's just going to he's just and he's just sweeping the flat of it across back and forth and just a couple of the dudes.
Okay.
So that'll be once and twice. So 21.
Okay. Oh. I have the incredible, amazing Zach Clay has just showed up to tell me that I need to refresh the Kickstarter. Come on, Kickstarter page. Come on, Kickstarter page.
21,838.
There we go. 21,838. All right, thank you. I was like, what the heck? I couldn't see. 21,838. Nice work, everybody. So we are only $162 away from that system switch. We are making great progress. Thank you. Thanks also. Thanks for letting me know, Zach. Good stuff. Okay. You will see Zach later on today, and you will also see the Rising Tides, and you will also see the kids are asleep. I saw them all in chat watching, so they will be here as well. Okay, so that is going to hit for sure, Ikathish. Nope, they can't tell them the next system yet. Although I'm tempted because you think it would be an incentive? Okay. The next system, go ahead and roll your damage. I'm sorry, Trent. We're doing this.
I'm figuring out how.
Okay. The next system is the Warren. So these people, the system is going to be switched to a game about rabbits. No, I gave him the name. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm coordinating 7 things at once. Sorry. Many rabbits, right, Rising Ties? Or should I say rabbit eye? No, I promise I won't do that. Brandon was so angry at me last night because I kept saying that everything plural has an I at the end of it. And he was just like, Arv, no, please God. Okay, so 6 damage. And this is slashing, theoretically, right? Even though you want it not to be, or...
Remember, he turned his blades that was side on.
Oh, right, he did do that, okay. So that's still not as much, but it has made the swarm. The swarm is clearly very much on its last legs, quite hurt and reduced in power and all that kind of stuff.
And he basically says, the more you do this, the more you cover yourself in Dorito dust. Starts making kind of chompy motions with his teeth.
I like that everyone's method of calming them down is Ikathish's cat stuff and Johnny being like, everyone be quiet,
If they weren't the size of mice, he wouldn't be doing
No, this would work perfectly, right. Okay, good work, Ikathish. Are you staying where you are? Moving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's going to lead us then to Roland. Roland, this group looks to be not a lot of power left.
All right, so Roland is kind of squatting down, still dodging away, and gonna fly swatter slash flat blade through the group again.
Okay. Go ahead and make that attack. Also hi to Right Teach Play. Hello, Carlos.
So that is going to be a 19.
That is a 100% a hit.
Okay. So I'm just going to roll 1d8 and then 1d6. So that is a total of 6 damage before any resistance.
Okay. Yeah, they will take some damage there, but there's very few now moving. They look quite on the edge of being more or less incapacitated. There are just a few left now who are attempting to be defiant.
Yeah. So offhand attack is a 12.
That will also hit.
Okay.
AC of a goblin swarm, not so good.
For 4 damage.
Okay. That is enough. So they kind of and one remaining one sort of charges you, Roland, Dorito facing outwards, like holding it like and you just kind of and they fall to the ground.
If they're charging Dorito first, can I flick the Dorito up and chomp it?
Like while also knocking them out?
Yeah.
So very slick, yeah, good. You know what? Make a dexterity check for me just because it's funny.
Only when it's funny.
I really want this to work. No,
we actually could have played a cartoon
man.
Maybe I flick it up and it pokes me in the nose.
Right. The opening of it looks incredibly slick, right? You just knock it over and it's like flying in the air and then doink. So that doesn't quite work. The good news though is that you now have a bunch of unconscious goblins, mini goblins that are actually lying there on the ground.
Johnny Garlic is kneeling down again in the dim light of Lizzie's hooded lantern, taking tiny pulses, just checking on them. Because Johnny Garlic does have medicine proficiency. Can we see at this point what was propelling them?
Are you just looking into the corridor to see, Johnny?
Yeah, for now, that's sort of the best we can do. I don't have any of the sense good and evil spells.
So, right. Let's have you make a perception check for me then. I'm going to say this is at -2, though. This is going to be kind of hard to see for light and many other reasons.
But she's got the lantern.
No, I know. But it's not...
My regular bonus is +4, so -2 gives that a +2.
Yeah, the negative isn't because it's the light. It's because of...
Oof.
Yeah. You can't, but you don't, not exactly, but you do notice something else, Johnny, which is weird, which is that as you're taking these little pulses, like you start with just, your fingers just trying to take the pulse, but then you notice that it's harder to hold and then it's getting larger. And then you realize that the pulse of one of the goblins you're taking, the goblin is becoming normal goblin size. And as you're looking at this, many of the others are also now starting to become normal goblin size. All still unconscious, of course. So all of you are going to have to step out of the way because there's a pile of bodies that is sort of gathering up now.
Yeah, we're going to start needing to move those. So Johnny begins, like, shifting, embiggening goblin bodies to lay them around the cavern
Okay.
more conveniently. And also so that they don't get stepped on in the middle of the room or something.
Indeed. And to be clear, I am not going to put, 50 plus goblins around the room. So you'll have
Aw.
to theater of the mind it for this one, people.
Let's hope that if they wake up, they would rather leave than come after us. 50 full-size goblins would be a lot more difficult. Also, I have approximately 30 lacerations on my ankle.
Oh, sorry, bro. Hey, buddy.
Well, like making sure that they're not dead, totally get it. But I'm not the sturdiest. I mostly try to win fights before they can get to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're not far gone enough for spare the dying, but yeah, I'll cast a cure wounds on him.
Okay. Seems
Oh
reasonable.
god, it's been years since I've used cure wounds. What do I roll?
I think Cure Wounds is
1d8.
1d8, right?
Thank
Yeah.
you. Wait, 1d8 plus what?
Plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh, this is Mike's lucky day. Because that is a 1d8 plus 4.
Nice.
Oh, that's a 9.
Overheal.
You are in robust good health, Roland.
So all the wounds disappear, and like Roland's skin looks nicer, and like hair is now like,
Noticeably glossier.
perfectly elven, like mid part.
Suddenly Legolas is what you're saying. Suddenly Orlando Bloom.
Right, because I can't get temporary hit points, but
Right.
yeah.
You've just been through a hell of a wellness session. Yes.
Thank you. That's, when you get like a really, really small cut
No.
and it's really annoying.
Oh, yes.
But then if there were like 30 of them, not great. Very uncomfortable. Thank you, Johnny.
No problem, friend.
So
What do you think, team? Do
go
we
down there?
wake someone up and interrogate them, or do we just keep moving?
Maybe we should alert the goblins outside that we already rescued the other goblins.
Yeah, because they're probably going to have an easier time convincing the group here to not like jump us.
And
Fair.
And that they're too big for me to eat now.
Johnny goes to the door and yells, "Flug? Hey, Flug. I think we might have found some of your friends. You want to take a look?"
And so you say that you go back out to the cave entrance. I assume to say that. Okay. So you say this, and you can see from the entrance that they have the once proud pot of nacho casserole is now just tipped over, and there are just a bunch of what seems to be left is just a bunch of like kind of like scattered nachos in here, but there does seem to be a piece of paper and there's a dagger through it that's right in like your campsite, so like holding the paper to the ground.
Ah, fuck. Johnny Garlic retrieves the paper and the dagger, because I'm not going to say no to a free knife.
Free dagger,
Right,
yeah.
sure, absolutely. It says on the paper, in very crudely written Goblin, and you know that Goblin doesn't actually usually have any writing associated with it, but it clearly is an attempt to translate over, and it basically says thank, and then there's a very rough drawing of what you assume is meant to be a goblin with an arrow and pointing, and the goblin seems to be running off of the paper.
Oh no. Oh no, I got our little buddies in trouble. Oh
You get the
Are we
impression this
talking
might
about
be
the
from the
arrow-
goblin, Johnny, actually, you think, maybe.
Is it like an arrow pointing in like a directional arrow or the weapon arrow?
It's just like the goblin is an arrow. No, it's a directional arrow, like from the
Oh,
goblin.
oh,
Yeah, not
oh,
an
God.
arrow, not that kind of arrow. Sorry, the directional arrow. Yes.
Okay. Well, I am assuming that they must have heard the sounds of combat, and if so, bailing out is a fair bet. I come back to the party and report that Flug will not be identifying these 50 mystery goblins for us.
Well, that's
Why not?
They ate and ran.
Oh well, you cannot rely on anybody, can you?
I don't imagine they left a tip for good service.
It's fine. They enjoyed it.
Well,
Oh well. Well then.
So, what do we do with these guys?
I think we're going to have to leave them to wake up on their own.
And if they come up behind us?
They seem to be running away. I don't think they want to run in again.
But if they come up behind us?
Then we spec them. Or we cook for them, or whatever the other option is.
well,
I've done the stun thing once. I'm not doing it again. They come up and attack us again. I'm done. I don't mean kill me. That's not what I'm saying. Let me make sure that you understand that. There was one of my father's best friends. His name was Grumdeer, and he always getting stabbed and poked and cut and by things. It was just funny, but horrible. Just yeah.
For letting us know.
yeah, let's get moving. I can sneak ahead a little bit and see what I can see.
Okay. So Roland, you're going to stealth along, so to speak.
I would like to stealth. It's the thing I'm actually good at.
Please make a stealth check for me. Also, Hive to Live suing at everyone who's come in. We are only $162 away from a system switch, chat. Let's
That is
keep that
a
going.
dirty 20 on stealth.
Very nice.
Ooh,
so
very
just
nice.
Roland silently moves into the passageway.
They don't hear me rolling.
They hate him.
It's apparent that your 20's dirty. Okay, so, all right. So you come to about, I would say here-ish, when the passageway goes here. And like the other cavern before, this is lit with lanterns. And this one, again, the lanterns are on the ground, and they do indeed seem to be lit and burning. And you can see that this opens up into another cavern, although a smaller one than the previous one. Okay. To the north at the end of the corridor, so basically right over here, is, I don't want to spoil it, you see a small creature dressed in ratty furs facing this stone chest. And I'm going to, chat, I'm going to make it so you can see it. I'm sorry, the picture is not on, so give me a second. Just one moment. How do you know you've been watching too much British political coverage? You use terms like not on with things. Okay. Right. So, there we go. So, you see a small creature in ratty furs that is facing this stone chest, and it's wielding a club. and he's standing in front of this stone chest that is even with his eyes. So he's not particularly large.
Or the chest
Does
is.
that could theoretically that creature be a, I don't know, giant shrunk to proportionately mouse size for a giant?
It's certainly conceivable. And you can hear kind of an angry rumbling from his direction, but it's too faint to hear it clearly. And then there is a yappy growl that you hear coming from here. You can't see it, you can just hear it. And the creature, this creature here, turns. It has the countenance of a terrible hill giant, but it's about the stature of a goblin. And it shrieks in fury, "Slayer Mighty the Giant will tear you apart and feed you to Blood Drinker!" And he charges toward you. Now, I will give you a chance to take an action before I ask for initiative, but he runs towards you at top goblin-sized speed.
So I'm going to ask out of character to my dear friends who spend more time in Faerun than I, what would be an appropriate deity, saint, or other being that Roland might say, for F's sake, equivalent in this world?
Lathander.
Like, okay.
Malar.
Yeah.
For Balar's sake, get in here. Roland shouts back through the tunnel, and then kind of sets to ready to fight.
As soon as what the hell's my character's name? As soon as Ichthys hears that, he kind of looks back at the other two, like, hear that? He's teaming up with another group.
Like to be ordered around, but I also don't like to be last.
So I will allow you folks to sort of join up, and then we're going to talk about some initiative here. If you're all, assuming you're all doing that, Johnny, it's up to you. Ichthys, you don't, and Lizzie, you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not going to get Roland in trouble alone.
And since Roland and Ichthys can, since we both have dark vision, I figured we would be bookending the group because we can see without the lantern.
Okay. Well, there actually are lanterns that are lit inside this cavern.
Sure.
So.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
All right. Arinth asks the very interesting question, if you knock this guy out, will he get big inside the cave, and is that a problem? That's a problem for future party. Current party, though, I would like to roll some initiative, please, as we fire up a little bit of our combat music here.
No.
That's an 8.
Okay.
10 for Roland.
All right.
Still a 16.
Very consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny with the 8. And Lizzie, how about you?
It's a 3.
Lizzie has been definitely so not appearing in this picture. Okay. In the distance. All right. Let's see how the mini giant, which of course I completely happen to have statted out here. Let's see how they do. Yes, indeed. Okay, so okay. All right. Let's see. Oh wait, I was almost using your old. Can't do that. Can't get there from here. Okay. I need to not use the 17 from the last round for Johnny. Okay. And Lizzie with the 3. Right. Okay. So, given that scenario, the first to act is going to be Ichthys. So, Ichthys, you are up first.
And how far away is the giant from me?
I would say the giant is probably about 10, 15, 20. It's probably actually a good 40 feet, I would say, charging at you.
Good. Very good. So, look at this. He's very tall, but he's also very, very skinny.
Okay.
And so he's kind of, just working his way through the group in the tunnel. Excuse me, pardon me. And as he finally gets over here, he then uses his, because he's a Jabaxi, his feline agility to run all the way up here.
Ooh, nice. The giants.
And he's
Okay,
just,
yeah.
just swinging through with his
All right.
scimitar.
Let's see how that works out.
Well, at least he's not casting Shillelagh on it this time.
Yes, that's true.
He's
Has learned the
from
lesson.
that. Yeah. So it would be a 1d20 plus 2. 19.
Yes, we'll absolutely hit.
And this will be a 1d6.
The giant known as Slayer Mighty.
That'll be 6 points
Okay.
of slashing damage.
All right. And so that hits. Slayer Mighty takes all of it and looks very... Probably the way to put this would be not only angry, but also shocked. Like, is sort of stunned that pain has just happened. Like,
And the person he's fighting is taller than him.
yes, the whole thing is very bizarre. And since Slayer Mighty goes next, that actually fits. So Slayer Mighty, go ahead.
Before that happens, it's like, you should sit down.
And Slayer Mighty's like, I will destroy you and feed you to Blood Drinker. And attacks twice with his great club, such as it is. Now, I will say that he's not a mouse-sized giant; he's a goblin-sized giant. So, it's not a great club, but it definitely is a club.
It's a
Like an above-average club.
It's
Exactly.
it's a decent club. It's a mech club. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So let's see. That is going to be we got a 23 and a 12.
Hit.
Miss hit, yeah, very funny.
The 12 misses, the 23 hits.
Okay. So let's see what we got on the damage side. Still hits, relatively hard because it's just a decent sized club. So you're going to take 4 points of damage from that, Icathish, as you are. And again, he seems slightly confused, like he's expecting you to go flying across the cavern, and instead you're just like, you got hit, but you're like, okay. He seems a little stunned by this, and he says, "Why do you not fall?" And then he roars a challenge, and he says, "Come forth!" And as you look behind, as you sort of cast a quick glance over your shoulder, Icathish, you see what looks like a mini bear. It's half the size of a bear cub, and it comes walking over, and you can see that it's got a collar that you think says something in giant. You can't read what it is. And is kind of and is trying to bop you in the back of the leg, completely ineffectually, just bop, bop. And Slayer Mighty is, "Use your power!"
Okay.
Bop, bop. It's just having very little effect on anything. Okay, that's going to lead us to Roland. Yeah, Paddington, more or less.
I have a move of 35. Will that get me to the other side of the giant?
It will not get you the other side of the giant. It might get you you're probably actually is about 10 feet away from the giant, 5 to 10 feet away from the giant.
Okay. So if I double my move, then I can get past them.
Then yes.
All right. So I want to do this for flavor, because if I have to roll dice, first level D&D dictates that I will hurt myself.
Okay.
So I'm going to run and then basically slide on the cave floor past this enemy so that I can get to the other side and do a full flank. Just because that looks more interesting than just
Right. So as you run by the bear cub, it's kind of like bonk, but doesn't hit you, just sort of puts a paw down ineffectually as you go sliding by, and you're now on the other side of this creature, and will not be able to act yet, but will be able to soon. Okay, Johnny, you are up next, and there's some shenanigans going on.
Okay, sorry, did you say that each of these squares is 5 feet? I'm trying to math out how I can get into a 30-foot range.
Yeah, the scale is not quite right on this map, I'm afraid. I would say basically 2 of those. So 5, 10.
Where on this map would my 30 feet of movement get me into this room?
35 feet would get you right around here. Oops, sorry. Would get you right around here-ish.
Okay.
Like that. About 10 feet
Then
away.
if I'm around here, I'm within 30 feet of that guy.
Yes, that's true.
Great. I'm going to move myself over there. And now I am going to cast Thaumaturgy.
Okay. I love
You
it.
create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice within range, such as a rumble of thunder, the cry of a raven, or ominous whispers. And I am going to create the sound of a cave-in directly behind the giant's head and ears.
Okay.
Because when you are committed to a life of as much nonviolence as is feasibly possible in a fantasy realm, you start just going for it with the psychological warfare.
Okay. So, let's see. He hears that. Let's see if he's affected by that. Yeah, no. He sort of hears for a moment, and then he just looks forward and is like, I will rule all of giant kind soon. I will be the king and drink your blood. Echoes a little bit. Blood. He seems absolutely uninterested, and mostly just, you think, kind of bloodlust driven or anger driven. Johnny does not seem to be affected by that, even though I love that idea.
I can't change the sound until my next turn, right?
Right. But you can switch it up next turn. Yeah, he seems like whatever. He seems focused on you folks. Yeah. Good idea, though. You moved up to close. Okay, so you did what you did. Okay, so that's going to lead us to Lizzie, and then Ikathish is going to be on deck. Lizzie, what would you like to do?
Well, I have a movement of 30 feet, so I cannot reach neither the tiny bear nor the tiny giant, right?
That is correct. The bear is behind Ikathish. You can get close to Johnny, but...
I'm just going to shuffle forward as far as I can.
Unless you want to double move. You could double move up to it, you just can't attack, but...
That seems to be a lot of hassle, but maybe it's worth it. Okay, I'm going to move next to Cat.
Okay, so go ahead and move next to Ikathish there. All right, and that's going to bring us to the aforementioned Ikathish. So you now see Roland is behind Slayer Mighty, Lizzie is to the left of Slayer Mighty, and Ikathish, you are facing it head up.
And
Chat suggesting bagpipes could work in this situation.
So Ikathish is like brandishing the scimitar back and forth as he's like,
my father, he once was adventuring with the enemy Shade, who could stab you from 700 feet away, like this.
and he's gonna
Okay.
Slash it.
That's not where I. Yeah. There we go.
Given the accent and the sword, I assume there was going to be a hello. My name is Ikathish Harper.
No, 18.
Okay, that is a hit.
Oh, wait a minute. With advantage. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, 18.
18 will definitely hit.
And for the 1d6,
2 points of damage.
Okay. All right. Now, still seems okay. That did take all the damage. It just wasn't a lot of damage, but did take that. All right, Ikathish. Now, Slayer Mighty is going to again challenge you for supremacy, apparently. He screams that he will paint the cave walls with your blood. That is a 13.
which is exactly my armor class.
All right. And 2 13s, actually. Because 2 attacks.
Yep.
He will get... That is another 4 points of damage that he does to you there, Ikathish.
Okay.
And he screams that you must owe him fealty and, bend the knee to him and so on. And that's going to lead us to Roland, who is up next with Johnny on deck. All right, Roland, you're behind this after your cool maneuver.
Yep. So being that I'm behind the giant, I'm going to utilize rogue powers and attempt to stab for someplace especially delicate.
Okay.
So I'm going to attack with advantage. I'm going to roll 2d20, and then I'm going to add my attack bonus to the good one.
Oh,
So I rolled a 1 and a 3.
Wow.
So I get an 8
Yeah,
because this game makes lots of sense.
That's not going to do it. I'm sorry to say.
Bonus
Yep.
action dagger attack.
When Care Bears go bad.
That's an 18.
That will absolutely hit.
So now I guess I can apply my sneak attack damage to this because I didn't use it on the other one.
That's true.
So that's 3 damage plus 8 damage from the dagger.
Okay. That definitely hurt. Slayer Mighty is starting to look not so mighty within relative small terms. Okay.
So offhand is my bonus, and I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay. That's going to bring us down to Johnny with Lizzie on deck. Johnny, what would you like to do?
I'm going to change the effect of thaumaturgy. Now the voice there's a voice right in the giant's ears. And that voice is sternly saying, in common, now that we've heard the giant speak common,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very disappointed in your behavior here today.
Okay. So that says that. All of you hear that it says that in common. And Slayer Mighty sort of pauses and then, you will be, I am the king of all giants, and seems like thoroughly confused and upset, although not more upset than before, just the same amount of upset.
The voice continues being just upsettingly parental at him.
Okay.
Ooh.
Someone's very disappointed in Slayer Giant. And they're making sure they know that he is being disapproved of.
Right. Do we get any of like the "this hurts me more than it hurts you" type of stuff? Like
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Okay, good.
I just watched Kung Fu Hustle for the first time the other day. Watching the landlady going through scolding everybody. That's kind of giving me
Yes,
that vibe.
I love that movie so much.
Your mother is concerned about your life choices. Yeah, exactly. It is something else. Okay, so good stuff. That voice continues to be there. And Lizzie, you are now next to the mighty mini giant, who is being lectured by the voice of his mom, apparently.
I'm gonna do 2 unarmed attacks on him.
Okay.
One is a forehand slap and then a backhand slap. And the first, while doing the first, I scream, "Sit down!" And while doing the second, I say, "And be quiet."
We, the two of us, his mother's in the room.
I was just gonna say, like, we have the mother on the shoulder, the other mother on the shoulder. Why don't you listen? I'm so disappointed.
Okay. Attack number 1 is a 7. Attack number 2 is a 9. What is wrong with me?
Miss.
Well, maybe I hit him, but I don't hurt him. Like,
You need to use a shoe.
Right.
I'm gonna do that next turn.
Why do you never call, Miss? Yeah, exactly.
What a
man.
Because I don't want to talk to you.
Why can't you be more like your brother?
He's dead. Right over there, you see his feet sticking out from under the rocks.
Come on,
Mental damage.
Doom Killer is so much better. Okay. So sadly, Mrs. Lizzie, are you going to stay where you are in terms of your position on the map? Sorry, I didn't hear that. You're muted.
Yes,
there.
I'll stand there.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it another try next.
When will you give me grandkids? Yeah, exactly. It's all like this. It could have been a doctor or a lawyer. Okay. That brings us up to Ikathish, and Slayer Mighty will be going after you, apparently.
He will be killing me after.
Well, we'll see.
No, trust me. He will be killing me after that. So, attack number 1, because more of it. And actually, he does mention, my that's not what he sounds like. My father, he fought a giant one time. His name was Blurgathagagas. And he killed me, took all of his treasure. That's exactly what we're going to do to you. So, a 19 or a 7. So we'll go with the 19.
Fair enough. That will hit.
And this will do 6 points of damage.
All right. Yeah, Slayer Mighty looks to be in big trouble now. Just, kind of panting heavily, multiple wounds. You will all pay with your lives. I assume you're staying where you are, Ikathish?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Blurga Turkamish, he was my cousin, right? It's like, he was my favorite relative. Okay. So he makes 2 attacks. He keeps hitting you with one and missing with the other. So we've got a 12 and then we've got a 21. Are the 2.
21 definitely hits. The 12 misses.
Okay. 2 points of damage, Ikathish.
Which brings him exactly to 0.
So Ikathish slumps to the ground. Slayer Mighty. Feel the wrath. Slayer Mighty says, standing over the body, and by standing over, I mean not that visible above the slumped over body of Ikathish. Roland, you were up next.
I'm going to take a 5-foot step to the side so that I am once again flanking on the diagonal.
Okay.
And then try to punish this enemy for gloating prematurely.
Okay. I love to see it. Let's make that happen. Exactly. Klatu Barada Nich.
So I got the yin and yang, the alpha and the
Nice.
omega, a 20 and a 1. So I'll take the 25 crit.
Outstanding. With your sneak damage too, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
And this is going to be, or I guess if it's maximum, is it maximum
It's
of the
maximum.
sneak attack damage?
both
Yep.
of them.
Maximum. Yep.
So that would be 17 damage.
Okay. Yeah.
8 plus 6 plus 3.
So you just wind up, and I should say that you wind up and just like hit him in the next week, like basically just bang, and your strike. He stumbles back against the wall, and then you will all pay, and falls over, and he hits the ground, and you're all looking for a moment, and then you see that he is starting to grow. Yep.
Are we out of initiative order?
Now you are.
What about the bear?
I'm
Johnny
going to come back to
Johnny
the bear.
Garlic sprints to Ikathish and uses Spare the Dying, which is a cantrip and does not burn a spell slot.
Okay.
You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points, the
Yep.
creature becomes stable.
100%. All right. So you do that successfully. Let me get that combat music turned off. So yes, now we were speaking about this bear. The bear cub comes over and sort of, and kind of like, paws at you rather ineffectually. First goes over to Roland and tries to like bop you so you're hit by this soft padded, thing. It feels nice like a massage, right? And then goes over and does the same thing to you, Ikathish, and everyone, Johnny, Lizzie. You note the collar around is actually seems to be saying something. Actually, what languages does everyone speak? I should ask. I know about the goblin, but what does everyone else speak?
Dwarvish?
Okay.
Draconic, Halfling, Elvish.
Common, deep speech, druidic, infernal, and minotaur.
Okay. So none of that is there. So it's got a collar and
course
there's
not.
something on it. There's something written on it, perhaps a name, but you can't read it.
I'm also unconscious, so
Okay. Otherwise, the creature is just sort of like, after trying to bop each of you, finally just kind of sits down boom, and just sort of sits there looking sad.
How quickly is the giant growing?
The giant has grown to that size that you now see
Okay.
and seems to have stopped.
Then I'd like to go over to Ikathish and kind of, I don't have anything in medicine, but attend to the fact that he's down.
Okay.
he's no longer bleeding out. He's just snoring at this point.
Right. But that's actually a good point. Is anyone going to attempt to heal him beyond the Spare the Dying, which is very useful, of course?
Arv, I do actually have a question because
Sure.
we are level 1 and tiny. Are you going to refill spell slots when the next group of players takes over from us?
Conceivably. It probably, as the system changes, that
Because
will
I
become not a
have-
matter.
Okay, because I have definitely been working with an eye towards conservation so that whoever inherits Johnny Garlic from me was not shafted
Yes.
to using only cantrips.
I appreciate that very much, and I'm sure they will as well. That'll be coming in.
But if you're going to give them a top-up, then I've got to cure wounds with Ikathish's name on it.
I might. I don't know yet. But I think it's
Oh.
reasonable to cure wounds anyway, given the
I think we
circumstances.
need to, yes.
Yeah. So go ahead and do that, and you can see what damage remains. Roland, what are you doing while this is happening?
If I'm confident
And Lizzie, I want to
that,
know too. Sorry, go ahead.
that Ikathish is in good hands with Johnny, I will pull out my, or sheathe my weapons and pull out my thieves' tools and start investigating the chest. So I
Okay.
want to check it for, I don't know, magical traps potentially.
Okay, and that's 5
Sorry,
points back
buddy,
to
that's
Ikathis?
just a 5.
Okay.
All right, so you're, look above you and see Johnny looking over you, a little bit of paprika just sort of drifting down.
You
Okay.
open your eyes, and the first thing you see is orange tan skin and frosted tips and a fucking puka shell necklace.
Okay.
Oh. Right, it's you. Okay.
He looks over and sees the bear and just grabs him and rolls over and curls up with him and goes to sleep again.
And the bear is like occasionally like does this and then just gives up.
Yeah.
Just helplessly just lies there. Okay, Roland, go ahead and make a thieves check for me. Lizzie, what are you doing? Make an investigation check. Actually, no, thieves tool. I can't do thieves tool roll because we don't have the character sheets in there. So yeah, then just
well,
a dexterity check then.
Yeah, I have the stats for thieves' tools.
Okay,
on
that's
my,
fine.
on my sheet. It's one of the things I should have expertise in.
Okay.
So that's a 27.
Okay.
Rogue stuff.
yeah,
I
you-
got to do rogue stuff.
You just stare at it and it falls open. Lizzie, what are you
Exactly.
doing while this is happening?
Everybody seems to be really busy, so I'll just stand back with a very close eye on the chest in case of treasure.
Okay. Sounds
You could also knit a tourniquet and then put it around Ikashith's neck. Don't do that.
I could try to rise the dead with my bagpipes. Raise, not rise.
That
sorry.
certainly would do that, I think. Okay. So, when the chest is open, and it's carved, I should say, directly into the floor of the chamber, Roland, and the stone lid, which clearly must weigh several hundred pounds, is resting against the wall next to the chest. And there are runes carved into the chest, the lid, and the floor in front of the chest. And so actually, I didn't even need to let you open it because I forgot the opening was already there. When you look inside it, though, the chest is empty, except there is a crumbled note at the bottom.
Crumbled or crumpled?
Crumbled.
It's
Bit of a difference.
Yeah, in the
well,
adventure
the
it says
note-
crumbled, but it should be crumbled.
the note was on a piece of akasha, so Johnny's going to have to
Yeah,
re-
crumpled, not crumbled.
Right.
Talk to the adventure people.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
crumpled.
written on lembas spread, just same way. Just anyway.
Ooh, a crumpet.
So I think
delicious.
Roland will kind of poke the note with a dagger
Okay.
and like lift it out to show to the group and like, I feel like someone may be punking us.
Also, hi to Norse Foundry, which has just come in. Norse Foundry, of course, is doing the coin that is part of this Kickstarter. And we are, remember, chat, $162 away. I would love to get these people into their next system if we can, because they're going to be leaving us shortly because their time slot is almost over. But welcome, Norse Foundry. And don't forget, folks, to support the Kickstarter so we can keep moving forward. We are not funded yet. Okay. So you say the thing about the being punked and holding the note out.
Yeah, and then I'll like, I'm wary of like getting miniaturized. So if I can read the note from it being on my dagger, that would be a nicer thing. But I can grab it if not.
I think you probably can. It reads in common, "Stupid runt giants of the hills, you are too slow and dim-witted to challenge us. The treasure is ours. You are probably feeling small now, aren't you? If you think you're going to prevail, you're mistaken. By the way, prevail means win, idiots. clan true nimbus of the clouds.
Well, these guys are fairly ableist. That's really unkind, but this makes me wonder if our contact got caught in between some kind of possibly multiple giant clan combat, something. I don't know. I'm a city elf.
Apparently they are racing for treasure. We should try to overtake them. No? Nobody in it for the treasure?
We've only accounted for the goblins. There are still a bunch of kidnapped humans and dwarves and elves and tabaxi out there somewhere.
If the goblins told the truth.
With all the love in me, I don't think those little guys had it together enough to lie.
So you really think that there's a bunch of goblins taking a large group of humanoids, which is what they really don't like, to different treasure locations? Does make
The
any
goblins
sense?
got kidnapped.
Which goblins got
From
kidnapped?
what? The ones that came at us with the tiny knives.
But they were not kidnapped. They were running around freely.
Something is pushing them. Goblins aren't naturally confrontational that way. They're more scared of us than we are of them. Something about this just seems fishy to me.
Like fish.
I mean, so you think we kind of missed giants with a group of humanoids coming out of the cave? And treasure?
No, my father.
I think I want to see what's down the other passage. Oh, wait. Oh, is that how the map works here? Oh, god damn it.
Yes.
My father could turn into a fish.
How often?
Oh. Probably by a couple of years ago, he could probably do it as much as he wanted.
Why would someone want to be a fish? Seems a real risky life.
When if somebody bited at him, then he would turn back into himself, and then he could turn back into like a shark and then bite them back. Which is also a fish.
And also pretty good with ginger.
I didn't know that sharks cared about hair color.
No, I think at one point, I think he was.
No, you grill them.
Shark?
Anyway, I didn't see any other giants nor a big group of humanoids.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the goblins were just pulling your leg there.
Maybe.
Anyway, if there is already a group hunting for the treasure, maybe we should try to skip ahead of them.
Does skipping help? We can't just run?
Yes.
Running seems faster.
Roland,
also
you're the
willing-
Rogan expert. What do you think?
Well, I think we're several steps behind somebody else's fight, which is a pretty tricky place to be. You get one step behind, then you can see what's going on and you can third party. 2 steps behind, that gets a little tricky because then all the dancing is happening off stage.
So we were skipping, then we're
Sorry,
running.
what?
Now we're stepping, and now we're dancing.
Y'all are not much for idioms.
Don't call me an idiom. I'm actually a relatively intelligent person.
Idiom is a turn of phrase, metaphor, simile.
Turn of phrase metaphor simile.
So I think we're in a bad spot.
Oh, that makes much more sense. Yeah.
If we've got giants or some giants and somebody else fighting over these caches, I don't know that this is necessarily a great way of doing things, but if there's still a bunch of kidnapped people out there, I want to see if we can do something.
So they're kidnapping a bunch of people and dragging them along?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they made them small and put them in their pockets.
They could be using them as pack mules. You know, my father could turn
I
into a
want to
pack mule.
know what was casting this spell to shrink everyone down. Because most giants I've met liked being big and being able to push other people around. I don't think it makes sense that a giant would willingly shrink himself down, make himself more vulnerable, easier to take out in a fight.
True, he would have enlarged the hole first.
If I understood the note that Roland read out correctly, the first giant group came here, took the treasure and a group of humanoids apparently, and then left a shrinking trap for the second group of giants, which were the hill giants, which one of them is in the cave-in and the other we just met, like as a nice surprise. I think that's what happened. So it must have been what were they, storm giants, cloud giants, different giants group?
I get the feeling that these were hill giants and the other one might have been cloud giants.
Something air. And so now the other group of giants still out there trying to get our treasure.
All right.
Which we were originally hired to get. So I think we kind of an obligation to collect it.
Hey, Roland.
Yeah.
Which of those caches is in a place where the cloud giants wouldn't have terrain advantage over us?
That's a good question. And so Roland, who theoretically has Verada's notes, pulls them out and kind of lays them flat on the lid of the chest for everyone to be able to read again. Pyramid between the highest mountains. That doesn't seem like a great place for us to be. Magical curses. Secret entrance in the wall of a mountain. I don't know how much space there is inside there for a giant. Dwarven outpost. That's probably not very big. Shrine once revered by giants. That doesn't seem like a great place to try to take on some giants, honestly. So, yeah, maybe the third or fourth. What do y'all think?
I think the smallest possible place. Very difficult for a giant to move in there.
So probably the outpost.
That sounds pretty good.
I think our friend has a point.
Do these notes give us any hint toward where that outpost may be?
So the outpost is probably, you would guess, about half a day to a day's travel, probably, Roland, from where you are, if you were to put that together.
So let's see, that's a few hours travel through the wilderness. Maybe we camp and come out in the morning. I don't know how much urgency we're dealing with. Like, do we need to get there right away? I feel like I don't know enough about the time scale of everybody's plans.
Well, I always liked the dwarves, so I think that sounds good.
One of the other people in the adventuring party my father was in. He was a dwarf. Grumnir, he was a dwarf. They hated mushroom people and eyes.
Ikavish, as you're sort of moving around, you notice that the bear seems to be starting to like jerk around and convulse a little bit.
Just do what any like what puppies and kittens instinctively do when one of their litter mates are starting to have a nightmare or whatever, and just kind of crawl up and sort of lay on top of them.
Yeah, you get the impression that this is not about a nightmare. They seem to be having some distress, like medical distress.
Hey, this bear is
I did not think this would be relevant, but Arv,
Yes.
I've got a +6 in animal handling.
Nice.
Nice.
Good.
And also a +6 in medicine, so
Let's have
I
you
could
do
roll
both.
either.
Yeah, I think you should do both. Let's start with the medicine,
Outstanding.
and then we'll talk about the handling animal. And then right after that, we're going to be switching up players.
We've got a 21 on medicine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shall I go ahead for animal
Yeah, so
handling?
that seems to be fine. You seems to at least calm down. Yep.
Okay, a 14 on the animal handling.
So as you do this, you notice that the bears kind of calm down, and you get the impression, Johnny, that this may have been the result of some kind of a curse, but the curse seems to have affected this bear differently than it did the other creatures. The creature does not grow in size, but as it kind of comes back to, its eyes flash, you kind of flutter open, and then it just stares at you, Johnny, and then kind of nuzzles your side.
Hey, little
And-
buddy.
It's about the size of a house cat, and it seems to have become somewhat attached to you.
I get
Nice.
the jerky out of my pack and I give the bear a treat.
So, as you give this bear a treat and you all prepare to set off, we are going to bring our first session to a close. And I am very grateful to all 4 of these players for having been awesome as a part of this event. And I'm sorry we didn't get to the Warren yet. I'm really hoping we get the things start moving forward again. We got a big surge early on, but then we kind of stalled out a little bit. So I hope we get that surge very shortly so we can get to a new system. I'm sorry we did not get that for you folks, but I am, having said that, very glad that we got a chance to play together. Before I bring in the next group, I will just quickly ask, Pyron, where will the folks find you next? And thank you again for doing this.
Well, I think maybe in about 6 hours here.
Possibly.
And then I'm actually on vacation next week, so I might just be around watching a few streams here and there. And after that, I think it's D&D with GOG on the Tuesday something of June. Yes.
Okay.
So, see you later.
Thank you very much, Pyron, as always. Let's see. Then we have, and I just want to check my player list because I got confused a little bit about what I had going here. Right. Okay. I got this. Okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm coordinating a number of things at once, Chad. I apologize. Okay. Thank you, Pyron, for doing this. Yori, again, thank you as well, especially given time zone issues that you were willing to step in for this. Really enjoyed it. I very much enjoy the character of Johnny Garlic. I don't know whether you're happy or not that you may have a house cat bear now.
I have a pet bear.
You have a pet mini bear. But I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I'm very grateful you were here.
This
And
was excellent.
where will the fine folks see you next around the internet, Siri?
Back here on Sunday night for Girl by Moonlight, the Fractal Spire. You can find me on Twitter at Yori Kusano. Give me an I, give me an O, give me an R, give me another I. There are no L's in my name.
No L's.
And I will have a story out later this month at Apex Magazine about war criminals and love.
Nice. Thank you, Yori. Always a pleasure. Tren, I know you're exhausted, and I appreciate you sticking through despite being exhausted. Where will the fine folks see you next?
Here. Saturday. Not this Saturday. Next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
For more of that other game that we play.
More of that Eberron stuff that we do.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes.
Everon. Yes. had a very good time. The thing about that isn't on the character sheet. I mean, the fact that he's a famous adventuring hero scion is his background, but the thing that isn't written on the thing, the reason he keeps getting the names wrong whenever he says them is not his accent. He's actually never met them. He is not actually their son. He just has heard a whole lot about them and is telling everybody that he is their son. Because if they go into the Wood of Sharp Teeth to try to find Fifely and say, hey, is this guy your kid? He's going to get eaten. You know, whoever it is that goes in there, they're going to get eaten by the werewolves that live there. So he feels pretty confident that, you know, nobody's ever going to find out that he's lying.
I see.
But he is lying. So
this is not a busted parasocial relationship then. It's just an actual right.
He constantly gets things wrong. So Cade, he's not, you know, saying Cade's name with an accent. He thinks it starts with an H.
With an H.
And it's a Cade. And, you know, Grumnir, and he hasn't gotten to trying to pronounce Ryubi for a reason, because he's every time he tries to say it, it comes out even worse than he wants it to. And of course, Fafely is, you know, sort of his father, and Rourke instead of Roker. So, you know, yeah, it's craziness. Anyway, so he's probably going to be some kind of a rabbit, but hey, they both have kittens, so it's fine. And that's me. I'm gonna go to bed now.
Thanks, Tren. Get some sleep, and of course, Tren will be is doing the audiobook, which hopefully we are very close to being
later. I'm not doing that today.
No, not now. Now you're going to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tren. And last but not least, I'm not going to say goodbye to Mike. I am going to give Mike a bio break, though, which is a little bit overdue. But Mike is actually going to be sticking with us for a little while longer as we transition over into the new group. So I'm not going to ask Mike to say anything except thank you, Mike, so far. Mike is going to go take a bio break, and everybody else, I'm going to let Pyron and Yori and Tren go for either now or for longer than now. Thank you, all three of you, so much, and I will see you all down the line. Check if we get some love for them. All right, head on out, the three of you. If you folks can leave the room, I'm not going to kick you out this time because I need to invite everyone else. All right, and there's that. And now I'm going to admit all, and Mike, you can feel free. Yep. Okay. Here we go as the next crew is jumping on board. All right. Hello. All right. I'm bringing everybody in right now. And then we're going to move on to getting everyone who they are. And I actually think that this is going to work fairly well because everyone showed up more or less. Yeah, this is absolutely perfect. I just had to switch one thing because I want to keep Mike playing the same character. But everybody else is right where they need to be. So we're going to be set to go here. So welcome, new players, as we are here at 3:13 p.m. Sorry, we ran slightly over. That's probably going to happen more than once today, chat. But I will explain what's happening in a minute. But first, I want to welcome in the new group of players. As I said, Mike is going to stay on with us for another 45 minutes or so. But right now, we are joined by, first of all, the amazing Valerie Valdez, who is also part of the Strange Friends crew that is going to be back on Sunday with some more Girl by Moonlight. Valerie, it's good to see you. Thank you for being with us and everything. And how are you and all that? And I'll tell you who you're playing in a minute, but what are your feelings about this system thing? We actually haven't had a system change yet, so I'm really, really hoping we're going to move things forward and get a big system change, at least one, if not two, during this. So how are you feeling about the potential for this, I guess I would say?
Okay, so we currently have a bun report that I send to my family every day because we have bunnies in my front yard. I really want to play the Warren. Everyone, you need to donate money so I can be a bunny. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm doing great otherwise. Thanks.
And for those who don't know you, Valerie, although I'm sure most people do, you want to quickly explain who you are to the fine people?
I'm happy to do so. I'm Valerie Valdez. I am the author of Chilling Effect, Prime Deceptions, and the forthcoming Fault Tolerance, 3 found family space operas that pair extraordinarily well with Mike Underwood's Annihilation aria, as well as his genre nods, frankly, and his Reyes books. If you like Mike's books, you will like my books, and vice versa. I'm also happily in the Bridge to Elsewhere anthology, which is recently out. I see Carlos clapping because he also has stories in it. So yeah, you can find me in various places online, and I stream on Twitch as the kids are asleep.
Yes, I've enjoyed sometimes lurking in those things. Also, the optimistic things like this time we get out of Hades. Next time we get out of Hades. Next time we get out of Hades. So
It's gonna happen. We're gonna beat Theseus. That guy sucks.
at some point, it's true. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being here, Valerie. Right down below, we have someone who has the right background, I think, appropriate to this. And that is, of course, our dear friend, Carlos Hernandez. Carlos, it's good to see you. I have not seen you since the beginning of this campaign because I have been working on campaign and stuff, and you've been head down in work. But how are you? You should be very familiar to everyone here. But for those who are not aware of you, do you want to briefly explain who you are, and then you tell me about your excitement or lack of it for this system changing thing?
Yeah. So I'm Carlos Fernandez. I write, I teach, and I play. That's basically it. So I'm author of the Sal and Gabby books and of the Assimilated Cubans Guide to Quantum Santeria, a bunch of stories and stuff. I teach. I'm a professor, like Greg. We're professors in the same city, and I play games like lots of role-playing games, and I design a few too. So one of the things that's next up for me is Negocios Infernales, which some of you have seen on the channel here, and excited to say that Claire and I have gotten our revisions to our rule book. We're turning in a new draft in just a couple weeks, and things are really picking up speed. And so I think we had a little bit of an announcement at the end of the Esper Genesis game that I, along with Claire, are very soon going to be starting a new program on Arvon Eleron, where we're going to have regular Negocios Infernales games and also Infernal Salons. This is where we draw cards for the artists and writers, and we all have a salon together and then share the marvelous macabre creations that we come up with there. So looking forward to starting that probably late August, early September. It just depends on how quickly I can figure out OBS for my own damn self. So very happy to be here. Everybody go donate an extra $1,000 to Grayshade right now. I'm waiting. Okay, thank you. I've never played the Warren. I've never heard of the Warren. I love Bully Pulpit games, but I just missed that Kickstarter or whatever. So never heard of it before this. I am going to basically try to roll up a character, I guess, as quickly. So, okay, are they Watership Down rabbits, or are they like furry bunnies from outer space rabbits?
No, I think this is very much in the Watership Down mode, I think is what we're looking at here.
Grim dark rabbits. All right.
Well, I mean, how grimdark you want to be is up to you, but I wouldn't say that. I would just say the level of somewhat anthropomorphized, maybe, rabbits,
But anthropomorphized to the point of like dark Batman, like I'm Ravage. That sort of
right,
thing?
not that, right, exactly. Not that anthropomorphized, although I think it's going to fit based upon, some of the systems that we have, which I'll explain your characters in just a moment, but that'll happen when we actually get there. But yes, so
Okay.
I'm excited for it. Thank you, Carlos. Pleasure to have you on board. Also a pleasure to have someone who knows all about Carlos, having played with him in many sessions prior to this. And that, of course, is our good friend, Zach Clay. Zach, it's good to see you. Wait, oh, Jesus. All of a sudden I saw in capital letters, Arvin Elrod, refresh. All right, I will refresh. I will refresh the Kickstarter. I'm refreshing the Kickstarter. Hold on, Zach. Okay. We are now 22018. Hey, we didn't even get a chance. All right. So that's good. So now we're there and we just keep on rolling. Awesome. Huzzah. We made it. Good. So the next system switch, the way this will work is and I'll let Zach introduce himself in a minute. The next system switch is we're going to switch these systems in just a moment after I explain what's going on to these characters. But right after that system switch, then the next system switch is at 22.5. Now, I will give these people at least until 4 p.m. with this system, but then at 4 p.m., once we've hit 22.5, please make sure that we hit 22.5 before that, we will then be switching. Now, I'm not going to tell you exactly what the next system is, but I am going to give you a hint, and that is that we're starting with bunnies. But consider what happened if the bunnies were mythical, scaled, winged, and considerably larger. And if you think about those things with perhaps the capability of flight, if you think about those things,
pterodactyls.
Yes, they are no. So if you think about that, that is what they will be turning into next. So there we go. We're talking about the Grayshade Kickstarter, by the way. This is what we are here to hopefully get funded. We are now less than 3,000 away and 8 hours to go, folks. So we are getting there, but we still do have room to maneuver. Thank you for the Prime sub, Turbo Tango. 2 years of it. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. So please jump on board now. You can get a copy of not only Renegade and Heretic when those books are released. It's funding those 2 sequels to my book Grayshade. You'll also get the 5e RPG Grayshade, which Carlos talked about just a little bit. You have now, remember, a bonus class because we hit our stretch goal for that. So in addition to the classes of Acolyte, Informant, Investigator, Merchant, and Noble, you will now, based upon the backer vote, and the backers will be voting on which of the 3 they want, you will get, in addition, either the Innkeeper, or you will be getting the Wanderer, or you will be getting the Chaplain, which are the 3 new bonus classes. One of those will be fleshed out to be put into the full game. So you're going to be getting one of those as well, plus the audiobook from Trent Sparks, plus, in addition to that, the coin from Norse Foundry, if you pledge at that level, designed by our very own Tari Tunes. So we have a lot left to go. We've made great progress, but we still got rain to go. We need less than 3,000 to go. Let's make it happen, and let's keep those backers coming. Now, with that said, sorry about that, Zach. That happened in the middle of your introduction. Let's start that again. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Who the hell are you, Zach, for those who for some reason don't know you, and what are you feeling about this system switch we're about to do?
Hello, everyone. My name is Zach Clay. I have, as was mentioned before, I've been on this channel for a long time with Esper Genesis, which Carlos and I did together. Old Sleep Well over there. Over 70 sessions with ARV DMing, and that just finished only about a month ago or so. And now me and most of the rest of the Esper Genesis crew are starting in Expedition to the Mysterious Peaks, or from the Mysterious Peaks. Mysterious Peaks are involved at some point. And when we go into that, that's actually tomorrow night, I believe. We are doing our session 0 for that campaign. So hope you guys come in to see that. I'm also on this channel for Our Vocalists, which is our once a month Tuesday voicing characters in a video game. We had a great time and are actually continuing to have a great time with Purgatory, which is Purr. It is Purgatory for Cats, and an amazing video game. We thought we beat it, and then we got to the end and it was like, nope.
Yep. We were like, so we were not even close to beating it, actually, as it turned out.
It was like, do you want to end the game now? And we're like, oh, okay, sure. And then it's like, cool, you didn't do all of these things. And
you didn't
like,
save anyone.
Shoot.
We're like, whoops.
So that's been great. And I got to voice Lucifer, but Lucifur, because it was a cat named Lucifer. So that was fun. Channeled my inner Beetlejuice for that one. And then aside from that, you can find me on my own channel. I'm also a professional dungeon master, so I run games of D&D for my job, which is really strange. Have run games for Apple, GE, Oculus, PlayStation, Google Photos. So D&D is my life. And now I'm excited to play a bunny. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
You will get to be a bunny. And, of course, you folks already know Michael R. Underwood. Mike will be with us for another 35 minutes or so. But Mike will get to play a rabbit. So at least we did get a bunny. We did get a system switch up for this. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to explain quickly to the folks who may not have been watching, the new players, what has happened. So Mike was playing Roland, and he will stay as that character for now. But the other 3 of you happen to jump onto the Zoom call and just about right spots. And I'm like, okay, then we're going to keep it this way. So each of them had a character that was produced already, that was ready for D&D. But as Roland, as you've been looking at that chest, you find that the 4 of you and your 3 companions, are beginning to change oddly. You find your ears seem to be getting longer. Your body seems to gradually hunch over. Your paws extend. There is your hair grows longer into the fur, and you begin to wonder whether or not this curse from the chest may have had more to do with something. Perhaps this curse was more extensive than you thought. And after a very quick period of time, maybe about a minute or so, all of you find yourselves on the banks of a pleasant river. Now, let me explain how this works. Valerie's character began as Elizabeth Lizzie Hagner, who was a human monk. Carlos's character began as a human cleric with a propensity towards food items, parents rosemary, sage, and Justin thyme. And brother is Tex Wasabi, I believe, but was a human cleric, but obviously has now become a rabbit. We'll talk about how that works in a moment. Ikathish is Zach's character. Ikathish was being played by Tren and was a tabaxi druid, and now has become a bunny, one with nature, and we'll talk about the impact of that. And last but certainly not least, Roland, who was an elf rogue, has now become perhaps a rather sneaky sort of bunny or rabbit. That's right, Caro, just in time. Exactly right. So I'm going to move us over then back to the this screen, because this map does not apply right now. And I'm going to explain how this is going to work for the players. So the first step in creating a rabbit, we're going to go through this quickly because we already have the basic ideas, but is to choose a character move. And character moves are basically ones that are specific to your character, and they define a lot about your particular bunny. So, Valerie, since you had Lizzie Hagner, who was a human monk, you can then decide which of these might go. And I'm going to give you a few possibilities, and you tell me which of these moves you think actually makes the most sense. So let me give you actually a couple of these choices. Composed, which means that when you relax, we'll talk about how that might happen later, you subtract more from your panic, because one of the problems of being a bunny is that you sometimes have the tendency to panic, and you can reduce that panic. I love the ears, big fan. You can reduce that panic more than you would be if you didn't have this ability. So composed is one thing that I could see for a monk. I could also see dead eyes, which is you've learned to focus through pain, probably in some terrible warren far away. At any time, you can take a scar to return your panic score to 0. So that might also be useful, depending if you wanted to play it that way. So those are two options. I'm just zipping through to see which ones might make the most sense. Okay. Let us say that not scared of you. So when you encounter a predator, you may hold on to basically this move and say how you've bested this type of predator before. And what that means is that you don't have to worry about resisting panic when you were dealing with that predator. So I'm giving you a bunch of panic things, Lizzie, because it seems to fit, I think. And then I think there's one more, which is... Yes. One more would be to say, this is if you want to play in a different direction, a worrier, which is when you talk about your worries with another rabbit, you remove their panic and add it to your own. So basically your choices are, again, composed. You can subtract an extra score from your panic. Dead eyes, you can focus through pains. You can take a scar to return your panic to 0. The not scared of you. So when you encounter a predator, you can explain how you've bested this type of predator before. You can only do that with one kind of predator, by the way. You no longer have to resist panic when you deal with that type of predator. And last, worrier. When you talk about your worries with another rabbit, remove their panic, adding it to your own. Which of these sounds like it might be a good option for you?
So while it is limited in scope, I feel like not scared of you seems to fit potentially best, and I would allow Mike to chime in here because Mike has now played with this character before. But given that Cohen the Barbarian is a touch point for this character, she is an older person. She has been around the block. I feel like, and she likes to tell stories. So I think all of that kind of fits well with not scared of you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the been there, done that vibe fits.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to say not scared of you. And I'm going to put that little mark down. Okay, not scared of you. Okay. All right. Now, you have, as far as stats are concerned, you get 4 different kinds of stats. Strong, swift, shrewd, and steady. Strong, fight off predators. Swift, escape threats. Shrewd, assess situations. Steady, less likely to panic in dangerous situations. So no rabbit is adept at all of these. So when you assign the stats, your modifiers are +2, +1, +0, and -1. So given that, what do you think you'd want to assign from what to what? And I'm not going to keep track of this, so you'll have to tell me, Valerie, what you want. So what would you like? Strong, swift, shrewd, steady. What do you want your top score to be for a monkish, originally type character?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the previous character sheet to try to figure it out. It
Yep.
looks like it was high wisdom. It was wisdom, then dex, then strength. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, wisdom, then dex and charisma, then strength with the -2 intelligence. So I would say that means that shrewd has to be my -1. Although that might be wisdom, though. How do they function in this game? Which is shrewd, intelligence, or wisdom?
Shrewd would probably be more intelligence, I would say, than wisdom.
So then I'll put -1 on that one.
Okay.
And then I feel like swift is probably the +2, maybe, or steady. We'll go with steady as the +2.
Okay. That fits
Swift-
too, because that's related to panic. So yeah.
Okay, swift is the +1, and then strong is the 0. How's
Cool.
that?
All right, that's good. And yes, Zach, we're playing Bully Pulpits, the Warren. So yeah, Zach just put the links. Thank you, Zach, in the Zoom chat for that. Okay, that leads us to Panic itself. And by the way, these things I'm doing, I'm going to go through in the exact same order with the others. So that's why I'm doing this, quickly out loud, and I'm zipping through it. Your panic level starts at 0 because you're totally calm. But as things get complicated, player and GM moves will cause that panic level to rise. And when it reaches its maximum panic level, it panics and things get ugly. So every rabbit's maximum panic score starts at 5 and is modified by their steady stat. So in your case, Lizzie, I think you put steady at being +2. So that means your maximum panic is 7. It is very hard to panic you. Okay. Now, the last thing is just putting looks and names and then putting it all together. So for your look, you can do this what you like, Lizzie. I will say that originally Lizzie was kind of older and wiry. But that said, you could have a body of frail, lean, stocky, compact, sick, runt. So you could decide what kind of a body type you want to have. And you can actually just tell me that. I won't make you tell me that now, but you can just be thinking about that. With a coat, I think it's listed in those sheets. You can also have a lush coat or a sleek one, distinctively marked one, unusually colored one, a mangy coat or a singed one. With ears, you can have long, short, floppy, tattered, ID tagged, which is interesting, or just the one ear. And then whether you were a buck or a doe is a part of this. And then the last thing is, now the name is going to stay the same here for this. That's the one difference as opposed to being a typical rabbit name. And that's pretty much all that we need to do to create a character. The idea is to just sort of zip into it. So as you're thinking about your looks, I'm going to drop down to Carlos, and I'm going to ask you about the same question. So first of all, character moves. And now I think, Carlos, you're actually looking at that list of moves in Zoom chat, I believe, that Zach sent. But if not, I can tell you.
Maybe is
I
it all the same moves for
narrow
everyone?
it down. I can narrow it down for you if you want.
If you can narrow it down,
Sure, that's no problem. So again, just you're picking one of these moves, and you were, as I said, a cleric. So here are some things that strike me as being things that might work for something like that. One of them might be, for example, let's see. Well, any of you technically could be a leader of rabbits, I suppose, which is when you take charge and give orders. I don't know that anyone was actually doing that, but you could do that, which means that others will get a bonus when they do as they're told. So you could be a leader of rabbits. That's possible. You could be one who is not a fighter. So when you mate with a rabbit, you will always be able to help or hinder them.
Excuse me, what? You said we're going to be mating?
There is the possibility of mating.
Wow. Okay.
It's conceivable. We're not going to go into details, I promise. That's not That's a different kind of game. Which we're not past 9 p.m. right? Yeah, that's a very different kind of game.
That's after we fund it.
Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah, that's where
maybe that'll change the funding. I don't know.
Right. Hi, I'm Marv. Welcome to my party.
Exactly. So we've got that. You have Nurturer, which means that when you give another rabbit your undivided attention, you can reduce their panic score by 2 when you help them. So you can do that. You also, let's see. You could also be as a cleric, previous cleric, you could also do Swift Warning, which means that when you alert others to danger, they will get a bonus when they respond to that danger. So you'll sort of notify them. I'm thinking of things where you're helping other rabbits, basically, is what I'm considering. And then, let's see, the last one that I would say would be... I'm not sure I'm tempted by this. I think I want to do this and give it as an option. Marked by the Black Rabbit, which means that when others presume you're dead, you're not. You return injured but alive at some later time with an incredible story. Now, the benefit of that is that it kind of gives you the one get out of jail free card. The negative is that once that move is, you only get to use it once, and then the move is crossed off and you can't do it again. So I would say,
we're
what do you think?
Fund so fast, that we're going to move out of the system so quickly that, it just makes, I've got to go marked by the Black Rabbit.
I had a feeling you were going to pick that. Yep.
So, yeah, I am marked by the Black Rabbit.
Okay. And then, so there's that. Now, let's talk about that strong, shrewd stuff. So again, that's strong, swift, shrewd, and steady. Strong is for fighting. Swift is fastest to get away from predators. Shrewd is best at assessing situations and communicating information. And then steady, less likely to panic in dangerous situations. That's what Lizzie took. So what do you think?
So as a cleric, it is interesting. I think... to make it more likely for me to activate my power, I'm going to give myself a steady -1, so that will put my panic at 4. And I'll put my strong at 2, my shrewd at 1, and my swift at 0. So basically, I'm like a misguided tank cleric.
Okay. A misguided tank cleric that is marked for death.
Yeah.
Steven Seagal rabbit is marked for death. Okay. That's awesome. Okay, sounds good. So your panic level you've already got, and the last point is just about the look. Same thing, Carlos. Be thinking a little bit if you want, lean, lush, what kind of ears you want, and that sort of thing. So and you would be a buck to be with the characters. So
right. I liked food. That was a thing from the previous.
Yes, you were very much a kind of chef and a cooker of food and things like that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think in terms of at least smell, I always smell basically French food in the process of being cooked. The garlic and the carrots and the celery all being mixed together. I smell very much like the beginning preparations of many French dishes all the time. And I think I'm white, except that I have a tremendous bull's eye on my fanny.
Outstanding. I am very excited to see Johnny the Bunny as we go forward. Zach, okay, same point to you. Character
I think
moves.
I've chosen
you picked a character
which
move?
character. Yeah.
What do you got?
Circles of Life, because I'm a druid, and Circles of Life says the fight for survival makes some strange bedfellows. When you first use this move, choose another type of animal with which you have history and rapport, which made sense with me as a druid, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, when I first use this move, does that mean now or when I first use it? I don't know what use means.
It probably will be used. So if I jump back to, let me see, it was Circle of Life, right? So what we'll say is, because a lot of this is sort of like with Blades in the Dark, recognizing through play. So when you encounter an animal where you're like, oh, this seems to fit, you can then tell me this is what I have Circle of Life with. And you can only do it with one kind of animal, obviously.
Sounds good. All right. So I'll save that decision for later. And then
how about our stats?
Let me look at the original Ichthys.
Okay.
Ichthys had high constitution, high wisdom, pretty much very high social stats, and then just flat strength and dexterity. So we're gonna go +2 to shrewd.
Okay.
right? And then what's the difference between shrewd and steady?
Steady affects panic directly, so they're less likely to panic in that situation. And shrewd is about assessing situations and communicating, but steady rabbits just don't. They're not as easy to spook, basically.
Got it.
So,
yeah, we'll do a +2 to shrewd.
Okay.
+1 to steady.
Okay.
We'll do a. We'll do the 0 in swift and then the -1 in strong.
Okay. Cool stuff. All right. That's good. And then your panic score will be, what was your steady score? Sorry.
Steady is +1.
Okay, so then you have a total panic score of 6 because you always start at 5 and then go up 1. So your maximum panic is 6. You start at 0. Maximum panic is 6. And the last thing to keep in mind is looks. So again, think about big, small, long, short, all that kind of stuff,
Cool.
and what kind of coat they look like. Thank you, Ikathish. Last but certainly not least, Roland, you have been transformed into the power of a rabbit. So,
Yep, I think I've got everything.
All
Lean body,
Okay.
sleek black coat,
Okay.
tattered ears,
Okay.
buck, strong 0, swift +2, shrewd +1, steady -1, which means that my max panic is 4. And I'm going to take the special move Swift Runner. You've never met an animal you couldn't outrun. When you bolt, treat a roll of 6- as 7 to 9.
Okay. That's good stuff. All right. So with that said, I think we are ready to go, and I will start explaining what happens. Now, chat, these folks are going to be playing. Basically, Mike has got to leave us in about 20, 25 minutes. So we will leave. We're going to play for at least that amount of time, and then we will have new players jumping in. That's not what I need from Discord. Thank you. Pin messages is what I'm looking for. That is going to be at, oh, right, that's right. So what that means is that we'll be playing, and then at that point, Mike will tap out for a bit, and we will just play with the 3 rabbits until we get to 5 p.m. Eastern. And I think actually Valerie is also tapping out right around 5, I believe. But we will play until 5. So at basically right around like 4:05, Mike, when you have to tap out, just let me know, and that's fine. And we'll just run with the 3 rabbits that we have, so to speak. And then 5 o'clock, we will have new people jumping in, and hopefully by that time we will have moved to our new system. And that new system is going to be something that will transform these into other creatures, but not of the rabbit kind, of the more scaly variety. But I'm just hinting at it, so you'll have to see. That's going to happen when we get to 22.5. So please support the Grayshade Kickstarter, folks, and thank you so much for being a part of that. Okay. With that said, we find ourselves here by the bank of a river. And as we are here at the bank of a river, I want to ask a little bit about the different things that are a part of your lives, sort of your makeup. And so I will begin from the bottom of the column up. And so I will start with Mike, and I will ask, so Roland, you are here magically having been transformed, and you only have faint memories of your previous life, but, it seems weird memories of giants and mini creatures and things you don't recognize and so forth. But you do remember having been part of a warren. So my question for you is, where is the warren in relation to this river that you were on the bank of? Is it close? Is it far? Is it hidden? Is it underneath a tree, or sort of in a little, dip of grass on the other side? Where is this warren, do you think?
Yeah, so the kind of the rabbit clutch was very smart and very lucky. And so our warren is in a divot that is covered by a root branch of a tree that grows out of the ground because there was erosion. And so that kind of chunk of root goes now out into open ground, and it creates concealment for the warren.
Okay, good stuff. So that's where the warren is. Ikathish, I'm curious, because you are there, having been outside of the warren. If you had a choice among the 4 rabbits the 3 other, no, I'll include you, all 4 of you. Of course, there are some other rabbits in your warren. But of the 4 that are here, this group, which of these rabbits would you like to see in charge, and why do you think?
It's an interesting question, especially with what little I know about each of these rabbits.
Exactly.
And so I suppose the most suitable answer is I would like to see myself in charge.
I see. Why?
Because I think I am among rabbit kind, one of the more shrewd in our warren.
Okay.
And also, as I've stated, I haven't met anyone who could be as good a leader as I. Or I think Ikithish had a certain ideal or bond of going after fame. And so that thread will continue with Ikithish kind of like just doesn't really know many of the other rabbits very well, but he knows himself very well, or at least he thinks he does. And so he likes to see to the affairs of the warren and kind of call himself the leader of it, although in reality he's probably just a figurehead that no one voted in.
Okay, fair enough. Johnny, let me ask you, why are the 4 of you so far away? I mean, you're not like miles away, but why are you, all 4 of you, out away from the warren and next to the bank of this river? Are you getting food, or were you driven out of the warren? What has caused you all to be here in this bank of the river?
Oh, yeah, we're definitely getting food. Johnny Garlic needs ingredients, and this riparian riverside has herbs and plants that you can't find anywhere else. And so these 3 volunteers, I'm very grateful to them for having joined me for this hunt for tubers and legumes, the likes of which you can't find anywhere else.
Okay, so let me ask the question then to Lizzie about, first of all, a very quick question. Is this day or night or somewhere in between, Lizzie?
Oh, we are definitely crepuscular. So this is either dusk or dawn.
Which one do you want it to be?
Let's make it dusk.
Okay, so we are here at dusk. Somewhat longer question. How are conflicts handled in your warren? When rabbits disagree, when rabbits get into fights, when rabbits would prefer to mate with a kind of rabbit, but another rabbit doesn't want them to mate with that rabbit, how do those problems get resolved?
Who's the question for?
It's for Lizzie, still.
I think that there are actually disagreements as to how a question should be resolved. There are those among us who think it's best to talk things out, and there are others who think it's best to bite each other, and that's a terrible plan as far as Lizzie's concerned. But sometimes those are the people who prevail, and sometimes we can talk it out.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, one more set of questions, and then we'll talk about what's actually happening here. Roland, when a rabbit dies, how does the warren handle it?
I think the warren will take the rabbit away from where the other rabbits sleep, because rabbit lore says that the spirit of a departed rabbit it wakes up dead, confused and scared.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you leave a rabbit near home, then the other rabbits can get sick as the ghost of the rabbit thrashes around in panic, which is rabbit lore for how to understand the idea of physical decay. And so the other rabbits will carry the deceased rabbit's body away, and then they share stories of their memories of that rabbit.
Good
so
stuff.
that they can be remembered even as the spirit kind of goes away.
Excellent. I'm going to play off of that in just a minute. First of all, thank you, Norse Foundry. We'll see you back here soon. Okay, so Ikithish, who is the most important rabbit that you've lost, that you knew, that you were connected to?
I have a feeling that there was a rabbit that sort of represented a link and bond between 2 very different ideals within the warren,
Mm-hmm.
that maybe sort of allude to what Lizzie's response was earlier of how conflicts are resolved. I feel like there was probably a leader before that and maybe it was like even their fur coat was almost like a yin yang in coloration, where they were sort of the elder that kept the Warren peaceful and were just had that charismatic ability to resolve all these conflicts and keep everyone happy. And that's the important rabbit that we've lost. And now I would say that the Warren is quickly dividing itself into different factions and cliques that are trying to figure out the best solution. And there's sort of a power vacuum with that rabbit gone that Icathish thinks he can fill.
Quick follow-up. Is this group you're with your clique?
One of them. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Johnny, my question for you is, what is the one story, and you don't have to tell the whole thing, but the basic outline, the one story that everyone in the Warren knows the best, that everyone tells each other, that everyone's like, oh, remember that time that blah, blah, blah. And it can either be a story of something that happened for real, or it can be a legend that kind of holds the Warren together.
So, two things. Every time you call me Johnny, I think you're talking about a different Johnny.
I know. It's because your name is Johnny.
I'm like, oh, it's not my turn.
I should just call you Garlic or something. And
yeah, Garlic is a little easier.
Okay, I'll try to remember that.
The other thing is, what time period is this taking place in? Like, what age or what time period?
I would say the rough era would be, let's put it early 20th century.
Early 20th century.
Early to mid 20th century, 1920s to 1950s.
So, the story of courage and savagery that rabbits tell to one another, has to do with the fact that they panic so much, and so what they're trying to do is write a counter myth to help bolster them. And in their mythos, they are these fine warriors who never shake in battle and go against incredible odds. And so one of the greatest stories that they tell is the story of the time that they made Hassenpfeffer. Those of you who know your German or watched Bugs Bunny, you will know that Hassenpfeffer is rabbit stew. Mm-hmm. And a certain baker and cook came and wanted to make rabbit pies, rabbit stew, had an ingredient list for Hassenpfeffer, and the rabbits rebelled. Instead of being hunted and captured and shot, they raged over this monstrous giant, and instead they made human pfeffer. They grappled this thing down, they brought it down to their warren, and they feasted for months on this terrible giant's carcass. So they were able to defeat against great odds, and this is one of the reasons why, to this day, cooks are highly honored members of the Warren.
Awesome. I love every bit of that. Okay, last question for the moment. Well, actually, this game is all about a lot of questions, as you might be able to tell, but there's one more. Lizzie, what happens if the rabbits lose their Warren? What happens if something were to happen to it?
Well, we tell a story from long ago when a Warren was once lost. It was taken by those damn badgers. And unfortunately, we were unable to defend the Warren. And so we had to collect all of our families, all of our babies, and we had to sojourn and find a new land. And a finder, a seeker was appointed to this task, and it was their job to scout out a new place, a new home, a new warren for all of us rabbits, while our various other rabbit members kept a lookout for our other enemies, like those damn owls and those damn hawks, and also squirrels. Why did they steal our food? We have many enemies, friends, but eventually, the appointed seeker will locate a desirable destination, and then we will all go to it and rejoice.
Okay, so given that, I will note something that all of you see, which is as the four of you are there, sort of, looking for particular ingredients for Johnny Garlic, for garlic to get, and sort of thinking about these things. Which one of you is most likely to spot a concern first? Which one of you is most likely to be like, head on a swivel? I mean, all of you obviously as rabbits have to do that a little bit, but which one of you is going to be like, whoa, yo, hey? Is that Roland or...
I got shrewd 1. If anyone has shrewd 2, probably.
I mean, I am pretty shrewd. I did think of Ikithish as a little too full of himself to
notice things.
To notice things.
Could be Roland. What is Roland shrewd?
Roland shrewd is 1, and in D&D was tremendously bad at noticing things.
So let's see.
Could really be any of us.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Well, yeah, it could be any of you. All right, well, let's make this then... I think I'm going to make it actually Lizzie because of the story about the Warren and thinking about sort of defending it. Lizzie, as all of you are down kind of, nibbling away and getting some of the food, something, perhaps it is a scent in the air, perhaps it is a slight off-kilter rumble within the earth, but you notice something kind of moving, and as you sort of look up, you can see the back of a tall creature. It has 2 legs, 2 arms. It's carrying a long metal stick which glints in the sun. Dusk. Doesn't glint in the sun. Tall metal stick which is held next to it. And in its left hand, its right hand has this stick. In its other hand, it is holding something which glows with a light so that it can see. And it is walking away from you in the general direction of your warren. Now, you're not right next to your warren, but it's definitely like moving in that direction.
Oh no! What is it going to do with that stick? What is it going to do with that light? What is it? I don't understand. This thing is large and scary. I do not like. I don't know if I need to panic, but I do need to look around for friends to warn them, because I don't know if I can sneak around this guy. I could try. Are there any friends around me?
You are probably not too far away from them, so presumably they're like right near you. You're more or less in the same group, at least where you'd be. Yeah, I mean you'd be pretty close where you could get back to them quickly if you wanted.
Okay, I will definitely get back to them quickly, and I will point out the horrifying giant creature that I see. And how does it have a light in its hand? Is that the sun? Did it make the sun very small?
I immediately point a horrified paw at it and say, "Human Pfeffer."
No, that can't be right.
I've heard stories about humans. I never thought to see the day that a human would come to our warren.
Well, I think what we need to do is obvious. It's heading right towards our home, and we are out, which means that we are obligated to go defend it. I really want to run away, but why don't we try to come up with a plan? We could distract the thing and make it chase us instead of going into our home, and then we'll be heroes. There we go. Yes, that's why we're going to do it. We'll be heroes.
Let us sneak closer and see, in case it has a weakness. Perhaps it has a limping paw, or it struggles to control the sun.
Maybe it really likes carrots like us. Could maybe convince it with some food or something.
This is all well and good, friends, but just remember, Human Pfeffer has no mercy. When the time comes to strike, we must strike. Garlic's very intense.
Yeah.
It is generally, yeah.
I'm raw garlic, baby.
I suppose we try to sneak closer to follow it and see what it's doing.
If all 4 of you are going to do this, and I'm like, tell me if you are. I mean, are you all 4 sort of moving in that general direction? Okay.
I am.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that as you are in the process of moving this way, I am going to ask, let's see, I'm going to ask all of you to make a resist panic roll. Now, the way a resist panic roll works is you are going to roll, let me just make sure I get the die roll thing. I think it's a 6, but let me just make sure. Yeah. So Why can I not find the dice rolls? Hold on one second. There we go. Yes. So you're going to roll. Each of you will roll 2 6-sided dice, and you're going to add or subtract, if this applies to you, your steady score to that. So you're going to roll 2 6-sided dice, and then you're going to add the steady.
Oh, not
Wow.
Swift?
Coming out
It's
strong.
This is steady.
All right.
Okay. So what do we got?
3.
Oh no, garlic.
Okay. So let's start with, let's see. So Lizzie.
I did roll a 9, and so that means on a 7 to 9, you manage to keep it together, but take +1 panic.
Okay. So you will take 1 panic. So your panic score is now 1. Now that still means that, and now you have basically the way that this works is when you take 1 panic, it means that as you're sort of stepping forward, you either cower, hesitate, or flee, which means, and you've heard of this because I'm thinking of Brandon who does this all the time, which is you have a few options. Let's see, yeah. So you have a few options here. You can either continue to step forward, but there may be a risk that you will be asked to resist panic again more quickly than the others. So you could do that. You could stop where you are, which means that, you won't get any further panic, but then your friends are going to leave you behind because you're just sort of right there. Or I will give you the opportunity to basically overreact and be like, no, I have to be strong in front of the others, and basically do something which is potentially foolish and exposing yourself to danger.
Okay, and that's if you roll under a 7, right? That's a miss where you take.
Oh yeah,
+1
no, I'm
panic
sorry, that's a
and-
complete miss. Yeah, sorry,
okay.
sorry.
Just
Been a long
double
time
checking.
since around the system. You're right. Sorry, that's not a miss. So we'll be talking about that with the other people who did miss in just a minute. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so you just take the +1 panic. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're fine. Johnny, this is I was talking to you. That was the person I was talking to because you definitely missed. And so you've got this. You will take +1 panic, and in addition to that. You have to do what I just said, which are the choices that I just gave Lizzie, which are basically you can stay where you are, but your friends are going to leave you behind. You can sort of push forward, but you may make yourself more vulnerable to panic coming up. Or you can attempt to overcompensate, basically, and be like, I'm fine, I'm not scared, and that might cause you to do something foolish.
Yeah, I feel like in this case, overcompensate sounds like Johnny's character here. So he's just like, he just gave that speech like, do not hesitate, and he's, basically, he's ready to drop some pellets. So he's moving, maybe with a little too much bound in a step toward danger.
Okay, so all right, so you're gonna take the panic. You're gonna keep moving forward, but what you do may cause some problems, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Ikathish, you had what'd you get, a
13.
13? Oh, so I assume you're like, listen, this is why I should be the leader because
Exactly.
I'm just
Absolutely. I'm perfect. Look at me.
So you have no problems, perfectly, coiffed ears, you're all in perfect shape. So you're not a problem. Roland, what about you?
So I got a 6 because I have a -1
Yep.
in steady. So an option here is that Roland just like runs off and is not to be found, and that's my out.
That's true. That actually does fit technically. So
I love it.
that could actually work because you're leaving us here for now. So you could do that if
so
you
like,
want.
maybe Roland like flees and is going to the Warren, or like runs away and then goes around to the Warren. But yeah, because one of the options is that you just effing GTF, like you just get the hell out, right? Because you
Serpentine.
right? Because whatever. Oh, it doesn't have the moves there. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, you cower, hesitate, or flee. So maybe fleeing makes sense here.
Okay. So I think you can do that. So that actually will fit along with Johnny. So there's a moment where Roland bolts in one direction, Johnny bolts towards the two-legged creature with the stick, towards the human pfeffer, and Ikathish is like, what? And then I imagine that Lizzie is sort of pushing forward despite feeling uncomfortable about all of this. It's a good moment of tension for us to pause and thank Mike so much for the amazing work today. Thank you, Mike, for getting us started and for leading things off. Anything you want to mention to folks as you rise up on out here to keep in mind?
I want to remind everybody who backed early on that you can now you can now also back for Trendane's audiobook of Grayshade, which I just went in and updated my pledge, $10 or, update your pledge and then do the add-on for $10 for the audiobook. So don't forget to do that if you want to lock that in and help the number go up.
Thank you, Mike. And definitely check out Mike's, first of all, the Geekomancy series. There's other game-related stuff to Mike, too, that Mike is not talking about yet, but I've seen behind the scenes that there's a little bit of work being done. So you'll definitely want to check that. And you will see Mike back here for Speculate, actually, on Sunday for Girl by Moonlit as well. Mike, thank you very, very much for doing this, my friend. Appreciate it.
Have a great time, all. Should I just cover my camera to not break the overlay?
I guess what I would ask is when they come in, I guess I'll probably boot you at that
That's
point
totally fine.
from the call. Okay, we'll do it that way.
All right.
Thanks, Mike.
Great seeing everybody.
Okay. So as Roland leaves us, I will remind everybody that the next system switch will happen at 2025. So we are only $432 away from switching up to something involving other animals that may be less furry and more potentially dangerous. We'll see about that. So also, I will mention to everybody that coming in at 5 o'clock, that Valerie will be leaving us at that time, as will Zach, but not Carlos, because Carlos will stay with us, and John Helfers and Brandon and Fleos will be joining us at 5 o'clock. So you can keep that in mind. So now, with that said, back into this Grayshade Kickstarter. Please support, folks. 7 hours to go, making great progress, but we're not funded yet. So let's keep on rolling. Okay. So Roland is bolted off, and as Johnny bolts towards, or at least, are you full blast running, Garlic, or are you kind of, how would you say? I know you said you were kind of going, we could do this, but are you like straight charge, or how would you define it?
Yeah, I think I'm a little too actual panicked to straight charge.
Okay.
But and also, we said we were going to go stealthily. I am just going. I'm overcompensating, so I'm jumping a little too hard and too high. Maybe rustling a little more than rabbits should if they don't want to get caught. But I'm ambling. I guess I'm kind of like arcing my way towards there in ways that I think look good and are actually terrible ideas.
Okay, I love that. That's all good stuff. So, given that that's the case, Ikathish and Lizzie, you can both see that, first of all, Roland is bolted off, that Garlic is moving a little bit too much, and the two-legged creature looks over its shoulder at you. Now, in your direction, in the direction of the 3/4, and sees Roland bolting over the field. And you can see stops and holds up the lantern and then starts moving in the direction of where it saw Roland going.
And Roland said that he was running towards the Warren, right?
You're right, although he said maybe not directly, but like doing a whatever serpentine or a path around the outside type of thing.
Does that mean that he's coming closer to us as well, sort of like
That's
on the
right.
hypotenuse?
That's right. Exactly right.
When I see this, I bound back to the group and say like, oh, this is our chance. We take out the Achilles tendon. We take out the human pfeffer.
With what?
I show him my teeth.
Oh, I look over. I'm assuming this human is wearing boots, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Those teeth look pretty strong, but I don't know if they're that strong.
All right. Well, what's your idea?
Well, it looks like Roland has afforded us the much-needed distraction to do one of two things. Either have time to set up a trap or something to get this guy to go away, or, he's sort of going a little bit away from the Warren. We could go straight to the Warren now, maybe warn everyone in the Warren, warn the Warren.
Warren.
And maybe set up some sort of ambush with everyone else there. What do we think?
Are there any like brambles or bushes around here that we could use to our advantage?
I would say there is some scrub brush and things like that, and some low bushes, and the grass is not like super tall, but it's tall enough to cover you if you're bent down to the ground. Like if you were to look up, your ears would probably be seen over the grass, though.
But nothing that would say like catch on this guy's coat or something, stick to his pants.
Could be the bush, the scrub brush might stick onto the guy's coat, possibly, yes.
And then
And you're near the bank of this river too, remember, we're pretty close by.
This is out of character questions, because in character, I'm like, yeah, let's go back to the Warren.
with my knowledge of cooking and herbs, do I see any poisonous plants?
You do, but not here. There's up by the forest line, so you've got the river, and then the hill of grass that leads up, and then there are some kind of low trees that eventually become bigger trees that are known only as the dark wood, and most of the time people in the Warren stay away from the dark wood, but you know, having done little foraging expeditions, that there are in fact plants that would probably be poisonous, but to get to them, I'm sorry, Garlic, that this keeps making your flip out in chat. There's no way to do this. Either I'm going to confuse Carlos or I'm going to confuse you. Blame Iori for putting together Johnny Garlic. Maybe I'll just do the full name the whole time. But Johnny Garlic, if you are going to do this, it's a good chance that you would probably cross over the path of the two-legged, because they're coming sort of, back towards you, and you would be intersecting them at a certain point. Could let them go by, and then, but...
I turn to everybody and say, like, there are plants in these woods that are bane to the human pfeffer. If I can get some, we don't have to worry about warning. All we have to worry about is how we're going to defeat this and get it to eat these poisons. What if we took the sun from it?
That's a good idea.
Take the sun, take the eyes.
Let's make how about we do this as the plan, and we're like sneaking so that we are kind of keeping maybe the same distance away from it or something.
Okay.
I feel pretty confident right now. We're kind of going into this with little information, right? Maybe it's here to help build the Warren out. I mean, I know we have the myth of the human whatever and how dangerous it is, but they haven't threatened us, and I like to, I'm a friendly little rabbit. I like to verify things. So I'm willing to go out and be a full distraction, and just kind of put myself out where there's no grass, kind of right in front of it, and look so damn cute that maybe it wants to be my friend. And then if it does decide, no, it does want to kill us, then we know it wants to kill us. And then I am already in front of it being a distraction, so then you guys could grab the sun, right? So we'll see what it does when I'm there, and then while it's looking at me, you guys can grab the sun from it. And then something else, I don't know.
So, are you marked by the Black Rabbit?
What?
Because this is a death wish.
I'll be fine.
Lizzie,
Nah.
talk some sense into him.
I am
A human ate my sister.
I'm sure it was an unfortunate accident. I'm sure it was an accident. Whatever happened.
No,
it was a long time ago, like a year ago.
See, maybe a year, so much can change in a year, even in 7 days. Look, I'm not asking any of you to do this. I'm putting myself on the line. Besides, both of you need a distraction to get the sun away from it anyway.
I say to it, look, friends, my time is short. I have had visions of my impending doom. I will be dying shortly. You might as well let me die as a hero. You could be our leader someday. I'm a cook. We don't even cook. We don't even use fire. Like, what do? I make salad.
It's
Fair
good
enough.
salad.
Appreciate
All right.
that.
Then you will be the cute distraction, and then we will get the sun.
Agreed. And I just wait for one last comment. Nobody says anything.
Your salads were great.
If the human eats you, I'll remember.
I give a full-on salute and look up, at the black rabbit, or look down at the. I look sideways at the black rabbit and say, "You and me, time to tango." And I head out into a clearing.
Okay. Now, despite your confidence at this, I am going to ask you to resist panic insofar as you're about to put yourself in front of the two-legged creature with the stick.
Oh yeah, this is ridiculous. My
yeah.
panic is my worst score too, so I'm really playing optimally here.
So I'm going to ask you to roll 2d6, and we're going to ask you to add your steady score.
You mean subtract my? Well, add my -1.
Add your -1.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a 4.
Yeah. So
Wait, is there? I saw. There is a.
Help or hinder?
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was just. Yep. You. It was that strange. You said it right as my brain read it.
That's right.
Yeah. We would certainly like to help or hinder, given that we made this plan together and that it was my idea in the first place.
So,
Definitely
Chad, for those
help.
of you who are wondering what we're talking about, help or hinder means that when you help or hinder another player character's rabbit, you roll and add whichever stat the GM deems appropriate. And so I'm going to have to think for a moment about what that is. And you can possibly give them a roll on their panic. And so the
Although
question
I see
guess
now,
is, yeah, go ahead.
if we both helped, that would only give a +2, which would still put it under 7.
Still be a miss.
Yeah. So.
Never mind.
So
Never
hinder
mind.
me instead. It's funnier.
Yeah.
Like trip me on the way out.
Okay. So you watch as Johnny Garlic goes out in front, and I do need you to. So you got the 4. So what that means is that first of all, you're going to get +1 panic. I think you're up to 2 panic now. I think.
Yeah, 2. So I had 4. I've taken 2. I have 2 left.
Okay. So there's that. The other thing is that you now have a couple of options here. The choices that you have basically are you can cower in front of the two-legged creature with the stick because you've just sort of lost your, whatever you're going to try to look cute. Instead, you're just like freaked out. So you could do that. You could try to bolt away, basically run away, but you'll obviously be attracting his attention directly. Or, if you wish, you could basically run back to the other rabbits. But by doing that, you will obviously attract the attention of the creature towards them.
So I think what I'm going to do is I lose my nerve again is, in mechanical terms, I'm going to cower. But I think I'm being really cute instead of just looking pathetic and useless. So, yeah, I'm going to cower in front of the thing. And, instead of being the big talking rabbit that I pretend to be, I am just, going to basically be out of my mind with panic.
Okay. So as you cower there, the two-legged creature stops and kind of looks down and holds the lantern down, and you can see this great light, right, that's being held, the sun, being held right above him, and it's blinding almost. And you get this very strong scent of smoke coming off of the creature's clothing. And he kind of leans down and sort of as if he's staring at you, and then he steps back a bit and he levels the stick at you.
Ikafish, as he leans down, goes to try to knock the sun out of his hand.
Okay. So I am going to ask you for, let's see.
Which is not what I'm good at, but
Lizzie will help.
great. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. This is not a struggle.
Kind of a struggle.
Okay.
This is a speak plainly, of course. Or
Do you
is
have
it-
I'm wondering if you have a character move that is triggered. And probably not, because you said you don't have one that actually would work in this regard, right? So,
I mean, I have my because we only get to choose one character
That's
move,
right.
right?
That's right.
Yeah, so it wouldn't apply here, and then I don't
Okay.
know what basic move would be, so
Then
it
I
might
think
just be
I'll-
a stat roll.
Yeah, I think I know how to do it.
Okay.
We're gonna modify it a little bit. Oh, and we are up to 22,178. That's what I like to see. Thank you.
Nice.
223 backers. We are now. Thanks, Big Boss. We are now. Carry the one. We are now $322 away from the system switch. So make these people switch systems if you can. 'Cause although I'm having a lot of fun watching them as rabbits too. But just just saying, because we want to get our Grayshade funded. It's great to watch them play, but really I want Grayshade funded. So let's get more money in there too. Okay. So I'm going to say that this is actually a bolt maneuver because you're going to be basically making a run to try to knock it out of his hands. And also, bolts can be successful or you can end up not exactly where you intended. So I think that kind of fits this here because you're not really attacking. And even if you were, it would be a different sort of setup. So I'm going to say bolt, which would be 2 6-sided dice plus your swift.
Okay.
Which either plus or plus a negative, like whatever it is.
And Lizzie said that she would help me.
Oh, right. And so that's correct. So actually, let's start with you, Lizzie, because we need to have you help first. So
right.
I'm going to have you add for this. Actually, Swift. I think that makes sense for you, too. So I'm going to have you
Swift.
roll 2 6-sided dice and add your Swift, please, Lizzie. I like this particular mechanic for reasons I'll explain in a minute. Yep, no problem.
Wow.
Wow. Have a roll. Okay.
That's a 12.
So what that means is that now that you've helped on a 10 plus, which this clearly is, you give a +1 or a -1, whatever you want, to that player's roll or panic. So obviously you're going to be giving a +1.
In this situation, yes, this
to
is
this
definitely
roll.
a +1.
What I love about this mechanic, chat, is if you get a 7 to 9, you do the same thing, but your fate is tied to theirs. So what does this look like, Lizzie, as you're helping Ichthish to try to knock the sun out of the guy's hands?
Okay, so I think that what might be useful here is to like jump on the back of the human's leg
Okay.
in a way that it may not cause it to stumble, but it will at least be deeply confusing and maybe a little frightening. It's dark and something strange is hitting its leg. I would be scared.
All right. I'm not even going to make you resist panic on this because that roll was so good. So you just do that, bang into the leg of this creature, while Ichthish, you are going to make your bolt. So now you're going to be rolling 6-sided plus Swift +1 for the help.
Okay. My Swift is 0, so I would gladly take the +1. And wow.
How about that?
That's an 11.
So you just you do exactly what you said. So you tell me, what does it look like as he lowers the lantern and he's got the sun and he's got the stick aimed
For
at,
a moment,
at Johnny.
a seed of doubt is planted for just a moment in Ichthish as he wonders if he truly is living up to his thought of being the leader. But he digs up that seed and he throws it out. He says, I can do this. And seeing the move by Lizzie kind of confirms to him that this is the moment. And seeing Garlic standing there looking up and the human slowly beginning to stand, Ichthish leaps forward and in sort of all through one leap will bite the 2 of the fingers of the human and with Ichthish's teeth, and then using a paw will grab the the little holder of the sun, the lantern.
Yeah.
And so with the bite wrenches the grip free and then has the sun. And then as I land on the ground, I'm going to try to land in such a way that I'm kind of wrenching the lantern down, and I would actually like to shatter it if I can.
Okay, I was gonna say that'll be easier than grabbing the handle because, as was just pointed out, the rabbits do not have opposable thumbs. But I'm with you. I'm with you on the rest of this.
Okay, cool.
So you do that. And he and sort of is completely startled, and his stick goes off. But you'll be happy to know that it doesn't hit you, Johnny Garlic, because he has knocked off his axis, and so it just goes. And this incredibly loud noise echoes. I'll come back to the impact of that in a minute. But so you hit the thing, and it lands on the ground, and I would say it absolutely shatters. Now, the lantern itself, because remember we're talking like 30s, 40s, right? The lantern itself is lit. And so as it smashes, this lit oil goes out onto the grass, and you smell a little bit of smoke as the grass starts to smolder and burn. Also, I need all of the three of you, including Johnny Garlic here, to resist panic for me after this shot echoes across the landscape, this explosion right near all of you. So, again, now you can't help each other with resist panic because you're all doing it at the same time. So you're all resisting your own panics, so to speak.
Got it.
Man, that's a 5. I'm rolling terribly, and
yeah
5.
8 for me, so I take +1 panic, but
you can do whatever you need
swallow
to do. Right?
my panic.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
You're
I'm
at
on
2,
my roll.
Lizzie, right? Okay. And you rolled that. So again,
Ickathish is
just like, hey, like
no worries.
This rabbit has completely adopted your mindset about the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I am not, So you're fine. But Lizzie has a little bit of more panic, but is still able to maneuver. But yeah, I would say at this point you have 2 real choices, Johnny Garlic, that's available to you, and that is number 1, you're going to take another panic, so you're up to 3 now, I think. Yep. You're either going to bolt, just like book it, or I would say you might just flip out and start like biting at the guy's leg, because he's right there and you're already cowering and the shot went off and there's the flames around you and it's incredibly confusing and distressing and freaky and that sort of thing.
So I'm gonna take the bite option, but to give it a little flavor.
Yeah, please.
He sees the sun goes off, or the gun go off, and he's like, just as the prophecy foretold. All right, human pfeffer, you want some rabbit? And I just take my claws and I just gouge some blood out, and I'm like, come at me then! And I just charge him.
Okay. So so that has hit the ground. Flaming Johnny Garlic is just straight at the human. And I would say because of the flames, Lizzie and Ickathish, you are separated temporarily. You lose sight of Johnny, not from each other, but from Johnny Garlic. You just see the guy there sort of like roaring in something. And there's just a flurry of fur and kicking, and you think you hear the shouts of defiance maybe of Johnny, but you've also now been separated by the fire, which is starting to grow. What do you want to do?
Oh God.
I think now someone has to warn the Warren, because if this fire spreads, then it's gonna not be rabbit stew. It's gonna be rabbit roast.
I am good at speaking and influencing people that's enough daring heroics for me for the day. So I'll be the one to run. And then like looking at Lizzie, do you have positives in strong and swift? Like, would I know you to be a little more? I
have 1 in swift, but none in strong. I'm very steady. I'm
better than me.
Nothing
either
phases
way.
me.
Okay, I say I'll go back and warn the Warren. You could come with me, or he might need some help.
I'll stay here for now, and if something happens, if something changes, I'll go find you and tell you.
Okay, and I will run off. And Ickathish is heading back to the Warren, but is also looking. I suppose it's a bit hard to find. He's looking for 2 types of creatures.
Okay.
He's looking in the ground for snake holes, if he can find any.
Okay.
And looking, kind of like darting his head and kind of intermittently going back and forth between the ground and the skies. And he's hoping maybe to find a eagle, hawk, or vulture. One of those predators, either above or below.
Okay. I'm going to say I'm going to have you roll I'm going to have you do a shrewd check here. This is not quite in the rules, but whatever. I'm the GM. I can do what I want. 2d6, and I'm going to have you add your shrewd score to that as you're going.
Okay, here we go.
And it'll come back to you in a minute, Lizzie.
11.
And actually, Johnny. Man, these rolls.
Yeah. On a
So,
roll.
yeah, you do find a snake hole. Now, Ikathish, I'm going to give you an option here.
Mhm.
Did you say you wanted to zip into, like, what did you want to do with the snake hole? Did you want to just want to find it?
I would like to get the attention of the snake that is in it.
Okay, so, right. Now, this is what I was going to say. Is this, well, I have a sense I know where this move of yours is going. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So you can do that. So you stop behind you. You can hear the roaring and the battle going on, or whatever, with the human, or with the two-legged creature with the stick, and the flames. You can hear the crackling of the flames behind you. But you are above a snake hole, and deep within it, you hear. Might be a snake.
I will dig a little bit so that hopefully little particles of dirt start to trickle down into the snake hole and gently wake it up.
So you do that, and then.
Hey!
Who is disturbing me?
Hey, so it's a rabbit. Name's Ikathish. How's it going?
Why have you stopped outside my hole, pray?
Because where we both live is in danger. Right? There's a fire. Do we know what that is? I think I do. It hurts, from what I've heard.
Why are you telling me this?
Because you might want to move. But I also have an even better offer. When's the last time you had one of us? You know?
Yesterday.
It was good, I bet, huh? So, what I can maybe promise you is there's an even bigger rabbit outside. It's huge. It's gigantic. It's so big it can stand on two of its legs. And if you go out there, right now we've distracted it enough. If you get a meal for the rest of your life if you want. But there's also a fire. So either way, you should really come out and maybe, like, while you're, maybe finding a new hole or getting away from the fire, there's a big guy, bunny, rabbit out there.
Why should I not just eat you, pray?
Because I'm too I'm too fatty. I got just so much. That's really not what I should be saying right now.
How fat?
Definitely not as fat as the other thing out there. What I will say is we managed to man. No, you got me beat there. I mean, look, hey, honestly, you know what? Yeah, you should come and eat me. And I stand outside the hole.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, this is a speak plainly move, no question about it. So I'm going to have you roll your plus shrewd, and we're going to see whether the snake does what you wish. Now, The other thing is, back to your special move. Your special move is about Circle of Life, right?
It says, fight for survival, make some strange bedfellows. When I first use this move, which I would like to be now, choose another type of animal with which I have history and rapport. And I will say that
tell me how you got this rapport.
Snakes, and this rapport would be maybe not this specific snake, but with the snakes that live near our warren. I have, honestly, I think it might be a sad case where Ikathish has earned rapport with the snakes because in certain situations where several rabbits were fleeing at once, in the interest of trying to save as many people as possible, Ikathish, I can imagine, actually may have betrayed or left behind a rabbit and made that action himself, which on one hand is heroic because he used it to save others, but in a way he's earned rapport with them because he has fed them on occasion inadvertently.
I have a follow-up question. Also, welcome Crimson 327, and I would also love to have all 3 classes for Grayshade someday, but we vote on one to begin with, and if God knows however many stretch goals we have, we may do other things as well. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Igathish, did your decision, did you say that your decision also cost you the warren that you had been in?
Would I say that?
Yeah.
You're asking? The warren that I had been in before the one we have now?
Right. And if that's no, that's fine.
I think it would have. And Igathish thought that he was saving the warren and then made the wrong choice, earning the snakes several meals and again inadvertently rapport with them. But at that point, that didn't really matter to Igathish that much.
Then I will ask you to do. Okay, so the way that is going to work is we'll have you speak plainly, but I'm going to give you +2 because of this. This previous history with the Circle of Life thing.
Great. So my shrewd is already +2, so I'll do this at a +4.
Yeah.
Of course,
wow,
this is the one where I roll abysmally.
Right, naturally.
Oh,
now,
goodness.
This is, so here's the way that this works, because this does actually mean that they'll do what you want, but there's a cost.
Oh,
and so this
no.
one says, all right, then, I will come out and see for myself, but you must tell me where the rest of you are, and I will see for myself which meal is best. And you can hear the voices getting closer as if it is slithering towards the opening of the hole.
I will. Right now, Igathish calculating in his mind if you can give something information, but you stop it before it has time to act on that information, then why not give it? And he's hoping and betting that he can stop it before it actually does this. So Igathish says, sure, I'll tell you where the warren is. I mean, hey, do you remember, I don't know if the great snake feast of about 2 months ago? I may have had a hand in that, unfortunately, but only if you promise to gorge yourself on that giant rabbit outside first.
And rather than responding, so there's silence, and then just smooth and just curved body sort of arcs out, and the snake kind of looks at you, and its mouth opens, and its tongue flickers, and it says,
hey,
I will do as you ask, pray. Don't go too I shouldn't be that echoey now. He's out of the cave.
Yeah.
Don't go too far.
Here,
Where is this thing?
And I point at the flames on the horizon
That
and
is
say,
fire. Why would I go towards the fire? Have you lied to me, pray?
No. Do you see that guy? And hopefully we'd see the silhouette of the man.
Yeah, you still do at that point. And it sees it, and
that's a big meal.
And its eyes narrow.
And our warren is, which, correct me if this is not true, I say our warren is past it anyway.
And so he kind of sways his head back, and then and slithers off in the direction of this guy. Now, while this is happening, let's go up to let's talk about Lizzie, and I will come back, I promise, to Johnny Garlic in a minute. Lizzie, the flames have gotten higher, and you see again, everything is confused. You think you see a little bit of Johnny's fur maybe at occasion, and you think you see the boots playing, but because the light now is not coming from the lantern because it's smashed, but just the flame that's spreading, you can feel the heat rising, the wind kind of takes a little bit, and you have a couple of little sparks, like little embers that land near your ears, and you're kind of gradually being pushed back a little bit. What do you want to do? Clearly the creature is not paying attention to you. It's paying attention to whatever is happening in front of it, whether it's with Johnny or something else.
Yeah, I feel like there's got to be a good way to get rid of this guy. But unfortunately, I'm not smart enough to know what that is. So I'm probably going to circle around and try to get a better look at what the heck Garlic is doing right now.
Okay. So circling around the flames, basically. So I'm going to give you an option here, one of these moves that everybody has access to. And I'm sorry, by the way, for some of these moves are popping up as I'm going through this because it has been a long time since I played this system. So one of the moves that is available to people that you can do is to do what's called paying attention. And what that means is that you roll plus shrewd, and you can hold something. They call the number like hold 1 or hold 2. And what that means is that you can then spend those holds one for one to name a sense and ask me one of the following questions, which is, what is the greatest danger to me? What will happen if I stay very still? Where can I flee to? Are they telling the truth? What do they wish I'd do? And the last one will be the one you want, Lizzie, which is, how could I find out or get or see Johnny Garlic? That will be the last one you're looking for. So I'll give you that
How could I
option.
get around the fire?
Around the fire, that too, yeah, exactly. So if you want to do that, that would be my suggestion, would be a pay attention roll.
That's a -1 for me. Let's see what I get.
Okay.
Here we go.
And unfortunately, Johnny is not in a position to help on this, nor is it.
Oh, no, yeah. -1, and that's an 8.
Okay.
So I succeed, but take 1 more panic.
No, not on a pay attention roll.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
On a pay attention roll, it just means that you hold 1. So that means that you have one of those options, which is convenient because all you had, I guess, was the one question. So
Pretty much.
What did you want to ask me?
How do I get around how could I get around this fire to Johnny?
Okay.
To Garlic.
You have 2 choices, Lizzie. One option is that you could take the long circuitous route. So basically really give yourself buffer between you and the fire to get around to the other side. The problem with that is that you don't know yet when you get to the other side if you'll be close enough to see what's happening to the guy because the flame is kind of moving away from him in this as it burns the grass. Or you could do something risky, but will give you your answer for sure. And that is to attempt to basically bolt through and jump over the ring of fire and land on the other side of it. And then you definitely know what's happening to the human, and you'd be there, but you also, would be risking yourself to do that, to jump through the fire.
Well, I had a cousin once who used to jump through fires, flaming hoops, as part of a circus. And so that seems like a perfectly reasonable thing to me. So I'm going to do it.
Okay, so then what I'm going to ask you to do for this is, I'm wondering about whether this is something you'd be panicked about or not. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to resist panic. You're actually not only jumping over the fire, but also closer to the thing with the stick. So I would say, although...
I already took down the thing with the stick. It holds no terror for me anymore.
Yeah, I take that back. No, you know what? No. And especially not you. You're not as panicky driven anyway. So I think you are going to be able to try to do this. So I'm going to ask you to do a bolt run for me. And that means that you are going to make a run for it. So you're going to do that plus your swift.
Yes.
And we're going to see how that all goes.
Okay, here we go.
Exactly, Triffid. The perfect emote for this situation.
And I rolled an 8 again.
Okay, a lot of 8s here. All right, so this means that you run fast enough and clear the fire, but it doesn't work perfectly. So either A, you don't end up exactly where you meant to, or B, it takes more out of you than you would have thought. And I'll talk about the -1 forward thing in a minute. Or C, it is closer than you care for, so you're going to take a panic. So you can either take a panic, or you end up not exactly where you meant to go, or you're going to take that. And what that means is that the next number that you have to roll, like the next check you have to make, is going to be done at a -1. So either you don't end up exactly where you intend, your next roll is going to be a -1, or you take +1 panic.
I feel like either the not ending up where I intended or the +1 panic are the decent options here. My current panic is still only 2, and I have a max of 7, and so I think I can soak. I think I could soak a panic. That seems like a good idea.
This is working exactly how I hoped. Like you're the panic soak.
I am. Rabbit. Yes, I'm very stable. My tail is slightly singed by the fire. I am nonplussed. It's not the first time this has happened to me. It grows back.
So you are now on the other side, and you can now see that the man is actually, or sorry, the creature is actually not occupied anymore with a rabbit. In fact, you don't know where Johnny is. You assume that he must be lying in front of him, having been dealt with, because the man himself is upset about something else, and it appears to be that he is now noticed and is very worried about the fire. And so the man is sort of like, kicking and stamping down with his great boots down on the ground, this creature is, and trying to kind of put out the fire closest to him. And he seems to be looking around as if he's getting ready to maybe like leave or jump or do something, but he definitely is like sort of looking around, but you see no sign of your Warren mate.
Well, that stinks. I hope he didn't get stomped on or eaten. How fast can humans eat? Is it fast? I don't know. All right. I'm going to now, I think I'm going to pay attention again, even though I'm not great at that.
Okay.
Because I'm, the question, I think will be what will happen if I stay very still, because I'm wondering at this point, is the human just going to leave if we don't do anything? Or I could ask, how can I get the human to leave? So either way,
Okay.
it seems like the appropriate response.
So let's do that. Now you're going to do pay attention. So you're going to be rolling your plus shrewd.
My minus
that.
shrewd.
In this case, you're minus shrewd.
I love that I keep doing things that make no sense. She doesn't know how not shrewd she is. All right, here we go. She's like, I'm old. I know things.
Right, exactly. I have knowledge beyond all things.
That's a 2.
Woo!
So, okay. So what that means is that you can hold 1, but what you have done is you have opened yourself up to danger. And I think the way that looks in this particular case is, well, you know what? I'll tell you the result of it after you ask me the question. So you can get the question, and I'll tell you what the consequence of this is. So.
All right, my question. How can I get the human to leave?
You can get the human to leave by drawing it away. So by, catching its attention, running from it, having it come after you.
That opens me up to danger.
Yep.
Welp. So yeah, since I can't see where Garlic ended up, and I'm kind of alone here, and I want this human to leave, I guess it's time for me to now be the rabbit.
Okay. So you are going to try to lead away from it. But first, we're going to talk about what happens here. And I'm going to be coming to Johnny Garlic in just a second here. But actually, do I want to... Okay, no, I got to put you on hold for a second, Johnny Garlic. You'll understand why in a minute. You're marked for the black rabbit, and that's why I'm doing it this way. So then I'm going to have Ikathish. So the creature slithers off in the direction of the two-legged creature. The snake slithers off. What are you doing when it does that, or after it does that?
Sorry, that's to me?
That is to Ikathish, no.
Oh, Ikafish,
Yeah.
thank you.
And it told me to stay nearby. I need to do what I said I was going to do and warn the Warren. So if it's possible, I will separate from. Ooh. No, I'm going to follow the snake. I'm hoping that the Warren. We don't know it, but there was a gunshot. Like, we don't know it was a gun necessarily, but there's a loud noise. There's a fire currently burning. Like, hopefully the Warren catches a clue soon, because I want to make sure that my two friends are okay. And the last thing I want is to send a snake in their direction and then run off, and then they both get killed by the snake and me not be there.
Okay.
So I will follow the snake and stay near it.
So you move off in the direction of the snake, and what you see as you follow along is that the fire continues to sort of grow and spread, which is making it hard to see because there's a bunch of smoke, that's kind of kicking up as well. You see that the two-legged creature with the stick seems to be moving off in the direction of someone. You don't see Lizzie at all. And as you get sort of to the center of the clearing where you first left them, where the lantern was first knocked to the ground, and the fire is now spread out in a circle, so you're able to kind of like navigate between it, but the fire is growing, just not it's already burned out the place where you are right now. So as you're sitting in this smoking area, you hear right behind you this, so pray, you sent me for a creature which is left, and now I am awake. Why do I keep doing the echo machine? Now I am awake and hungry. And the snake is curling around your leg. What happens at this point, Johnny Garlic?
So, where are we rewinding to so that I know? Like,
You're not really rewinding. Well, you can tell them where you're rewinding afterwards. What I'm going to say for right now is that you are not in fact dead. So my question is where you're coming from in this immediate area. So like,
oh, so I still had one left, right?
One left of what?
One panic left. Like I didn't die.
No, it's not about you didn't die. The confrontation with the human and the fire though would normally have killed you regardless of panic. I have you coming back here because you use that to escape these basic effects.
Oh, but I wasn't shot. Okay, I'm sorry. I just
No,
got
you
confused.
weren't. You weren't shot, but then you attacked the human directly. So the
right,
human
I attacked
would.
the human, and it killed me.
Right. Well, or it would have.
Now you're telling me, like you made me wait half an hour to know that I'm dead.
But you're not though. That's the thing. You're not dead.
Okay. And okay, so I get to decide where I'm located right now?
Correct. You get to decide where you're located and how you're coming in to do this. Since you see this happening with the snake and with Ichthys.
So, Ichthys, you hear a grim, scaly, gnarled voice that just sounds like it came half out of a crypt. And it says, "And this is how the predator becomes the prey!" And I launch myself at the throat of the snake.
Okay. I would say that this is going to completely throw the snake off. So we are going to say in this case, and you're going to get a chance to help with this, Ichthys, and then I'll come up to Lizzie. Let's see. So I guess what I will have you do is I will have you... Yeah. I'm going to have you struggle in this case. So what this means is that you're going to be rolling your plus strong as you are battling this snake. Hi, Mur. As you're battling this snake. And so, Ichthys, you can try to help with this because you see out of nowhere this sort of burned, scorched creature that apparently is Johnny Garlic is now battling the snake. So you can help with that if you wish.
Say that one more time.
You are being... So Johnny Garlic is fighting the snake that was attacking you or that was woven around you. So because you're right there, you can help Johnny Garlic with that maneuver if you wish. But you are risking... Okay, I'm just letting you know you are there with the snake. That's all.
Definitely.
Okay. I'm going to have you resist panic on this one. I know that you have, effects with this snake, but you are on that plus the middle of the fire.
Right.
So I'm going to have you roll steady first.
That's a 6.
Okay. That was plus steady. So what that means is you're going to take 1 panic here, Ichthys.
Yeah.
I will say that you can still try to help, but it's going to cause you to have a little bit of self-doubt sneak into your persona. Specifically, what I mean is that you're going to gain a scar potentially from this. So you're doing this basically means that you're like, I'm going to push through it anyway, but there's trauma that results from it. And what the scar means is that you lose a move from your playbook. And it's any of the basic moves. It can be a character move, or it could be one of the basic moves. So you could obviously, you can't remove resist panic as a move, but you could like say you could say remove sneak. So what that basically means is that if I ask you to sneak, you're just awful at it, and so on. Interesting.
Okay. And this is something that's happening. There's no way that I can.
You can't avoid it. If you wanted to basically stop the helping or the hindering, if you wanted to not help, you could not take that scar. But if you push through anyway, then
I'll help.
Okay. So that means you're going to take the scar. As I say, you'll want to remove one of your one of those character moves, or one of the player moves, excuse me, one of the basic moves, or a character move if you wish. As we'll worry about the impact of that later, you can tell me about that later on. So now you can do the help and hinder. So for help and hinder, again, you're rolling 2, and I would say this is strong, I think, clearly. So you're going to be rolling 2 6-sided dice and adding your strong to it.
Okay. Is there any way that I could, how I'm helping is...
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. You tell me how you're helping. Maybe you're not battling him. I mean, maybe you're... Hey, Snake, you suck. I don't know. Maybe you're like insulting him. Or...
I mean, as my friend is in there attacking, I will... Ikathish will say, you snakes are all good for nothing. All these years, all you ever do is just feed on our people. And what benefit do you provide to anyone? You are benefitless, lifeless, soulless beings that don't deserve to exist on this field.
Yeah! That's good. All right. So
like
2 6-sided plus your shrewd.
Yeah.
Psychic damage to the snake.
Yes, assaulting the snake's mind while Garlic is assaulting its body.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And that's a 9.
Okay.
Which makes my fate tied to theirs, which makes sense.
Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, so that's good. So that does work. So you're going to get a +1, Johnny Garlic, as you do your strong move, which is what did I just?
+2 already.
Which is +2 already. So okay.
+3.
So +3.
2d6.
Yep.
Today's a good day to die. It's a 9.
Okay.
So I will say that is definitely going to work. You were going to basically overbear the snake, and I'm going to give you the same choice I just gave to Ikathish, which is I will say that you can actually, for a way that you're going to narrate to me, kill the snake, but you're going to do so at a physical cost to yourself. It would basically cause you to take a scar, or you can restrain, kind of like limit the snake's movements or something like that, which would allow Ikathish to get away.
No, I'm taking a scar. I'm killing this thing.
Okay, I had a feeling you weren't going to. Okay, so now how does that look as Ikathish does what he does? Maybe the snake kind of is distracted, and then what do you do, Johnny Garlic?
Right, so the snake really isn't buying Ikafish's speech here. The snake isn't exactly believing it. It's looking smug. But then what happens is that a rising zombie puffball emerges from the grasses, launches itself into the back of the snake's not a hood, but where its skull meets the spine there. The snake never even loses its smug expression as the rabbit doesn't even break momentum. As it bites through, the head goes soaring off, flipping backwards, and Johnny Garlic lands bloody, feral, and smiling in front of Ikafish.
Can I make a resist panic roll?
I mean, I think it's not unreasonable.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give up sneaking from now on. I don't sneak.
Amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I'm scared of Garlic. Okay, I'll take another panic.
What are you up to, Ikathish?
What am I up to?
Panic-wise.
I'm only at 2. 2 out of 6.
Okay, and Johnny Garlic, you're at how many panic did you have?
Oh, I was down to 1, but I'm assuming since I died,
You probably
that
reset.
I
That's
reset.
acceptable. Yes, that's acceptable. So you're at 0 right now. And then okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to Lizzie. I'm going to have Lizzie talk about what happens as she's running away from the two-legged creature. And then we are going to switch up players again, and we're going to bring in a new group of people. But chat, we also have new systems to get to as well. Although I'm having a blast with this, but don't keep us here. I also want us to move to new systems because of the Kickstarter. So once you get another $322, I believe is what it is. $322. When we get to 22.5, then we're going to be switching to yet another system, and this might even be a system GM by a different person because of when we're looking at in terms of the evening. So please do that, and please Grayshade KS. We're very excited about the moves we made, but we're not quite there yet. We have a little bit more way to go. We are about $2,822 away from funding, so we're getting there. We are almost there, but we need to get the rest of the way. So please help us do that. So now, jumping up to just for the players, we'll go about another 5 minutes before I switch you folks up, except for Carlos, who will stay with me. Lizzie. When what you are, so again, you're sort of bolting away. Now, are you like bolting at full speed, or are you trying to like stop every so often to make sure that it's still following you, or like what is your such as it is plan with this one?
Yeah, my plan is to lure this guy away, and then circle back to my people.
Okay.
I would like to lure him potentially to where he's going to be confronted with either unpleasant shrubberies or the dark woods. You must bring us a shrubbery.
Which one, shrubbery or woods?
Are they in opposite directions?
Yes, shrubbery is closer to the river.
Wow, if I could get him to fall in the river, that'd be amazing. How about that direction? That's the one.
Okay, that's also going to be, one note though, that's closer to where the fire is though. The fire is burning in that direction. The woods are away.
Then I'm going the opposite direction from the fire. Like, I'm trying to get him away.
That's what I figured, okay. Yeah, so then the woods then. So then, all right, so you run towards the darkness of the woods. Now I have a question, Lizzie. What is your relationship with these dark woods? Have you since you don't panic easily, are you like, is it no big deal? Do the woods bother you more than other things?
No, I seen some shit. Woods are just trees. They can't get you.
It's that 10,000 wood stare. Okay. So Lizzie, you head in that direction. In that case, I'm going to ask you then to make let's have you make a bolt roll, I think. You're making a run for it, but kind of in a way. So this is roll plus swift. Can't get any help on this, I'm afraid. Johnny is too busy taking on a snake, and this is insulting his family.
That's a 6. I didn't bolt very well.
No, not so much. What that means is that you did not actually... So it didn't work the way that you intended as much as you hoped. And so what that means is that the creature, I would say, has almost caught up to you. And you can hear him sort of tramping right behind you. Is like heavy breath as you can hear the rustling of the grass behind you. I think I probably, even though you've seen things, I am going to have you resist panic on this one, Lizzie. And we'll see how much effect that has on you. So, you know the deal, 2d6 plus your steady.
That's a 9, so I take 1 panic, but I soldier on, just like my dad taught me.
You have, what, 4 panic now?
Yes.
You have a lot. Wow. What's your maximum panic?
7.
You chose so much the right. Oh my goodness. Okay. So yeah. So you're so you keep on rolling, and he follows you, right behind you until you get to the woods. Now the question is, once you get to the woods, Liz, you have a few options. Probably you could try to basically bolt into the woods temporarily, not bolt, but enter the woods so that you can kind of get away from him, and then go down the perimeter line basically, and then emerge farther down from where he is so that he doesn't see you and he's looking in the woods and you're running back to your group. You could do that. You could do something else I haven't thought of yet, but how are you planning to lose him and get back to your fellow rabbits?
Yeah, I feel like probably that would be Lizzie's strategy. If Lizzie were a little smarter, she might shout something like, "Hey, this guy's here to steal your eggs," and try to trick a predator bird into doing something. Wait, is the guy wearing a hat that looks like prey by any chance?
He is wearing a hat. It's a seersucker hat. Well, you wouldn't know what that is, but it's those two,
Yeah, no,
brims.
that doesn't look like a dead animal or whatever.
No.
So no eagles are going to descend on him, unfortunately.
Dead hat. Heyo. No, just
kidding. No one's gonna try to mate with that hat. Nobody. I mean, who amongst us? So yeah, I think probably that is what she would do. She would try to get just far enough into the woods, in the underbrush, trying to be aware of her surroundings to the extent that that's possible. It's not. She's not that smart, but because she knows that she could get eaten by a bird.
That's fair enough. That's true.
I think I'm going to say that those are the not scared of you animals for her, is just like raptors.
Nice.
I don't know how large of a group of animals, like does it has to specifically be owls or
No, I don't think so. It could be hawks or something like that too.
Yeah, just thinking, because in terms of like right now, it'd probably be hawks or owls or something are out. She's not scared of the talon birds. She got picked up by one once. She kicked it and fell. She's still kicking, so they must not be that bad.
I'm going to have you make a sneak roll then as you enter the woods to see if you lose this guy before you head back the other way.
All right, here we go. Sneaking. Once again, that is with a -1 because she's just not that bright. I mean, she's actually a white rabbit, so she's pretty bright right now. Unfortunately, she's very visible.
Very visible.
That's a 3.
Well, that's so. You make all kinds of noise as you go through.
The loudest rabbit ever.
You just like going through the undergrowth. You sound more like a fox or something,
or like a bear cat.
Yeah, like a mountain lion. You're kind of like crawling through, and you can hear that the guy is like looking and is kind of starting to move down the tree line, following the sound of the. So he has not been thrown off by you as of yet.
What a jerk.
Any thoughts about what you want to do, Lizzie?
Yeah, no, I mean, I am going to, I guess since I can't sneak, I'm gonna bolt. I'm gonna hope that I can outrun him if I can't outsmart him.
Okay. So you are going to bolt. And let me have you make a bolt roll then.
Cool. Here we go. That is a 7.
Okay. So on a 7, that means that you are going to run fast enough. So same question before. Are you doing another one of your take another panic?
I think I'm going to take another panic. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
When you do panic, it would be a panic for the ages. Like just
it's going to be amazing.
Okay. Anyway, so there's this flash of brown or white. I'm sorry.
White. Yeah. His hands come so close to my body that I can feel the heat.
Oh, I love it. And
it leaps through his hands.
Yeah, and he sort of turns as you zip down that way. And I think as we look at the fire burning and Ikathish standing next to the body of this snake staring at a blood-covered, eyes-wide Johnny Garlic, and the white rabbit bolting towards them at top speed, I think this is a good spot to bring in our next set of players, except for Carlos, who's going to stay with us for a little bit. But this was great, Valerie and Zach. I really, really enjoyed this a lot. Thank you so much. I think both of you, I know Zach is done for the day. Valerie, I think you're done for the... No, you're not. You're going to be back.
I'll be back at
That's
9
right. Valerie's
Eastern.
coming back. So I'm not going to ask Valerie to tell us about all the cool stuff she's doing yet because she'll be back with us. So Valerie will be back with us at 9 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Thank you for taking 2 shifts, Valerie. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for being an awesome bunny. And Zach, this is going to be it for you for now. So how'd you feel and where will the fine folks find you next?
That was great. I'm so glad to try a new system and to add it into, like, to be able to say, hey, I played that before, which was pretty great.
Yeah.
And that was amazing. And the lantern, the fire, the being a rabbit and trying to, face the world. I love it. It's amazing. And I love the kind of collaborative storytelling aspect of it as well. So that was it for me. Best of luck on the rest of the stream, the marathon, and the Kickstarter. I've realized now this is essentially TTRPG telephone between the different players that come in. It's like, hey, okay, this is who you are. And you're like, all right, I have no idea how my Ichthys compares to the original. But yeah, this was great. The fine people will find me tomorrow for our session 0, the beginning of our new sci-fi / fantasy campaign.
Yep.
Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. And
I have new overlays set for that, by the way. Not new videos yet, but I
yeah.
do have new overlays, so we're good.
Heck yeah, I'm excited. So that'll be tomorrow. You'll also find me on the Unmade Gaming channel, where we continue the Alien RPG. We are streaming in the Alien cinematic universe, and things are getting alien-y. So yeah, that's it for me for now, and best of luck. I hope to see you guys soon.
Thank you very much, Zach. I appreciate it. Chat, can we get some love for Zach and for Valerie temporarily, although we'll have Valerie back. Thank you both. If the two of you could just leave the room, so I can bring some people back in, that would
Bye,
be
everyone.
great. Okay.
You two are awesome.
And yeah, it was good times. All right, so I'm going to admit, let's see, we've got John coming in, we have Brandon coming in, and we have Fleos coming in. All right, let's see what we've got as I bring everybody in on board. Hang on just a second. Let's see, and I'm now going to remove. Okay. I'm not going to report him to Zoom. I'm just taking him out of the thing. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Let's see how we've all got. Okay, that's not quite what I want because I don't want yet, because Carlos is playing Johnny Garlic and I want to stay with that. So instead, I'm going to move back up to Johnny Garlic, and I'm going to move John down to Roland. And now, chat, we can see that our next group of players has arrived. I'm actually a little knock on wood. This has been very smooth so far. These are very experienced people that are all doing this thing. So I'm super excited about that. We've got a new group of people on. Before I introduce them, as I will do in just a second, let me remind everybody, we are now into our third group of players. We have about a little under 6-7 hours, so about 6 hours, 40 minutes or so to go. We are sitting at 22,208, so that means we are $2,792 away. We are closing in. We've made very good progress, but we still are not funded, so we need to keep pushing. Also, we are now only $292 away from a system switch, and I actually, assuming Brandon is okay with this, will ask humbly whether or not Brandon, once we do the system switch, is willing to shift to one of his systems rather than what I was going to do next. I'm asking that mostly because that way I can attend to some Kickstarter stuff that I can't do when I'm GMing at the same time. Is that cool, Brandon, whenever we reach that limit? Because it's around the time you were going to maybe GM-ish anyway, but are you cool with that?
I am in favor of this almost entirely for selfish reasons, because I like these systems that I chose and would like to get to those at some point. Although I will also state that I am kind of upset that you would ask me that, because I would have also liked to hold those systems over the chat's head so they can continue backing the Kickstarter so we can get to that point.
But you have enough systems that you can play around the way you wish. I mean, like, you can also like switch it up where you do one and then I do one. I mean, we got enough systems to go with. But in case people are curious, they're like, but who are these wonderful, fine people that we see in front of us? I can see that Murr has a particular interest in a particular system. We are moving on here. So again, just to finish up what I was saying about the Kickstarter, though, ! Grayshade KS is the Kickstarter. Right now, chat, we have 224 backers, which means we have reached our stretch goal of 200. We have a bonus class now. So in addition to the Acolyte, the Informant, the Investigator, the Merchant, and the Noble, we also now have a choice between either the Chaplain, the Innkeeper, or the Wanderer. That is the vote that will be taking place among the next character that's added to the base game of the 5e RPG. So you'll be able to vote on that once you become a backer of the Kickstarter, and you can get all this other cool stuff. And if you want to get in on this and join the massive surge of people that we've had today, now is the time to do it, because we still are not quite funded yet, so we've got to make that last push. So please jump on board. Please do support the Kickstarter. And if you want to see things like, say, Brandon doing Brindleward Bay or one of those other ones, can I suggest that you pledge to the Kickstarter to make that happen? Now, with that said, I am going to let these fine people introduce themselves and explain the situation that they find themselves in. So right below me, first of all, is the amazing and inimitable Brandon O'Brien, who has been absolutely tireless tireless in the hyping up and the promotion and support of this, and of course is also on the core team as not only a person who read Grayshade as part of the sensitivity read and then talked to me and really gave me some amazing ideas to think of in terms of the whole series, but also did incredible updates for it and is also on the RPG team. So Brandon is very involved in this. So Brandon, it's good to see you. How are you feeling today? How's everything going? I know you've watched some of this. How are your feelings about the progression of these shenanigans so far, and how are you looking forward to, what are you feeling about what's going to happen for the rest of the evening?
I am very excited for the rest of this evening. We are presently at 22K on the Kickstarter. This is actually a good thing. It's not the best thing because there are larger numbers than this, but I'm very excited that people have been supporting the Kickstarter. If for the, I don't know, 1.5 of you in chat who have no idea who I am Brandon O'Brien. I have taken ownership of the Sundays that take place on this channel.
Brandon Sundays.
Very regularly.
Yep.
Either hosting Sound Clash Clampdown or presently doing Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire as part of Speculate on this channel, both of which take place on Sundays on this channel. So if you haven't seen me, I'm also the person being very obnoxious in chat about whenever we get to certain milestones in the Kickstarter, because Twitch's announcements feature is actually really cool. So yes, I am gonna be here, as they say, until the wheels fall off. I have literally volunteered the next 7 hours.
It's crazy,
until
crazy.
we get to the very final point of this Kickstarter, because I really do believe in this thing. Even if I wasn't on the team, and I love this team very much, even if I didn't read the book, and I read the book, and I think the book is rad, I think that Greg actually desperately needs your support, and I would like it very much if you give it to him. But, speaking as someone who actually did also read the first book, Grayshade is actually amazing, and I want you all to experience it because I do genuinely have a lot of feelings about this thing. So please, if you can support it in any way that you can, by upping your pledge, by pledging if you haven't, by please desperately sharing it on Twitter, because I would like all of the other people on the internet to know that this is happening. I would like that very much. We have 7 hours to go. I want to make the thing happen. As for the game, however, we've only changed one system so far, and I am already baffled. I think I forgot everything about Lizzie from when this session has already begun, and I think I'm just gonna wing it from that point then. So I'm very excited to figure out what this means for the next 7 hours of us playing this character.
It's going to be great. I am very excited to see how all of that is going to happen. Obviously, everybody already knows Carlos. I won't have Carlos reintroduce himself, but Carlos has been here and will continue as the saved from death, marked for death. Steven Seagal is marked for death. Johnny Garlic. And so we get to move down one further to, of course, the amazing Fleos, who has also been a huge supporter of this, for which I am most grateful. And of course is also has played D&D with me many times in D&D with GOG, and is also the purveyor of the D&D with GOG podcast, which is currently going through Storm King's Thunder, and is a GOG.com streamer and is an all-around awesome dude. Also is Canadian. I believe this is the first Canadian that we've gotten on so far on the show. So representing all of Canada is Fleos today. Fleos, it's good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. How are you doing? And same question, I guess, which is just how are you feeling about this thing we're about to do?
I'm feeling really good. Thanks so much for having me today. I am super nervous about this, especially about the handover. I mean, I laid down for a much needed nap a couple hours ago, and when I woke up, suddenly we were playing a different system with different people. And but yeah, I'm excited to be a rabbit. I'm excited to hopefully not betray everyone once again by accident, but things are looking good. The snake is now decapitated. The human is next. We'll see what Johnny does, but yeah, I'm just really excited to be here. I'm going to be here for most of the night as well. So, and we're so close, and I need to see this through. After reading your post, Greg, sorry, about what it means to you, and then reading Brandon's post, which actually came first, and I didn't read until second, about what the novel means to him. It's just incredible. Like, the second I read your post, Greg, my level of backing just I increased the amount I backed because I was like, this means so much to him, and it now means so much to me. And so really, I hope everyone that's in chat right now has had a chance to check it out and hopefully back it. But if not, do so. And if you can, maybe back a little higher level too.
Thank you, man. I can't. How am I supposed to GM under these conditions? Like, I'm supposed to create threats. I just want to be like, no, the man is actually a conservationist, and he saves all of you, and you go to the meadow forever. And thank you, Flaz. That means a lot. I really appreciate that, and I'm glad that it had that effect. And thank you for that support. I really appreciate it. So last but certainly not least in our hearts, someone else who is had a big role in Grayshade as having edited it and so forth, and being a big part of the lead up to all of this, and that of course is John Helfers, who is below and should need no introduction, but I assume people already know about John on this channel. But I will ask John. I should have asked Fleos to do that too. If there's anything I didn't introduce about you that I needed to. Anything else I left out, Fleos, quickly before I go to John that I should have said about you?
I don't think so. The most important thing, I guess, is that I'm Canadian and you already got that. So
that's all that matters.
Also, I'm playing Ikathish. I forgot to mention that. So I am Ikathish.
And you are Ikathish, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, so then John, again, editor extraordinaire, head of the Catalyst novel line, all about good person, longtime friend, etc. John, how you doing? And yeah, same question to you. How you feeling about being a rabbit and about in this system? How you feeling about things?
So we're playing Watership Down, basically. Is what I'm
Basically,
seeing. Yeah.
Very much
Okay.
so.
No, very cool. I caught the tail end, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be rolling and what
You
they're
are.
played like because it was black, but sure. Because Johnny's screen was for some reason very dark. I'm not sure why. But no, I'm very excited to try new systems. This is great, and this whole telethon, streamathon, whatever you want to call it, is very awesome too. And folks, I will second what everyone else has said. Working on Grayshade has been awesome. Of course, working with Greg, what he forgot to tell folks, for those who may not know, is I actually acquired Greg's very first novel way back when, in the depths of time. And that's how our friendship kind of grew from there, and it's been great. And but this one I know is very personal to you and what you're trying to do and what the message you're trying to convey in the fiction. And it's very important that we do make this happen. And I'm very pleased to see the rise, the last minute surge, and let's keep it going, folks. So yeah, without much further ado, let's dive right in.
Let's get into it. So yes, let me explain each of your characters. So Brandon is playing Lizzie Hagner. Now Lizzie Hagner began as a human monk played by Pyron, and then became a very steady, not easy to panic rabbit that basically is not perhaps as shrewd as she thinks, and not as maybe quite as strong as she thinks, sort of not as many things as she thinks, but is not easy to panic or to flip out. And so what's been happening basically is that Lizzie's been taking a lot of panic, and I believe that right now Lizzie is up to 4 panic, but has a maximum of 7. And to be clear to the players, when you reach your panic limit, that's really bad, and bad things happen, and we'll talk about that when we get there if that happens. So you still have 3 panic to play with, Lizzie, but at the moment, you, a white rabbit, having drawn away this human from the fire, or at least this creature, this 2-legged creature with a stick that makes loud noises from the fire, you have now bolted out of the side of the dark woods, out of the very edge of the dark woods, and you're now headed back down the hill towards your companions, and sadly also towards the fire, and we don't know yet whether the creature is going to follow you or not. So that's the position that we find Lizzie in. The position that we find, we've already talked about the position I think that we find Johnny in, which is that Johnny Garlic has just decapitated a snake, having come back allegedly or apparently from certain death, and is now standing there, sides, flanks heaving, blood everywhere. Yeah, exactly. And is right there, and so is standing next to the snake alongside Ikathish, who just recently was basically came up with this idea to bring the snake back to deal with the human. But in the meantime, Lizzie had drawn the human off. So when the snake arrived, the snake found nothing and turned back upon Ikathish and was prepared to kill and eat Ikathish until Johnny Garlic intervened. So instead, Ikathish was just like insulting the snake wildly, basically. And so now is standing staring at the Johnny Garlic, exactly, right now. So that's where Ikathish is standing. Ikathish has a very good self-opinion, believes that he probably should be leader, not exactly arrogant, but just sort of a general confidence about things. but has taken a scar. And what that means is that actually I don't think we ever decided what that was going to be. It basically means that one of the moves that a rabbit typically has will not be available to them. So one of the things I'd like you to think about then, Fleos, with Ikathish is whether it's speaking plainly to another animal, whether it's bolting, basically like speeding away, whether it's sneaking, a particular, and I put those links to some of those moves in the Zoom chat, so you can take a look at those. One of those moves you will need to remove, basically cross off your list, because of this scar that you took when you were dealing with stuff. So you can be taking, so do you see that list that I posted in Zoom? Okay. So as you're looking at that move list, just be thinking of the one that you're going to remove. The Circle of Life was your special move, and you've used that with the snake. So basically the snake is the creature that you have some rapport with or affinity. Not this snake because it's now dead. But in any case. And then last but certainly not least, Roland, you began as, and Ikathish began as a Tabaxi Druid played by Tren, and then ended up where we are now. Roland started as an elf rogue played by Mike Underwood, and then became, in this last one, basically a rabbit that ended up bolting away from the rest of the party. And I'm going to actually come to you first. Bolted away from the other rabbits because just flipped out at the sight of this creature with the stick that was intimidating in the moonlight and in the dusk, in the gathering dusk, and just bolted away. Roland originally had a pretty strong, I want to say, I think the best score was probably in, I think it might have been Shrewd. I'm trying to remember if it was Swift or Shrewd.
Do you have a character sheet somewhere?
No, because this was a character, because we didn't make one for the rabbit one.
Okay.
So I think it's probably Swift. So what that means is that you'll want to just put as quick stats, just put as notes for yourself, John, that Swift rabbits are the fastest. So that's a +2 for you. Shrewd, I remember, was +1. That's better at assessing situations, communicating information. Strong, which is for fighting and stuff, is a 0, just no modifier. And steady, and this is why he flipped out and ran, was a -1. It means you're more likely to panic under these situations. Also, you have at the moment, you have a maximum panic of 4, and you're sitting on a current panic of 2.
Okay.
So there you go. So with that said, let me just double check with Fleos quickly. What are you, so Fleos, what are you going to, I should say Ikathish, what are you going to remove? What's your scar? What did your scar do to you?
Sorry, I can't actually find the word on the list. The sneaky one.
Oh yeah, just sneak. So that means that your sneak has been removed, which doesn't actually mean that you can't ever sneak. It just means you're awful at it. So if you ever try, you're going to make a lot of noise. What does that look like to you actually? Because like when you were dealing with the snake and everything, what injury happened to you that makes it so that you are no longer stealthy as a rabbit?
What happened is that one of my hind paws has actually been broken completely, and so instead of coming flat down on the pads, one of my feet comes down and just scrapes along the ground constantly.
Okay.
No matter what I do. So it makes a lot of noise.
A lot of noise. Okay. So in order, I'm going to come to Roland first, and then I want to come to Johnny next, Johnny Garlic. Then we'll come up to Lizzie and then Ikathish, and by then everyone should be reunited. So let's start with, well, depending on what Roland does, I guess. Roland's like, I am going to continue to bolt for the rest of my life. I'm just going to keep running. Roland, so you have bolted away, and you're now a considerable distance from the rest of your group. And as you turn around, you hear the quiet of the night, the gathering night around you. The river is continuing to make its usual burbling noises, not perturbed at all by what's just happened. But you can see a flickering light as of perhaps fire back in the direction of your group of rabbits that you left behind. But you are now alone in the darkness, and you are no longer freaked out at the moment. What would you like to do?
Other than being alone in the darkness.
Well, listen, you're a rabbit. That's fine.
Well, I think because I want to get through kind of the dice section here, I want to pay attention.
Okay. So what that simply means is that you are going to roll And the way that a pay attention works is you're going to roll, and you're going to add your shrewd ability to it, and then we will see what happens. And I'll talk.
Are we using roll 20 to roll?
No,
dice?
it's up to you. I mean, did I give you? I'm sorry, I didn't give you the roll 20 link, did I? My bad.
Yeah.
My apologies.
I was opening up Eberron for this just to get the dice.
No, sorry. Let me get you the link. Let me get
Thank
you
you.
the link. Sorry, it's not specific to this, but it will give you the
Right.
dice roller.
That's all I need.
There is that. Okay, there we are. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, give me just 1 second. So, zippity doo-dah.
Yeah, and Brendan and
There
Forrest,
we
feel free to
go.
come in there too. Steady as a rock during a landslide. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I almost kept running, not gonna lie. But I'm trying to get back to where the friends need me. So, okay, here we are. So what am I rolling again? I'm sorry.
Just one quick note, Brandon. I don't know if you saw that, but Lizzie's apparently in the Discord is where Valerie put Lizzie's character sheet. So she's at 5 panic right now, and so that's the deal with that. Now, sorry, Roland. So now what you're doing is you're rolling. You're going to roll 2 6-sided dice, and you're going to add your shrewd score to
Which is
that.
a +1. Okay. All right. 2 6-sided. It's coming up. Capnamo. And I got a 5 +1 is 6 because I rolled a 1, of course.
That is going to be a miss. Thank you also, Turbo Tango. That is a miss. We are now up to 22,238, 224 backers. Let's keep it up. Let's go, 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 go. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. I know you're not really here, but so what that means is you're going to hold 1, and I'll explain the hold 1 thing in just a minute, but you have opened yourself up to danger. So what that means is you can now spend your hold 1 to ask me one of 6 questions. What's the greatest danger to me here? What happens if I stay very still? Where can I flee to? Are they telling the truth? That doesn't apply here. What do they wish I do? Also doesn't apply here. Or how could I get blank? How could I get is kind of the catch-all, sort of like how could I get back? How could I get X, Y, Z? But what's here is the greatest danger, or where could I flee, or where could I stay very still? Those are all options too. So you can ask me one of those questions, but then I'm going to explain how whatever you do is going to open yourself up to danger.
That's fine. I'm going to ask the question, what here is the greatest danger to me?
Okay. So the answer to that question is the greatest danger to you at the moment is what clearly must be gathering fire in front of you. Not directly in front of you, but where they are located. But you also know, Roland, that fire is not only a risk to you, but also a risk to the Warren. And, of course, to your compatriots, to your friends. So now the question is, whatever you choose to do will open you up to a little bit of danger, and we can talk about what that might look like.
All right. I'm going to get a hold of myself, even though my steady is terrible. And I'm going to try to start circling back around so I can get into a position to observe the thing gathering the fire and with the sticks and such.
Okay. So you're going to try to circle around, and since you're pretty near the river, you'd have to go the opposite direction, I guess. So you'd be circling around towards. Okay. All right. So what you're going to do is, as you circle yourself around, you are managing to keep clear of the fire, but you may also have attracted attention of predators in the night sky above. I would like you, please, to make a sneak roll for me, and that's going to be rolling plus your shrewd. So you're going to be doing this plus your
plus
shrewd.
1. Hopefully it'll be better than last time.
This is something which Johnny Garlic would do terribly at, because Johnny Garlic has removed his sneak ability.
Eek. Well,
and also,
and
Ixian, right? Also with a sneak, right? Yeah, same thing.
All right. I'm going to change that because it looks like D6s are standard here. So there we go.
Yep.
And plus 1.
But these are not stealth.
Okay. Let's go. 7.
Okay.
Slightly better.
Slightly better. So that means, so you are trying to avoid notice. So that means that you are able to pick one way to be sneaking, and to avoid basically notice from this predator. You can pretend, you can try to be silent. You can try to leave no tracks. You can try to the extent you can be behind cover, or you can try to stay downwind from scent. And I'm going to tell you only that there is a predator tracking you, but not where it is or what it is.
Well, you said it earlier it was in the sky. But
That's
I'm not sure I
correct.
can trust you on that. Okay. In that case, is behind also count for undercover?
Yes, although yes, it does count, but the issue is you're not going to be able to stay undercover the whole time. Like up here where there's more bushes nearer the wood line, you can do that. Like you can, go from bush to bush, but you're going to be moments where you are exposed to the outside.
Downwind won't help.
Unless you go to the dark woods, which are, totally safe.
Yeah, anything called the dark woods has to be
nothing bad ever
completely-
happens in the dark woods.
No, exactly. I am going to try to leave no track in the grass, I guess. I think that's going to be my best bet.
Okay. So we will talk about the implications of that as you make your way back to the party. Johnny Garlic, you are staring at the perhaps terrified expression, I don't know, of Ikathish, having decapitated this snake. The fire continues to spread, but you also, kind of out of the corner of your red-tinged vision, think you see an image of white, and it looks to you as you kind of look over that you can see this white streak zipping towards you.
White streak zipping towards. So first of all, I'm going to turn to Ikafish, and still breathing heavily, snake gore gathered around my rabbity mouth, I'm going to say, I see you took a war wound, and I point at the game leg that had recently occurred, and I say, like, wear it like a badge of honor. Spit more snake gore out of my mouth. And I'm going to... if I can pay attention, I'd like to try to see if I can focus on what that white streak is.
Okay. Yeah, let's have you pay attention. Roll a plus shrewd for me, please.
So, now I have to remember. Did I do swift or shrewd is my +1? Shrewd. Okay. That's an 8.
Okay, so you can hold one. So you will be able to ask one of those questions we've talked about before. Do you want me, and I can tell you the questions if you want, but...
something akin to what is that white streak coming at me is kind of the question I would like to ask.
So I would say your choices there would be either what here is the greatest danger to me or how could I get blank? If you could figure out a way either to make one of those work.
Sure. How can I get a clear visual on the white streak headed straight for me?
That's a good one. The answer to that, you're pretty sure, is that you could actually... there are a couple of nearby hillocks that you could probably climb up and sort of look over. But if you do that, the hillock is going to be very close to the white streak. So you can zip over and jump up on it, but then the white streak will be upon you fairly quickly. So you won't have time to assess for long. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I have no fear of white streaks anymore. I have no fear of nothing. I am rabbit. So I just, I don't even acknowledge Ikafish at this moment. It's just sort of like, white streak, woof, and I'm off.
Okay, so you get to the top of the hillock and you're able to look over and you can see that it is indeed Lizzie who is zipping towards you. And behind Lizzie, I don't know, not immediately behind, but in the distance, you think you can make out the creature, the two-legged creature gradually making its way towards you. Towards her, presumably chasing her. Before I go to Lizzie, Ikathish, are you doing anything in reaction to all of what you've just seen based on this?
I would also like to pay attention and want to know what is the greatest danger to me at this moment, now that the snake is dead.
Okay, let's get that plus shrewd going. So 2 6-sided dice, and you will add your shrewd stat.
Now, I don't have my shrewd written down anywhere.
Oh, Ikathish. Oh, shoot. Let me see. I know that... I actually think that shrewd was probably his highest because he was... I think that's right?
Strong -1, I remember. And
right,
I think
strong
shrewd was
-1.
2.
And steady was I think steady was probably 0, and swift was 1. So I'm pretty sure shrewd was 2, yeah. Because he was kind of the leaderish type.
Okay, strong -1.
Very helpful that we had Carlos hold over so that I could have someone else to help remind me exactly what their stats were.
Steady was 0 and shrewd was 2. Is that
that's
what
right?
was said?
I believe that's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Swift
All
was
right.
1.
Swift was 1. Swift was +1. Thank you very much. And so let's do 2d6 plus 2.
A 9. Thank you for the host, Kids Are Asleep, and Classicor. Okay, so you are holding 1. And so you can ask me one of those questions. And you were going to ask, I think you said, what here is the greatest danger?
That's correct. Yeah.
The greatest danger to you, almost certainly, Ichthish, as you're kind of looking around here, is probably the fire and the smoke. Because although the fire has kind of burned out the particular area where you are, the smoke is rising, and you can't see anything in terms of predators. Like, the smoke is so obscuring. First of all, you're worried about the Warren, but secondly, the smoke is so obscuring that something could be on top of you and you'd be dead. Like, you can't see very well. I mean, you can see a little bit, but not very far. So the biggest threat is to you right now is the fact that you can't see around you because it's blocked by the smoke of the fire.
Okay. And then can I run after Johnny then?
Sure.
Is
I
that
mean, because
possible?
Johnny's not very far. You could just zip up and kind of be right there as Johnny's up on the hillock.
All right. I'll do that then.
Okay. Lizzie, you are bolting full speed towards this thing, and you can see that the ring of fire has spread further along. But there is going to be a moment, Lizzie, where you're going to have to decide if you're going to try to basically leap over and clear that ring, or if you're going to try to take a big circuitous kind of like looping around until you find a place where the fire has burned itself out and you can kind of just zip through there. But that's going to take you farther away from your rabbit companions. And then on the other hand, the human is not right behind you, but you're pretty sure that you didn't stealth your way out of things, so that the human probably, or the two-legged creature I should say, is probably following you, at not right on top of you, but in some not that far away.
So I think that it is only true to the actual nature of a rabbit that I am just going to keep running and try to leap over this ring of fire.
Okay.
So I imagine then that the thing that I am rolling for this is Swift.
I'm thinking, yeah, I've been doing like bolt, but I think the swift, let me have you do a bolt actually, because you're basically doing kind of a surge to get over that fire. So bolt is simply rolling plus swift, so it is swift anyway.
Okay, cool. So that's 2d6 plus 1.
Run like the wind.
2d6. Ooh, 7 plus 1 is 8.
So you run fast enough, but you can choose one of these. You don't end up exactly where you intended, or it takes more out of you than you would have thought, which is take -1 forward. But that means is that your next check, you get a -1 to it. Or it's much closer than you care for, like you barely clear the fire, and you're going to take another panic, which would bring you to 6 panic.
Yeah, I don't like any of these.
Should have rolled higher, not my problem.
Wow.
That's not my fault. I could have consulted the dice earlier, but that's not how dice work.
Oh God, that's so true.
I think also true to form, like the choice that I'm making isn't one that I like, but it is one that obviously works in context, which is you don't end up exactly where you intended, because I don't know what's behind the fire. I just know that it's not fire.
Right.
So what happens to me now? Am I in a hole? Did I fall off a cliff? What happens?
A little bit better.
To this poor rabbit Lizzie.
Or worse. So you basically leap, and the reason that you have this problem, I think, is because the smoke is becoming so thick that you can't so you almost have to close your eyes as you're leaping through the ring because you can't really see. And so almost by feel more than by sight, you jump over the first ring and then you jump again. Like you're just basically trying to avoid the heat. And the heat suddenly almost immediately vanishes, and there's a moment of relief, and you open your eyes just in time to see yourself plunging into the river in front of you. So you clear, and then push, and you are now floating in the river. So Lizzie, I have a question for you. In your past, as a rabbit, as a young kit, did you ever spend time? Did you ever try to learn to do any swimming? Did you avoid the water? Did you like the water? What is your relationship with water?
I imagine that it is not pleasant. I don't think I am afraid of water. In fact, I think that's the problem. I think that like learning to swim wasn't a priority because I never thought I'd be in a situation where if I didn't know how to swim, my life would be in danger. So as a result, I have no idea how swimming works. I think that water is a challenge that I'm supposed to like fight through. But other than that, like I don't actually know the mechanics of swimming.
Perfect. Then I think this is what we do, a special move known as struggle. Because when you land in the river, you were like, like trying, to get out. And I'm going to have you struggle. So what this means is you're going to be rolling plus strong. But I will give you a choice here. Well, actually, I'll have you roll first. Let's see what your roll is before I do anything. So you're rolling plus strong.
Okay, so I'm rolling plus strong.
Exactly, kids are
So
saying. I don't
that's
understand
just-
it, and therefore I don't fear it. Yes.
That's just a pure 2d6.
Plus strong, plus your strong stat. That's
Yeah, but my strong is 0. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
just
Well, there you go then.
2d6. 5. This is not gonna go well, everyone.
So here's the deal. You can escape this if you are willing to roll, if you are willing to take a panic for every one you add to the roll.
That doesn't help me.
Sure it does. It gets you to 7, you escape the river, then you freak the hell out from that port as well.
Oh God, I'm imagining Lizzie, like for those in the chat who watch anime, I'm imagining the look on Lizzie's face as she collides with the water to be the look on Mob's face in Mob Psycho 100 whenever he runs for the first time. I think that true to Lizzie's character, I'm just going to continue fighting the water.
Okay.
As if at some point I will disorient or harm the water and therefore be safe.
You win.
Yeah, I'm not
What is that?
panicking.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to like wrestle water right now. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna continue being whisked away from the water while all of my fellows are not sure whether I am actively drowning or trying to dragon punch the water.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what I would say then is in that situation, you won't be able to escape from this, and there is going to be a scar, which is going to be a result of the river. If you crawl up, so basically what I'm going to ask is, so two choices then. I know you said you're just going to keep fighting. Do you want to let your compatriots hopefully notice what's happening to you? Or as you get drawn away by the current, are you eventually like, you know what? This is not going to work, and then you can escape it on your own, but you'll take a scar to do so. And a scar, for those who are curious, is basically what we've talked about with Johnny and with Ichthish both, that they end up losing, they basically lose one of their moves when they take a scar because of the trauma that they felt.
I mean, I do think I want to let folks know.
You can call out for sure. I mean, you could definitely do that.
Yeah, if only because I still want them to know that I am present, because they probably can't see me pacify as well either. So
Okay.
that's only useful. So that is what I will do.
Okay. Then you're gonna call out. I will say that 3 people are going to hear you. I think all 3 of your companions will hear you, but from different spots. Johnny, you will hear this from the hillock, and you will have seen, although barely because of the smoke is stinging your eyes, like jump. So you'll be able to see, like basically Lizzie just book through the river, and then you hear a splash and then a call for help. Ichthish, same. You don't actually probably see her make the jump, but you certainly hear the splash and then the cry, I would say. And then Roland, as you are making your stealthy, well, attempted stealthy anyway, way down, you also hear someone in the distance and off to your right, the telltale sound of a splash and then a distant cry from someone that sounds like Lizzie. So I'll start with you, Roland. Do you have anything you want to do before I jump to Johnny and then Ichthish?
Well, that sounds like trouble. Do I freak out and keep moving, or go toward the person who sounds like they need assistance? I'm going to go towards the person who sounds like they need assistance because it's probably one of my friends.
Okay. That seems reasonable.
Sorry, the rabbit. The rabbit probably needs assistance because water is not great.
Okay. You're gonna, and I assume you're gonna book it like as fast as you can that direction.
I will. What is it? Run, scamper, trot,
bolt.
Bolt is good.
Yeah, don't be trotting. Always be bolting.
Sachet.
Yes, exactly.
Hashtag always be bolting.
That's right. Always be. Yeah, that's Gregor's life, baby.
So anyway, I started bolting. All right, so
let me get back to the game. Where did I put it? Ah, my game disappeared. Oh, there it is. No, I got it. Okay.
You got it?
Yep.
So it's the 2 6-sided plus Swift is what this is.
2 6-sided. My Swift is good. My best trait. All right, here we go. I just realized I screwed up that last roll. It was only 1d6 plus 1. Okay, anyways, never mind. 13!
Wow. That actually works out really
Warp
well.
Speed.
It's a good thing you got that, Roland. As you book away, I'm going to have you do a resist panic in a minute because...
I'm sorry, it should be 14.
14, okay. Even better. I'm going to have you... you're not going to be hit by this because of that incredible roll. I'm going to have you resist panic because right behind you, impacting the earth... Something hit the earth just after you left that area. A diving creature, and as you sort of look quickly over your shoulder, it is a very disappointed looking owl who is now on the ground and shaking its head slightly.
Well, that kicks in the turbo boosters.
Yep. I need you to resist panic. So for resist panic, the way that works is you're going to roll steady. So you're rolling 2 dice plus steady, which is not your optimal plan. Yeah.
Now watch, as great as that last roll was, this one will be
3 ones.
Oh, 9
no,
actually.
that's fine.
Not
That's
bad.
okay.
Not
What
bad.
that means is you do manage to keep it together, but you are going to take a panic. So you're going to take 1 panic, which I think brings you to 3.
I'm at 3, yes.
Okay.
1 low, my max.
Whoa. Everyone now is like desperately praying for the system to switch before we get to the next stage.
That's my heart right now. Yeah.
Having said that, though, your speed is legendary. You actually get right up on the river. In fact, you have to brake at the last second to keep from flying in yourself. So you are the first one on the scene who can see a white rabbit that looks very much like Lizzie, desperately
and now very bedraggled rabbit. Yes.
Yeah, and like calling for help. It's definitely Lizzie, and she looks like she's in trouble.
All right. Do I have an action here?
I will let you have an action, then I'm going to have Johnny. Actually, no. Because you're going to get that before anybody else does.
That'll work perfectly.
Okay.
Start looking for a branch or a stick I can toss in the river to Lizzie so she can hold on to it.
I will have you pay attention, please. Do a give plus shrewd for me.
Okay. Roll.
That's
okay.
true, actually, Brandon.
Shrewd is
thought about that.
+1.
We're panicked humans then.
Boop, boop. Okay, there we go. And rolling 6.
So I will say, so you will be able to hold 1 and you'll be able to find this branch, but you're going to be opening yourself up to danger.
Of course. All right, I'll do it.
As you pick up the branch, the danger is that the owl has taken off again.
Crap.
So you have got the branch. Now we'll talk about Johnny. So Johnny, you saw this thing that I just described, like zip zip. What now? What would you like to do now that you've heard this splash and the cry?
Right, so I am divided. So like from the hillock position, I definitely saw Lizzie fall in the water, but I'm also keeping an eye on the man. What is the man doing?
Making a slow way, seems to be kind of peering in the direction of where you are. So you get the impression that the man is just like slowly making his way towards you. May not even see you directly because the smoke has got to be making it hard for him too. So just kind of slowly making his way towards you, but again, pretty slow.
So, and there's a wall of fire in front of him, the one that Lizzie had to leave.
That's right. He could technically stand, like, the grass isn't high enough for it to be a wall that he couldn't theoretically kind of jump over, but it's obviously there's a lot of smoke and it could burn him, and so yeah, that's true.
Right. And he has no lantern, right?
Right. No lantern.
So I'm trying to figure out his motivation a little bit as I'm watching him here, but
he may stop soon. It's possible. Like he just, is taking some steps towards you because he saw the white rabbit book in this direction.
Right. It's just, that's not good enough for Johnny Garlic. Like, he's already been marked for death. So this night is going to end with, a lot of Shakespearean levels.
Can we just point out that the movie title is Johnny Garlic is marked for death? Can we just say that really, I mean, come on. Starring Jason Statham as the rabbit, Johnny Garlic.
I turn to Icafish and I say, listen closely. Only one of us is getting out alive here tonight, and it's not gonna be me. Go. Help Roland. Rescue Lizzie. I've got a date with destiny. And I'm gonna charge down the hillock toward the fire. I'm not gonna leap over the fire. I'm gonna try to catch fire, and then I'm gonna launch myself at the man on fire.
Wow.
All right.
Suicide bunny.
Okay. Catch fire and leap. The people who are coming in to relieve you in a couple of, in a couple hours are gonna be like, "What the freaking like?" So what happened to my guy? Well, you're currently
he's a cinder.
Exactly.
3 hours from now, somebody will be like, "Why do I smell smoke?"
Exactly. Why exactly am I just lying in the ground and not able to move? Well, it's a long. It is metal AF. Yeah. No, I mean that's unquestionably the case. Okay, so you're going to try to catch fire. All right. I think what I'll say for this is definitely not a. I don't think it's a panic move. I will.
Panic.
This is berserker.
It is a berserker. I know. It really is a berserker move. I looked at the move retire for the campaign rules. Like that's the move you should do is just retire immediately. Okay. I'm going to have you do a bolt maneuver then. Because you doing this correctly means you do have to try to end up where you intend to. So I'm going to have you do that. So
Here
that's
it
going to be
goes.
plus Swift.
Yep, +1 for me.
Oh, and actually, okay, sorry. I was going to ask whether Ichthish wanted to help with this, but never mind.
Sorry.
Okay, no, it's
It's
okay.
an
He
11.
could throw him.
Yeah,
Throw
so
him at
you
the fire,
run like the wind. So you just like zip into the fire, the flames, on your fur,
God.
and you're heading. So the man, the creature sees this and literally turns in his tracks and freaking books the other way because a flaming rabbit coming at him. No, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
He is just booking away. Are you continuing to chase him because he's outstripped? He's like, he's had enough.
Can I make a shrewd check to see if I'm smart enough to stop a pursuit when it's going to go in my favor?
What's your panic at?
My panic is clean because I was reborn.
Oh, that's
from
right,
death.
because you're reborn. Let's see what I'm going to have you resist panic. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Oh, even better.
Because panic in this case is not fear; it's like berserker thing in this situation.
Okay, that's a 4. I do not resist. I think I just chase him down and just try to bury myself in his clothes.
Okay, so you're continuing to book after him as he's running in the opposite direction. This is a perfect time to ask Ichthish, who's spent this whole time being like, "What the flip?" So. Ichthish, you've got water to the left of you, flaming rabbit to the right. Here you are, stuck in the middle with us. What do you want to do, Ichthish? Because you've kind of got multiple problems on different levels.
Ichthish right now is Darth Vader at the end of Return of the Jedi, looking toward Luke, looking toward the Emperor. Except Johnny, it's the splash. What to do. And then he's going to bolt toward the water because he's decided Johnny's going to be Johnny and there's nothing.
Johnny's going to be Johnny. All right. So you're going to bolt the water. I'm going to say that you get there right alongside Roland, who you see is got a branch in his teeth, I believe. Roland, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
Lizzie, you're sort of in the river now, still fighting the water. I'm going to ask you I'm going to ask you. Do you think you would be spending, because you did call for help, are you going to be looking back to the shore to see if people are there, or are you more occupied with battling the water?
No, yeah, I still want to kill the water.
So you probably would not necessarily notice them.
Yeah, you kind of have to get my attention at this point.
Yeah. So
Okay.
are you like Roland / Ichthish calling out, or what are you doing to?
Well, I've got the branch in my teeth. Is it long enough to reach, Lizzie?
I would say it's long enough, probably
Well,
not
then
by
I'll kind
much,
of
but close. Yeah.
Tap her on the head. Grab it, and I will try to help her.
And I'll speak plainly if possible to try and convince her to stop fighting
Really,
the
you
water.
should
Just
stop
come toward
fighting.
the right.
Well, let's find out first what Lizzie wants to do. Is having been bumped on the head, does that make a difference, Lizzie?
Yeah, I think that's enough.
Okay. So what we're going to do here is I want Lizzie to resist panic because this is a very difficult situation that we're in. I'm going to have Lizzie resist panic. Then we're going to find out what happens with helping and hindering, which is what I think Ikathish is doing with Roland. But let's find out about that panic first.
Okay, that's rolling with steady.
Rock sturdy.
Let's see what that roll looks like. That's 2d6 plus 2.
Wow.
11.
You are unshaken. Thanks. So you see it above you. You can definitely grab onto the branch if you wish, Lizzie. So you do. Now, Roland, you've got to pull this person back, this rabbit back. And so that means I'm going to have you do, I think, just a strong roll here. So 2 dice plus strong. However, before you do that, Ikathish, you can, if you wish, help. If you want to tell me what exactly you're doing to help. Like, explain to me how you want to help.
I think I'm going to also use my mouth to try and give a little extra strength to that branch.
Okay. So I'm going to have you roll 2 6-sided dice and add your strong to that, please. While we're
doing his first, or is it simultaneous?
He's going to do his first because then he will help you if it works.
Hopefully.
Is that enough?
You have done the same, but your fate is tied to theirs. Absolutely chef's kiss. That's perfect. So both of you have the stick in your teeth. Roland, I need you to make now this strong check. You will get +1 to it, or like an additional +1.
Okay.
Thanks to the help of Ikathish.
Here we go. 9.
Okay. So with a 9, what I think is going to happen is it's going to work, but as you're trying to kind of like pull back to the shore, there is a risk that you're going to get pulled into the current. It's essentially like opening yourself up for danger that I mentioned before. So here's how this works, Roland. You can focus your attention completely, you and Ikathish, on getting Lizzie to shore, but it means that you have to momentarily take complete attention off of any other creatures that might be looking for rabbits on the side of a river, if you know what I'm saying. So you
don't have any cover here, do we?
Nope.
And if I don't do that, I have to risk falling into the river myself?
Yeah, if you don't do that, I would say no. In this case, I would say you wouldn't fall into the river. It's just that you wouldn't, you kind of just sort of stay even. So like, no, she doesn't move towards the river, and you're just sort of there.
That was a 9.
Yeah, 10 would have been a success without a consequence.
All right. I like Lizzie, but I'm not crazy. And since I almost just got, owl snacked, I can't do that. I cannot go all in. So we're going to have to stay kind of neutral right now.
Okay. So, Lizzie, is there anything you want to do besides grabbing onto this to try to help yourself? Like, is there anything you want to try to do? Because you're no longer like
help me help you.
Yeah, exactly. You're no longer floating down the river. You've got the branch in your teeth, but you're kind of not getting into the shore either. So.
Because I do think that if I have the branch in my teeth, I do want to kind of like, I don't know, bite my way down the branch to get closer to shore. Just
like a corn cob.
Makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Nibble my way to shore.
Just
exactly.
kind of shimmy sideways with my whole jaw. Because I don't have thumbs, so I can't hold it. So this is my only option.
Oh my God. The corn of the cob maneuver.
Yeah, hey, that'll work. You can hold it there,
Lizzie. So I want to set the scene here as Roland and Ikathish are pulling at the branch desperately, and but Roland is kind of keeping one ear open for the possible approach of others. Lizzie, you are the only one that actually sees silhouetted against now the rising moon. You can see a winged figure flying towards the three of you, a winged creature flying towards the 2 rabbits on the bank. Now, there are multiple things you could do, but you pitch something to me in terms of what you'd like to do as you're making your way in.
All I know is that the thing has to be stupid. How can I become a physical threat to this bird from where I am?
Or I don't know, just hurry up with a like get in even faster maybe.
Yeah, I think I am going to move more quickly. as much as possible.
Okay. Let me have you make a. I'll have you make
If
a
only because
strong.
if I decided to speak plainly, it would mean letting go of the branch.
Listen, yeah. So just let me have you then do a strong check. So 2 6-sided plus strong.
That's 2d6 plus 0.
And remember, chat, $261 away from the next system switch. So let's make that happen. Let's please do that. We are at 6 o'clock. We have about.
If we change systems now, you don't get to possibly watch 3 rabbits drown.
That's true. There won't be a TBK, total bunny.
And then I rolled an 8. So said, so done.
So then you rolled an 8. Okay. So first of all, thank you for the 225th backer. Now we're up to 22,264. Let's keep it up. $236 away. Let's go. Okay. So with the 8 that you've got there, I think what that means is that you will be able to make your way to the bank. But as you get right to the bank, you're going to have an issue, Lizzie, which is you can see this thing, which is clearly an owl now, which is about to basically, attack full bore into the back of Ikathish and Roland. So if you can make a feat of strength if you want, like a feat of kind of just like will, that will allow you to basically knock the rabbits, like get onto the bank and knock them out of the way. But it means that you will take the impact from the owl. Doesn't mean that you'll be killed by the owl. It means that you will take a scar from having been hit by the owl.
That sounds fair, doesn't it? It sucks, but it sounds fair. So if I take a scar, that means that I lose a move.
Correct. Do you want me? I've always wanted to say this to you, Brandon. Would you like to hear a devil's bargain or the equivalent thereof? There is a version of this basically here. Is sort of like that.
I am curious. Yes, I will listen to the devil this one time.
You cannot take a scar and save one of the two of them.
Wow. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow.
And who knows what happens to the other one?
Who's holding these branches again? Who's holding the branch
Ikathish
again?
and Roland.
Alright, the 2 characters that are being played by the 2 players that I'm only meeting now for the very first time. Cool, fun. The stakes aren't high at all.
Amazing.
As Garlic says, fund Grayshade or bunnies die. Yeah, see, this is what you are putting people through this.
Out. Yeah.
In the interest of drama, I'm sorry. I'm gonna do the thing. But I don't see how it could be a choice that I make, though. It has to happen naturally, no?
You want it at complete random, is what you're saying?
It seems only fair. Should I roll a die for that, then?
Sure, you can randomly condemn one of your compatriots to potential death.
God, I'm so sorry for this. I'm gonna roll 1d6. Evens are rolling, and odds are Ikathish.
Okay.
Oh my god. 1d6.
You rolled wisely.
Sorry, Roland.
No, wait.
No, that was even. That was me.
Right.
I am Roland.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
Sorry,
you're the one that he saves. Okay.
Yep.
So
I'm assuming unless he's going to change his mind right now.
That's right. No. So tell me how this looks, Lizzie. As you come up on the bank, how do you save Roland and expose Ikathish?
Oh, this is brutal.
Let's keep in mind Roland's fault on this, because if Roland hadn't exposed himself to I'm just totally kidding.
Oh god.
Saving my compatriot, mind you.
It's true. It's true.
Yes.
I mean, seeing as it is partly my decision and partly being surrounded by bad circumstances all around, I feel like the thing that I do is, in a foolhardy attempt at being as brave and powerful as possible, I decide to see if I can flip on this branch by my teeth towards the owl, but the generative momentum of all of that energy sends me flying up and past the owl.
Wow.
While the rest of the branch is just like shoving both of them towards the river, and now while I am out of the river, Ikafish cries.
Walking through Crouching Tiger, Jumping
I was
Rabbits.
gonna say like Cirque du Bunny Lay or something.
Yeah.
Like what does it say? Ah! Okay, so you do that. Roland, you were rather sort of stunned to see this.
Abruptly, yeah.
As this is happening, and
And it goes through my mind is you couldn't have done that like a few seconds ago.
And so you managed to just sort of sit there as Ikafish is absolutely rammed in the back by this owl.
Oh my god.
So Ikafish, what I would like you to do first of all is resist panic. I don't think anyone has to ask me why we would be resisting panic here.
Oh, I don't know. Justify that.
Yeah, and then we're going to come up to Johnny in just a second because Johnny's got his own problems. So Ikafish first.
No fear, no problem.
Give it, Carlos. Carlos, come back and jump on the owl. Come
This
back and jump on
tension,
the
this by
owl.
the way, has about 7,000,000% more tension than we had in the D&D game because like the D&D game is like we've got giants and everything, but oh my god, the rabbits. Okay, so let's see. So we got a 9. Okay, so that means you managed to keep it together, but you are going to take a panic. How many panic do you have now, Ikafish?
I have no idea. I'm not sure what I had coming into the game.
I think you had 2 panic, I believe. And I'm pretty sure it was 2. So now you have 3. And I think
3 or 5.
And your maximum is 5 plus your steady. So your steady was what?
It's 0. So my max is 5 in total.
Okay. So you have 3 panic out of 5. Okay. All right. So you are able to not completely lose it. So that means now you have an opportunity to do something that we call struggle. I'm going to have you struggle, then I'm going to Johnny. You are struggling to free yourself because you have been literally just picked by this owl. So that means you're going to roll plus strong. Now, Roland, you are there, and you could try to help Ikafish in this if you wish, because you're like stunned there. In fact, I think, Lizzie, I think you're too far out of this at the moment. You're going to have to get back closer to them after your incredible Obi-Wan Kenobi out of the pit, take out Darth Maul move. So I think this is just Roland who'd be able to help.
Wait, I thought you were going to Johnny first.
No, I'm going to go to Johnny in a minute. I want to go with the struggle first with Ikafish.
So the owl is like kind of on
Yes.
Ikafish right now.
Yes.
All right. Well, in keeping with our suddenly strangely Asian bunny martial arts epic, I want to jump on the owl. Screw up, buddy.
Okay.
I've gone from scared to terrified to I've rescued Lizzie. Now I'm totally pissed.
Okay. So in that case, I am going to have you roll. I'm going to roll your steady for this, I think.
Oh joy!
Because
no,
I take that back. No, I take it back. I take it back. Strong actually, because you're getting on this. I take it back.
That's the
so
minus.
2 6-sided plus strong.
I'd like to roll at advantage, please.
Yeah, that. Listen.
Well, it is
Inspiration,
distracted.
right?
Do I get some kind of bonus because it's actually distracted trying to kill my friend?
No, because you're trying to help your friend in this particular
Okay.
case. That's taken into account here.
All right, straight up. Here we go.
Well,
Not great. Big ol' 4.
Now unfortunately that means you're not. So you try to leap up in the.
Well, it is a big.
You tell me,
sharp
yeah, like it-
claws. No, it's like halfway through, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And, yeah, that's why I kind of fall to the side. Like he changes his direction. And like, ooh, that was not a good idea.
Ikafish, let's have a struggle roll then. Plus strong for me, please. 2 6-sided plus strong.
Plus -1 sounds fantastic.
Oh man,
Oh, better than I expected.
that
An 8.
is actually.
Ooh.
So on
Yeah.
a 7 to 9, you can wriggle free if you are willing to take a scar.
Well,
Oh, and I have something else for you. Actually, because that was an 8, right?
mm-hmm.
Well, you'd have to take 2. You can't do that. I was going to say you could take 2 panic, and that would get you up to a 10, and then you could wriggle free without a scar, but then you'd be at max panic, so that doesn't work either. So
Could be
never
interesting.
mind that idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it ends well for a bunny if an owl catches it and they do not escape. So
You see neutral
I'm
of
gonna
Omaha.
go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for the scar. Go for a scar.
And I guess I'll ask that actually. I shouldn't have said that, Ikafish. So really, you could wriggle free, and then you would hit your panic level, but you would have escaped. So there is that.
Oh, that is. It's tempting because I have no idea what happens if we get max panic. So
Yep.
It's when the old ones come out. I'm assuming it's just like Cthulhu.
Yeah, let's
I'm
do
kind of
that.
curious about this myself.
Let's do
okay?
that. I'm gonna take 2 panic.
A
Bring me
bold
up to
statement,
5.
Wow.
We're going to bring you to
full
that panic. But
Never go full
before
panic,
you
son.
find out what it is, I have to point out the fact that we have just reached 22,679.
Whoa.
And that means that we are past the 500, and that means a system switch. But
Oh, really?
we get a system switch. We just hit 22,679. I think we were below 22,500,
Yeah,
weren't we?
we were like 22,4
We were.
something. 18,
22,679. So thank you
That was a joke.
for...
269.
So,
For everyone in chat, here are some contextual things for how cool this is right now.
Okay.
1, that means that we are now over 90% funded.
yeah, hell yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That means that
Very
we
nice.
only need 5 more system shifts to be funded.
Right?
If you want us to continue engaging in shenanigans, you know what to do.
Mhm.
And 3, Greg, you asked someone if they were willing to GM in the attempt that
I
in
did
the event that we
indeed.
did, in fact. Cool. So, who did you ask again? Who was that?
I think I asked you, didn't I, Brandon? My dear friend, Brandon. Didn't I ask my dear friend, Brandon?
Oh yeah, right. That was me. Cool.
It's fine. I'll take the
It's all
hit.
coming
You know
back to
what?
me now.
I have no shame. I'll take the hit. I want this thing funded. Sign me up.
So
Also,
what
but
that
don't
means that I need
forget.
to ask you-
Don't forget though that one thing is though, John. You need to make sure that you start with Carlos on this because Johnny was about to do something epic. So you need to make sure that whatever we do for this system, you start with him, and then I will take whatever horrific fate awaits me at my side.
Well, because I mean, I was gonna ask just to make sure whether you wanted to like finish a series of actions here first before we move on, so everyone gets to at least to finish the thought that they had before we
Okay.
suddenly change systems.
I mean, it's
Because
kind of
that's a lot
funnier
chaos.
to stop
I think
it,
it's
right?
funnier to stop
Yeah.
it. I like.
Yeah, I'm down.
That is also true.
That is a $500 pledge that we had received. So thank you to that $500 pledge.
Wow.
It just jumped up. So that was great. Or someone increased their pledge. But whatever happened, thank you very much. That's awesome. We're still not funded, but we are over 90%. So let's do this. And yes, I'm happy to do that. So I guess what we should do then is and just as a note for GM and players alike, it is 6:15. So the next switchover is going to be at 7. At that point, Carlos is going to leave us, and we are going to have at that point Johnny Pittman is going to join us. Video Store Cowboy is going to jump in as well. So just keep that in the back of our mind. So with that said, and Fleos, and you're out at that point or not out at that point? I want to make sure.
No, it's 7 o'clock my time, so it'll be 9 o'clock yours.
9 o'clock mine. Okay, cool. So, so that's the deal. So, with that said, I would say let's make those switchovers. I have actually been sitting here for 6.5 hours. I would actually myself appreciate a 5-minute break so I can go grab some food and go to the bathroom and stuff while the system switchover is happening. But I guess, do you want to tell everyone what the system is, Brandon? And then we can switch over, the shenanigans can continue? Okay.
I do, because I've decided. I had that entire conversation simply so I can decide what it is I wanted to do.
Okay.
And while I was hesitant to give a certain very brilliant and thoughtful person in the chat exactly what they wanted, because I wanted people to continue backing the Kickstarter, I figured that in the interest of high chaos, I would pick A, the system that I'm GMing for the very first time, and B, the system that causes the most narrative chaos so far. That is to say that we started this game in a bog standard game of D&D 5th edition, and then suddenly became rabbits. And now I'm like, wouldn't it be hilarious if suddenly we became old ladies instead?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go.
That is to
Old
say,
ladies on fire.
Hell
I
yeah.
love it.
Yep.
oh God,
And
I'd love to see what that looks like. So that is to say that we're going to take a little break so I can figure out how I'm going to introduce all of these players to this game. But I am going to take over GM duties from our good friend Greg so we can switch over to Brindlewood Bay, which is absolutely delightful. So if you're in the mood for some Murder She Wrote shenanigans, I need to figure out how we transition from all of this chaos to a whole new chaos as quickly as possible. So we're gonna take a break. We're gonna do the things that we need to do to take care of ourselves. This is a reminder to everyone in chat as well that a break for us on the screen is also a break for you in chat as well. So please feel free to get something to eat or drink, take medication. If you take medication, stretch, make sure that your bones are in the right place, and we will be back in a minute while I talk to all of these lovely people about how we get Brindlewood Bray working. But also a reminder to all of you that we are, again, over 90% funded in the Grayshade Kickstarter right now. It's very cool. The book is very good. The RPG is going to be very good. You get to get a brand spanking new collector's coin if you are interested in having a shiny thing that you can put a loop through and wear around your neck, or just flip whenever you need a D2 in an RPG. So please continue to do that while we take care of our bodies and look at some Brindlewood Bay character sheets. So we will be right back in a little bit while Greg presses some buttons on Twitch so we can disappear.
Be right back, chat. Hang with us. Tell everyone about this, that this is happening. Please bring people in there. Let's get more eyes on this as well. Grayshade Kickstarter, $22,679, 225 backers. Let's go. Let's keep the surge going, and we will be back in just a minute, so hang tight, chat.
By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting two major product lines. First, Athos Arts' publication of books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Grey Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.